Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. I'm back. How's everyone doing? Welcome on in. How was your week off? That's right. Nobody did anything because I was gone, of course. Kidding. Hope y'all doing well. Thank you very much, Cage Heart Media, for the 2 months Tier 1, Corolius for the 13 months Tier 3, and Sal for the 2 months Tier 1. Greatly appreciate all y'all. And thanks for the hype train. How y'all doing today? Just happy to be here. Happy to have you here. Corolius. Daylan. Corolius. You've now collected and maxed out all 166 arcanes. Now to collect and max out all the mods. Ooh, not too bad, not too bad. How you doing? Welcome back, Dalen. What is up, Sal? Again, thank you for that Tier 1. Caged Heart, welcome in. Kathis, what you up to? Good to see you again, Cardi. How you doing, Altador? Corolius, again, thank you for that Tier 3. Shifty, how you doing? Skittles, what is going on? Good to see you all. Hi, Cardi. What's up, Erzman? How you doing, Shifty? Commander Knight, kept the streak. Heck yeah. Sal, 20 stream streak. Heck yeah. Check DMs. I did see those DMs. Yes, we need to do our trade there. Thank you, Dalen, for the biddies there as well. You've been playing a bunch of XCOM 2. Ooh, how are you enjoying XCOM 2? How are you doing? How you doing, Protato? Welcome in, Tristan. Hope you're both doing well today. Corolius, you're on a 45 stream streak. Awesome. Thought I didn't see it? No, I was just, you know, I got in like at 7 a.m. flight yesterday, so like I got the red eye, so I didn't sleep at all, so when I got home, I just crashed. So I wasn't doing anything. But we can do that trade right now. Farmers and Plat for the Mesa Heirloom Pack, and you got Nezha. Ooh, very good. I mean, Nezha is a fun time, can confirm. Definitely not biased, I swear. Okay, maybe a little bit biased. Just bit your tongue. Well, don't do that. That is ill-advised. Oh, hey, Corolius, because you're here and you're a Tier 3, Twitch now has a system where you can put GIFs in chat. And it's for Tier 2 and Tier 3 subs. If you want to give it a try, that would be kind of cool, because I don't know what that looks like. I don't know what it looks like yet. It was implemented while I was gone. Currently a big flare-up. It's almost been a week. You're dead. You'll be live behind the scenes. You don't worry at all. Don't you worry at all. May you just sit back and relax. Here, I'll give you a down payment. Hey, Riaz, how you doing? What's up? Hey, Dabber, how you doing today? Thank you, Cardi, for the loan. I will finish the down payment once I get back my other version. We'll do that. You got another few seconds there to get in on the hype train if you want in. You know, gifted subs, biddies, sound alerts, all that jazz. Otherwise, let's get our train a-rolling. We got some dailies to do, peeps. Ooh, we got a credit offering too. What do we got for credit options this week? Anything majorly interesting? I did see that biotic rounds is in the shop, finally. Critical mutations here too. That's a very good one. Very nice. Oh, the killer pants. Yes. Well, why don't I do hide owned so I can at least reduce the amount of stuff showing up here. There's the killer pants. Perfect. Hey, Tazzy, how was my break? It was glorious. It was, so I was out, for those of you who don't know, I was gone for a few days there because I was out on the West Coast. I live in Toronto, and my mom and sister are out in Victoria, British Columbia. So that's the other side of the country from me. So I went and saw and visited them for a few days, saw where my mom is living now. It's beautiful out there. Victoria, BC. I could see myself moving there one day in the future. It is a truly, truly beautiful city. Wonderful, wonderful place. And just the West Coast has like an incredibly good vibe there. It's just a very welcoming, very kind. It's I don't know. It's just it's if I had the chance, I would move out there, without a shadow of a doubt. It's beautiful, beautiful out there. Okay, let me just double check to make sure that all of these are functioning properly because I haven't been here in a few days. There we go. And thank you again for that hype train there, Dalen, Caged Heart, Sal, and Corolius. Appreciate y'all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, Halo, you're gonna join us for our dailies. Anyone else for our dailies? So nice seeing that MR30. Heck yeah, I'm very happy for you. Congratulations. Now you can do the blessings, get yourself some extra goodies. Okay, Halo, you're online. Dalen, I was about to ask. I saw you there, so I was wondering, hey, Dalen, you want to come do dailies? You got it yesterday. Super congrats. That's awesome. Can't wait for Primed Hush to come at Borrow. Those spy missions are brutal. I don't think Primed Hush is a thing. Maybe it's a thing, but I don't think it's a thing. Capture mission, survival. Dalen, you are for both. Both, right? You switched to both? You're both? Okay. So we can start. Where are we at for our limbo? Our limbo is 24. Where should we start? Our limbo's at 24. Why don't we start with the defense here? Hush and Suppress already give 100%. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. But hope you're doing well. Enigma, hope you're good. Welcome back, Wolfie and Voyage and Icicle and Peanuts and James Jones. You need ETA, EDA if you're doing those. I will be doing those later on, yes. Honk and such. Yes, yes, honk and such. How you doing, Peanuts? What you been up to? Welcome on in. We are doing well. BC was beautiful. It was just nice to take a few days off. Every elemental mod should have a prime version. That'd be fun. They're kind of doing that for the arc guns, right? Yeah, BC, British Columbia. It's the far west coast of the province. Or of the country. Sorry. Visiting my mom and my okay. You good, game? You good. It's the far west coast of the country. Which is where I was visiting. Somehow keep getting jump scared by seeing your fashion on my limbo. Oh no. Don't get jump scared by my fashion. Our guns, ETA and EDA. Yeah, but they might be becoming more important come, you know, whatchamacallit. Technically, I did time travel a few time zones. You're not wrong. I did go all the way across 3 time zones. But yeah, BC is, British Columbia is absolutely drop dead gorgeous. It was so nice. And just getting to see my mom, she moved out there in the spring, so I haven't seen her since she moved out. So it was like, you know, it was just nice to catch up and see how she's doing and live what her life is like out there. All that good stuff. Getting back into the swing of playing Warframe, though, is gonna take a little bit. Warframe in 2026, I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. But it's kind of cool that they're giving arc mods there more. Arc gun mods more. Question about Citrine and Mecha Overdrive. Does the increase of the primary weapon status chance double? How much status chance does the pet gain? Well, Citrine gives status duration, not status chance, assuming that you're talking about her... I assume that you're talking about her gem? I don't think that she does anything with giving direct status chance, but I could be wrong on that one because I am sometimes a little bit dumb on those things. So the status duration wouldn't really affect it at all, but the status chance of the primary weapon would go across nonetheless to whatever the status chance on the weapon is to the claws through the mecha mod. Of course, assuming that you're putting it on a Kubro or Predacite, who are the 2 companion types that can run the mecha claw mods. Now, I could be wrong on Citrine giving status chance. I don't think she gives status chance to stuff, but as always, been wrong before, be wrong again. Gives direct status chance. Yeah, I thought that it gives status duration. So if you give me a minute here, I will pull up the wiki and double check my understanding because sometimes I do be wrong. I know, a human being wrong. Figure it out. Who would have thought? How dare I not remember everything off the top of my head from every single thing? Warframe, Citrine and allied Warframes in the Aurora. Oh, so they do gain 100% status chance to their weapons. So yeah, assumably the weapon would chances additive to mods. So yes, it would give status chance to the weapon, and thus giving status chance to the weapon would transfer to the companion with the claw mod. So I want to say theoretically yes. Without going in and testing it myself, I can't give you 100% yes, but from what I can see, that does make sense. Meanwhile, I'm dying in a level 3 mission. Yep, it should. It should give the status chance to the weapon because it's just an additive modded status chance, or should give the status chance to your companions through the mecha mod because it gives you a additive modded bonus to your status weapon, and those things are usually, not always, but usually reflective to changes inside of the mission. And the reason why I say usually, and just sort of as an example, is Nidus's teaming virulence does give hunter synergies increased critical chance for your companion. So it giving increased status chance to your critical chance to your companions, it's basically the exact same function as the mecha set. So theoretically it should give increased status chance to your companion weapons. By having that reflective, it should be a reflective change. So it will change with any changes that are happening inside of the mission. So without going in and checking the math myself, I want to say yes. Long story short, it should. But also, it is Warframe, so sometimes it's a little bit weird. 100% status chance while inside of the area, scaling with strength. Yeah, that's pretty tasty. Revan for the 14 months, tier 1. Thank you so much, Revan. Greatly appreciate ya. What thanks? Alrighty. Sorry. Just dealing with the ting. Alrighty, did that by chance? Ah, it did. So now I can get another forma into the limbo. More forma. No worries, you take your time. I had a hot second I had to deal with the thing there. Hey Ishan, how you doing, Lost Knife? Welcome on back. How y'all doing today? What are you up to? There we go, number 33 in the limbo. Woo! More. Last day before back to work. Uh-oh. Why, were you taking a few days off there? Hey Mystic, how you doing today? Yeah, it's really good to be back. I loved the time off, but it is super good to be back. And yeah, finish AR, at least the first credits. Nice. Question for you. You're almost done building Kulivo. Do you need his signature weapon or are you good without it? You don't need a signature weapon. It's a ranged weapon that's halfway decent. but not, it's more about, its unique trait being a utility weapon for your melee weapons. It's not super necessary. It's good for, like, other things, but honestly, for Kulivo, it's not. Yeah, it's not, like, a super necessary one, for his normal playstyle, I should say. But the Rauta is actually, like, a weapon that I use all the time whenever I'm playing, like, an exalted frame. Because it just allows you to, get your combo counter up right away at the start of a mission, and then you just maintain it with your normal attacks, which is more often than not the really big use of it. Is what are you doing? I'm standing right here. Get out of here, nerd. More often than not, the big use for it is just the fact that it helps you just kickstart your combo chance for getting your mission a rollin'. You know what I mean, Jellybean? And 145 stream streak from Revan. Heck yeah! Oh, and NS, hi, how you doing today? What you up to? Yeah, especially like on exalted melee weapons, like Valkyr or Baruch or Excalibur, just getting your combo count chance up right at the start is really, really beneficial. So like that's largely the use case that I have for it. Hey Rowan, how am I? I'm doing really, really well. Just got back from my little vacation visiting my mom and my sister out on the West Coast, which was just a wonderful, wonderful little bit of time off. That and good for MR fodder. Yeah, it's not like the most used like ranged weapon out there. It's a utility weapon, you know. But it actually like does have some use there. Ishan, like I wouldn't write it off as MR fodder, but it's not like an important weapon. Let's put it that way. Uchiha, how you doing today? Rowan, good to see you again. Yeah, just got back super early in the morning yesterday and didn't sleep at all on the flight. So yesterday I was like, I should get some work done. And then I was like, I haven't slept in over 24 hours. Maybe I should do that sleeping thing. So I decided to do that sleeping thing and take the day off. You're playing Limbo? Yeah, we're just continuing along the little community challenge of getting 100 Forma into the Limbo here. Slowly but surely whittling down those Forma. We're going to be spending a decent chunk this weekend with this last Affinity weekend. I think it's the last Affinity weekend. For Dog Days Affinity weekend, we'll get hopefully another 20 to 30 Forma into them. We're going to try to get this done ASAP because we are going a little bit slower than I would have liked. We got distracted by a few things. And also, everyone, in case you didn't see the notice yet, next Thursday, I have the honor and privilege to be doing some fundraising for St. Jude's Children's Hospital Network down in the States. Starting next Thursday for 2 hours, we'll be doing some fundraising over on their channel. So we're going to be doing some fun little contests, or we'll do some giveaways, we'll do some fun little challenges, like the maid outfit will maybe make a return. If we raise enough, maybe even the legendary bald Zenosfire. I'm terrified of that one, I'm not gonna lie. The legendary Baldzifier. Mark, what you could do with 100 Forma. I know. Bald. Yep. Reeve scales so much better with other frames due to the sprint multiplier. Been playing around with it on lower mobility casters. It's actually a very, very, it's also just like a really good, just like survivability tool. So it's one of my favorite, Reeve is one of my favorite skills to use with a persistence build. Because it gives you a status cleanse and then also regenerates your health on each enemy hit and gives you an invulnerability period while you're in the animation. So it actually is like really, really solid for just a general survivability tool. Not only that, but like also its damage it can do some pretty good damage, because it does do true damage. Hey Redacted, how you doing today? Hey Simon, Jade, welcome back. Heard maid outfit and bald Zenosfire, you've been summoned. Yep, that will be next Thursday. Why am I using Limbo? Because I had a community challenge to put 100 Forma on my Limbo, and Limbo's a box breaker, so it just makes it super easy to level him up and also do my dailies because he's a box breaker. And it helps us find all the candies spread around the map. Send fashions, for the love of God, you don't know the ones you've sent? Uh-oh. Also, Limbo is a good frame. Very complex frame, but a good frame nonetheless. How was my vacation? It was fantastic. Just got to spend some time with my mom and my sister, and I haven't seen my sister in a few months. I haven't seen my mom since she moved out there. So it's just wonderful to be able to do all that. How do you build and play Volt? Well, most people play Volt as sort of like a weapon platform. So here is my Volt weapon platform build for you there, Blue. Blue Skull. And you can check that out there. It's just kind of the only difference that you would change is depending on the helmets of choice that you would like to be running with it. And so like I think I'm using Wrathful in that because I'm playing a melee build there. But you can swap in different helmets depending on your personal preferences, and he's largely a weapon platform these days. So surviving through shield gating / arcane circumvent if you want to go that route. And then is just a high damage output frame, a little bit of a glass cannon, but his shield is actually super solid. Nope, this is Advanced GG, actually. Advanced GG is our affiliate here, and you can type !ADV to get a link directly to Advanced GG. Hey, Jokes, how you doing? And I do have a code that you can use, which is Zenos. Yes. And it does actually help support the stream a lot if you do use my affiliate code there. But I will say, if you are thinking of picking up something from Advanced GG, you might want to wait a few days. I can't tell you why. Let me just say you might want to wait a day or two. Specifically, 3. Alright, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support some community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, it's tight. See you in a hot second. What's my favorite flavor? Ooh, I'm a big fan of the hydration flavors. But I'm also like anything that's like a lime or a lemon. They're my favorites. Like I love citrusy flavors. Just, very tasty. The lemonade was very good. This is the blue lemonade hydration flavor, or blue raspberry hydration flavor, and it's quite tasty. Extermination or survival for the Hovania calendar. I go with extermination generally because it gives you the route through the mission a little bit easier, so you can see where you need to go. All right, quick ad break. See you in a second. So when's the ad? It was coming. It was taking a second. It needed to warm up, okay? Give it a second. It's a little chilly out. You love lemon? You're just allergic? You're allergic to lemons? That's a thing? I'm so sorry. And Achia, if you want to send a build to me, my in-game name is the same as the channel name, Zenosfire. You just open up a private message, typing /W space my in-game name being Zenosfire. And then in your arsenal or your appearance, there will be a little chain link icon up in the top right hand corner that says link config in chat or link appearance in chat, and then you can send it over. Thank God you're a sub so you don't have to get any. Hell yeah. Oh, hey, Lost Knife Point, you're 2-tier sub right now, right? Hey, Skake, how you doing, dude? Lost Knife, they have added in a new thing for tier 2 subs and tier 3 subs where you can post GIFs in chat. AKA GIFs. And I have yet to see anyone try it yet. Crolius didn't, I don't think was lurking when I mentioned about it. So if you want to give that a try so I can see what it looks like, that'd be cool. We have a Detroit Lions Shaker Cup. There goes Junk Fridays. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Jarifs? Jarifs, huh? Did it enable them? I did enable them. so you should be able to do them. Oh, we already have all 8. What am I doing? I saw that we had all 8. I was like, hey, look, all 8 are there. Well, I don't know what you're talking about there, Phil, so... oh. We'll have to see. The dev stream is next Friday, so we'll... Oh, the door's locked. Let me out. The next dev stream is next Friday, so we will see what the dealio is then, and we'll see kind of what it looks like. Do you know where she was talking about it, Phil? Citrus causes burning sensation air. Oh, no, that's not good. What changes did Valkyr get? Her invincibility is no longer, her survivability was no longer tied to her 4th ability, so it's much, you can play her as a normal melee frame and not just an exalted melee frame. So it's tied to her passive now. Also, her passive gave her increased damage now on top of that. No, her rework overall was a significant improvement to her kit. But everyone was freaking out about her kit because it was just a very big change than what they were used to using. So yeah, exactly, because it's no longer, her invincibility is no longer tied to her 4th ability. Nullifiers don't break it. She ends up being a much more viable frame for using normal melee weapons on top of her exalted. Her energy economy got significantly improved. Her movement economy, her movement tech got significantly improved as well. Rip line, instead of pulling enemies towards you, pulls you towards enemies and groups enemies, which is great for her. From energy based to attack speed based, yeah, basically. Attack speed and hitting enemies is now how her invincibility works. It's a death gate, so if she takes enough damage, oh my lord, what does that look like? Yildred, that's hilarious. Alright, so that's what the gifts look like. Oh, but the gift doesn't show up on the chat thing. Alright, well, you know what, we take it. We'll take it. Valka's gone to level cap unmodded. Yeah, it does go to, she's a, at least in my opinion, the rework for Valkyr was a significant improvement to her kit. No, it shows up in the chat, but it did not show up in the on-screen chat there. But that's okay. Is clunky since the enemies ragdoll towards her? Yeah, but even then, she has so much, sort of like, AoE damage on her attacks itself, so it's not that big of a deal. Not too bad of a deal. Use Kuvler was 1 on Valkyr Prime? Absolutely. I would say that if you're using Valkyr's Hysteria, so her 4th ability, I wouldn't use Wrathful Advance. Hunter X, also welcome in. And the only reason why is her 4th ability on its own can already red crit. So in my opinion, going for something that would increase her damage output would be significantly, is a better choice. But that said, it's not like more crit's going to be a bad thing. And it also does mean that you can mod. You don't need to mod for crit chance onto the weapon itself, and you can mod for other things onto the weapon instead. I just personally prefer going to like a damaging helmet rather than a like raffle there. Okay, those gifts are hilarious. She had her quality of life on her 4, past level 400. She isn't as survival as Baruch. Oh no, I think that she's significantly more survival than Baruch. I've literally seen a no mod Valkyr, well, no mod on the frame Valkyr go to level cap before. She is incredibly strong. Well, if you want to see my builds for Valkyr, you can type !Valkyr to see my builds for her. And you can see some more stuff in there. But yeah, I personally wouldn't run Raffle on her, but it's not like it's a bad choice. I just think that because she can so easily get to red crits with her base 50% crit chance on her Hysteria, that you don't really need to go into Raffle there, because Blood Rush will get you up to red crits there quite easily. Warcry, yeah, Warcry on Baruch is really good because attack speed is his big, like, one of the big things that he really desperately needs. So having an attack speed boost is not a bad choice for him at all. Group of enemies, rip line into them and get half your bar in an instant. Yeah, it's usually more than half a bar, if I'm being honest. Usually if you rip line into like 4 or 5 enemies, you end up just recharging your invincibility. And that's the reason why I don't personally recommend getting rid of rip line, because it's good movement tech, but it's also good for enemy grouping to get your passive rolling. That's the reason why I usually have a little bit of range on her. Just a smidge. Just like 145, and she's happy. If only you weren't running 13 duration on Baruch. Yeah, most people run really low duration on Baruch, which is kind of like the downside to like going for buffing things on Baruch. So you kind of got to plan for that in that way. Right? You got to make some build adjustments if you want to use a buff on Baruch. Like Wrathful, Warcry, any of those. The Ripline Augment also works in there. Works in the Exilus. Yeah, if you do want to use the Ripline Augment. Hey, Average, how you doing? Trailer Hero GIF by Xbox. What? That's hilarious that it shows up like that. Thoughts on the recent update? I mean, it's just a Nightwave update. There's not really much to talk about. I haven't messed with the Nightwave augments yet. We'll be doing a little bit of that today. Cardi, I'm renting a augment from Cardi for the first weapon, so I'll be testing that, see how that works. Hey, Average Spence, how you doing? So we'll be testing that today to see how that works. I think it's like halfway decent, but I don't know if it's gonna make the weapon like good. I have problems with the Mars because it's just the alt fire is okay at best, and the primary fire is like just like a submachine gun. So it's like, or not even a submachine gun. So you know, if our build got better while you were gone, oh no. Oh, the Fables and Frontier update. Yeah, I haven't had, because I was going away for vacation. I didn't have time to go through the Fables and Frontier yet fully. So I'll be doing that over the next few days off stream. Yeah, I'll see how it is. I don't really have any thoughts on it yet because I haven't really gone through Fables and Frontiers yet. But like the Nightwave, the rest of the update, yeah, nothing really major to talk about with the Nightwave update. It's all been pretty solid so far. Like the buff to Sirius and Orion is crazy good. Really drastically improved their damage output. By like a really significant amount, actually. The damage output from there is pretty strong. Apparently we're getting Riven changes. I will have to see what you're talking about, Icicle. Where was that talked about? More meaty dev short to account for our sporadic schedule because we're going to be in Korea, China, global community efforts. Dev short will be hands-on with the title, Ribbon System Quality of Life. Ooh, okay. So we'll have to check out the dev short. Maybe we'll watch that together today. Usually I don't like to watch the dev shorts on stream, but maybe actually today we will watch the dev short on stream. Probably not live. We'll probably, because it's going to be starting in about half an hour. So maybe we'll watch it live. Maybe we won't. We'll kind of see how that timing lines up there for us. But we will watch it today. Had a pretty good day on the 21st. You changed that day in a good way. Congratulations. Yo, Iron, how you doing? An Exurgius short? No, that is one of the weapons I have not done a short on there. That is one that I have not done a short on as of yet. Not yet, not yet. Had to pack up your equipment, so it'll be a bit before you can log back on. Uh-oh. Are you doing a move, Iron? Hey, Hero, how you doing? Well, I hope everything's going well, and I hope that change is a positive change for you. Dabber. Whee! Whee! I thought you mentioned it. I may have just missed it when I was on my vacation, Iron. And if I did, I apologize. I may have just missed it. Any tips for farming citrine? Yeah, if you have a squad, one of the big things I would recommend is a frame with high mobility to be able to collect the crystals throughout the that spawn during the mission. So something like a Uriel or a Titania is highly recommended because they can fly around and grab all the crystals very easily. And then you can get the train rolling with that a little bit faster, because the more crystals that you gather in the mission that spawn, the more you get for the pity system. High range duration Uriel can solo Citrine's mission quite well. Yep, as well. Jade is very good for it too. She's got high damage output. So typically speaking, you want like one or two. Like a Nova is really good for the squad. If you have a squad that you can get together for it, like a Nova for your squad, so that it speeds up the enemy's movement in the mission, which will just speed up the mission because defense missions. And then one frame to fly around and gather stuff, and then just like high damage frames because the crystals spawn the more enemies you kill. So you want to have a few high damage frames and a speed up. It's time based, not enemy killed. I thought it was enemy killed. So if I'm wrong on that, my apologies. Hey, Warframe Explained, how you doing? What's up, bud? Titania's Latchworm provides enough CC to keep the defense objective safe while you grab the pickups. Yeah, that one as well. Yeah. I would always recommend trying to do it with a squad because it just makes life a little bit easier. Hey, Clue Code, how you doing today? Learned recently that Jade's damage boost affects all railjack weapons. Yup. Jade is a funny frame in that way. What do you think about your rally? She's secretly, and not so secretly, but pretty quickly becoming one of my more enjoyable weapon platform frames. I've been really having fun with her. If we got a mod around, can we get a shout out for Warframe Explained, please? Please and thank you. Kina Prime on her basic build. Valkyrie shreds enemies in conjunction. Yeah, I mean, Valkyrie will rip through everything. Mm-hmm. You don't have an Umbral Formal for your Atlas Prime? Replace them with Archon mods? Yeah, absolutely. Or even just using like regular, you know, you don't need an Umbral Forma if you like, you know, Umbral Forma is always nice to haves, and I always put them in my builds if I've got the spare Forma. Because it's just super easy. You know, it just makes life a little bit simpler in that way. Finish all Steel Path before Tau. Steel Path Railjack, so prayers needed? Nah, you don't need prayers, you got this. You got this, it's easy. Light work. Alright, look for the candies, look for the bypasses. Good to go. Atlas does enjoy the Umbral Forma. Yeah, he does like them if you got the spares. But you can always work around it without it. I love the gifts, actually. They're kind of fun. I like them. Not gonna lie. I finally got back into Warframe, and what in the world are Surge Eximus? Those are new Eximus units introduced with, whatchamacallit? What kind of shards do I have on Ureli? I run 2 armor shards on Ureli, because for some reason the armor shards on your rally give Merlarina armor for damage reduction, so it just makes Merlarina a little bit more durable for the damage redirection feature of Merlarina. And then I run 1 cast speed shard because it just makes life easier. Casting, I do a lot of casting just in general, so having a little bit of extra cast speed is pretty tasty. And then I run just some strength shards. And if you want to see my builds for Urelli, you can type !Urelli. The nice bot will summon you the build for you to see my video and info on ye old Urelli. Surge X misses, watch 14 hours of Baby Shark, and now they just have to zoom by to run the song. Yep, basically. Rare chest over there. Word. Word. Hiya. I'm just looking for candies. There's usually a candy in here. And that's because there is a candy in here. Which of the incarnates this week are the good ones? I don't know what's on rotation this week, Hunter, but if you want to let me know what's on rotation this week, I can give you recommendations. I just can't remember off the top of my head what week this is. And I just got back from my vacation, so I'm a little bit behind on info. It's the new ones? Oh, so this is, Destreza, Ballistica, Stug? Those are some good options. Well, if I had to choose, I would say the Ballistica is certainly my favorite of the new ones. The Destreza is crazy strong, but it is a little bit of a different melee weapon. The Stug is actually a ton of fun and is quite strong, and the Vectis is also quite good, but I would certainly say that the Ballistica is the big winner one. From there, I would say either the Stug or the Destreza. The Obex can be nice, but the Obex is largely to do with ground finishers, and that's where its whole incarnate tech is. So if you don't have a frame that you're thinking of doing like finisher tech with or ground finisher tech with, maybe not. There is some really good options there for it. Like Valkyr with her augment for her third ability is very strong for it. Ashe with Savage Silence or Radiant Finish Savage Silence. Excalibur is also very strong with it. So there are some pretty good options for the Obex, but I would say that it's a bit more of a niche one. The Destreza is crazy, crazy good. Like, without Warframe buffs, on its own, my build was red critting for 200 million. And that's without Warframe buffs, which is pretty dang solid if you ask me. And if you're looking for any of the builds for those weapons, you can type any of their names, and I do have builds for all 5 of those weapons. What about next week? I have no idea what's next week. Hey, Dark Spectrum, how you been? Hope vacation was good? Yeah, vacation was spectacular. It's exactly what I needed in my life. So I'm excited to get back at all of the good stuff. All the fun times. I'm very excited to get back to it. If you found extract, I did find it earlier, but now I have lost it. Archon and Umbral mods. The Umbral mods have a set bonus, so the more of the Umbral mods you get, the more bonuses that they'll each give you. As well as they give you Tau or Sentient damage reduction, I believe is what it does. So you, with one, like, Umbral Vitality is just a regular Vitality, and then with 2 of them, it's 130, and with 3 of them, it's 180. And 44% strength to 55% strength to 77% strength, and I think the armor is the same percentage gains as the vitality, so the more of them that you have, the more bonuses they give you. The Archon versions will give you some kind of function on top of the stat lines, and they are, for the Prime versions, have the exact same stat line as the Prime, so Archon Continuity and Prime Continuity are the exact same stats, with Archon Continuity having a little bit of a bonus, but at the cost of extra mod capacity. Obix Incarnate is arguably the best movement incarnate considering the Evo 3 and Mercy bonuses. Yeah, but the problem is then you gotta do like Mercy bonuses stuff, so that's why I would still say like the ones that don't require you to have an interaction would still be the ones that are the best for movement-based tech, but if you're playing into the Mercy or you're doing that extra step, absolutely, it's very good. Be gone, nerds. But yeah, Archon mods are very useful so that if you don't have a Prime version, then it gives you a Prime version of those mods for like flow, continuity. Vitality is very, very good because Archon Vitality will make anything that applies, any ability that applies heat effects apply 1 extra heat status effect, which for some frames is very strong. Archon Continuity having Toxin apply corrosive is also very strong. Archon Flow right now is certainly the weakest of them because it requires the ability that deals cold damage to get the kill in order to activate it, and it has too long of a cooldown, so it's kind of like, in my opinion, not that good. It would be really, really beneficial if they got that a little bit better. Archon Stretch is good on every single frame because Archon Stretch will activate off of a companion ability and not just your own Warframe abilities. LR pushback, 4 months, 22 days. I did actually count and double checked. So today would be 22 because I was gone for so long. Exilus. Archon Continuity and Vitality are must-haves in your opinion? Yeah, and then Archon Flow is nice if you don't have access to Prime Flow, which is sort of a nice alternative option for you. But it's not as needed in any way, shape, or form. But the Archon mods are all, like, worth grabbing because they all do have their sort of use cases. Archon Flow is basically only used on Frost right now, but it is a good alternative if you don't have access to Prime Flow yet, because it is the same stat line as Prime Flow, and we are getting a new ice-based Warframe in Iceblade of Narin. So we will see there. Blue for the 17 months tier 3, heck yeah! Can we get another 6 months for Christmas? No. Is that a Nezha build to work with the Sobek and Arcane Hotshot? Could it work in reality? I mean, Sobek and Arcane Hotshot. I don't think that I would go Sobek and Hotshot. Because the Sobek has baseline 20% crit chance, so 300%, so that would just be giving you 60%. It's like 21, so it'd be 63% crit chance. So 84% crit chance. So like, I don't know if I would necessarily use that. Personally, it's not to say that it's bad, but yeah. But like, I also feel like the Sobek, you aren't generally going hard into crit chance on that thing. You know what I mean? Hey, Scamcat. How you do? Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to split the community to sub to Turbo. Otherwise, it's tight. See you in a second. Then we'll take a look at some builds and we'll actually watch the dev short today live because they're going to be talking about some pretty meaty things here. So we'll actually watch that today together. Hey, Sophia. How you doing? On top of that, it's 120. Not bad if you can force a crit stats hybrid. Yeah, but it's kind of one of those things of like, would I sacrifice an arcane slot for that? On top of like a normal build? I don't know. Right? Like, to me, I don't know if I would go into that direction. I'm not saying that it's bad. I just don't know if that's something that I would lean into with that build. Because you kind of want to be running low duration on Nezha, but you can just run a higher duration and then just recast, so it's like not even that big of a deal to make it work that way. X52 is up in Nightwave? Yes, it is. Yep. Very, very good. Any frame can use Hotshot. Hey, Evan, how you doing? Can get Hotshot without any issues. It's just free damage, but Shotgun heavily invested in that direction. Plus, it would depend on what the other weapons alongside it. Yeah, that as well. Hope trip was great. Did you get enough rest from the jet lag? No, I didn't. Not quite. So I'm still suffering a little bit here, but I'll be fine. Still, for me, it was because I took the red eye back. So, like, I left BC, British Columbia at like 10 p.m. and I got home here because the time zone changes at like 7 a.m. So I didn't sleep on the plane at all. So like yesterday I just slept most of the day. But so it'll take a few days for me to like get back on norm. But thankfully it's only a 3-hour time difference, so it's not too bad. And I was specifically like keeping my sleep schedule when I was gone so that I wouldn't be ruined this week. I was only there for 4 days, so it wasn't too bad, right? At the end of the day, it wasn't too bad. But it was Victoria, BC. Yeah, I could move there. It's absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning there. British Columbia is certainly in the running for one of the most beautiful places on the planet. Let me put it that way. Cage chart, added influence, electric spread, and sacrificial steel for extra chance. Okay, let's take a peek. Okay, so condition overload, pressure point. So I don't know if I would run both condition overload and pressure point. I think I would go one or the other, and I would probably go condition overload here personally. You don't really need both of these. I would probably say just one. You could go Weeping Wounds for higher status chances, for applying your status chances more, especially with Venado Prime. The more you apply status chances, the increased Tau status, and that kind of plays into a nice loop there. I assume that this is good. You said you're running influence here, so I'm assuming that you are running this with like Shock Trooper or something else to give you electricity here, as you don't have it on here, and then you have Sending Insurgent for another one there. BC's the part that borders with Alaska. Yeah, BC does border with Alaska on the north side there. So I would probably drop this, maybe Weeping Wounds for this. I would also maybe think about dropping one of these two for... So, like, I personally with... Is this working? Okay. These three here, I would probably, like, drop this for Galvanized and then drop this for Blood Rush. Because then you would get 400 here, you get 120 here, but then you would also gain more crit damage than this one gives you. So then you would have higher crit chance and higher crit damage out of it if you did that route, right? Because Blood Rush will give you 440% status crit chance here, instead of the 110 that this gives you. And then this would give you another 110 crit chance, but then also give you more critical damage. So that's why I would say go Blood Rush Galvanized Steel here for these two. Organ Shatter is perfectly fine to be running. Maybe Amalgam Organ Shatter for like the heavy attack windup, but you know, heavy attack windup, I always forget about this with Tennokai. I don't think it actually affects Tennokai there. So Weeping Wounds, Blood Rush, Galvanized Steel would be the only things I would really say on here. Is what I would do here, Cage Chart. Lost Knife Point, your Banshee. Ooh, pretty. Very pretty. Ooh, I actually love that. That's the base Prime skin, right? This one's really pretty too. I'm a big fan of that one. This deluxe skin, this older deluxe for her is drop dead gorgeous. Oh, that one's super good too. Ooh, I like that color palette. Not a big fan of this skull ephemera, but I'm also just not a big fan of like super, like they just distract me, the movement stuff there. But I love the color palette and I love that signed on there. The Nyx also works really well with Dual Volpe. Yeah, I mean, Dual Volpe just is like, is one of the signed ons that just looks good everywhere, right? Ooh, nice Mesa too. Going with the Duster, Dual Volpe, and then running the other Signa there. That's cool, I like that. And then using the normal Prime helmet instead of the Heirloom helmet. I think I actually do like the normal Prime helmet over the Heirloom helmet personally, but that does look good. Valkyr Talons, Blood Rush, Berserker Fury. So because Valkyr just gets so much crit chance, so much attack speed, I would say you probably don't need Berserker Fury here. You're running Melee Vortex, but you don't, you do have Magnetic Cure. I'm crazy. So you don't, if you have it, Condition Overload, I would run instead of this. And I would, instead of Condition Overload, instead of this, running Condition Overload and then a status priming companion like the Doriga or a Hound or something like that, and you'll get a lot more damage out of it than just regular pressure point. And it's a good combination because it status primes for you, and then just kind of plays very, very well into her kit. So I would look at maybe maybe like range instead of this. So I would go a reach here, and I would go condition overload here. Would be what I would suggesting. Or Cat War, how you doing? And Wawa, how you doing today? So I would go range here, and the reason why is all exalted melee weapons have 100% follow through. So follow through is like a Anyway, follow through when you hit an enemy, it will for each additional enemy, depending on what your follow through value is, will take that much damage of the hit before it. So if you have only 80% follow through, then first enemy takes 100% damage, second enemy takes 80 of the 100, and third enemy takes 80 of the 80, and so on and so on and so forth. So range on here is very strong. So I would probably drop this for range, and I'll drop this for condition overload with a status priming companion. The reason why they're running magnetic on here is to run vortex, and I actually do like vortex on Valkyr. Free enemy grouping, you might as well take it. You know, it'll just happen. Why not? Take it while you can. But otherwise, I think the rest of this build is very good. Yep. And the reason why it shows here is because look link or link config never shows the stance mod for exalted weapons. Lord Bacon, you just gotta spell Atomos correctly. I do got one there for you. You got over 1,500 hours in this game. Now you can find out you can reduce the rust in your orbiter. Yeah, you can change the way that your orbiter looks a little bit by like cleaning it up. This is a cool Valk. I like this one a lot. Looks nice. Looks nice. Wolfie, what you got? Ooh, nice Nezha. That one's pretty. I like that one. Hildy. Ooh, I like that one too. Yeah, this Hildern Deluxe skin, not a lot of people run it. And I'm not like necessarily the biggest fan of it, but I actually do like it with that. Oh, cool Nyx. Very cool Eleanor. Stynex. Oh, that's pretty. I like that. Although I think Look Link is probably darkening down this color here a little bit more than what is the reality of it. And very pretty Ureli. Man, I love Ureli. Ureli's so cool. Ureli's so cool. She's so good. Ooh, cool Frost. Cool Velamir. Well done. How do you enter to show the build? Just send me a private message in game. Send it on down. I'll take a look at it. Nice fashion. I love that a lot, actually, there, Wolfie. That looks good. Drell, what you got on your Ash? Unprotos my frame? No! I'm not obsessed with Garuda. Me who has 7 build configs for her. Ah, it's fine. Only 7? Ooh, that looks nice, too. Based on Scaldra? Yeah, definitely. I could see what you're saying. I would say maybe some more orange in there if you're going Scaldra-y. Yo, Rob, how you doing? Good build for the AX52 or Vesper. Yeah, type exclamation point either of those names. Exclamation point Vesper or exclamation point AX52. I got builds for both of them. Ooh, Cosmic. Very nice. Yeah, actually, I like that. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. That looks good. Corvex. Higasa may be the worst weapon in the game. I don't know about that, but it's pretty bad. It's not exactly the best weapon out there. Oh, it's sorry, Orcat. It's without the hyphen there. The bot doesn't like the hyphen. Null Star with Hotshot and Garuda's fun. Yeah, I mean Garuda's just very good in general. What's a really good one with Garuda too is Jade Stars. If you don't want to be doing Null Stars for the augment. Nice, that looks cool. I like that. I like that mask. Atomos! Sure Shot, Elementalist, Scorch. So it looks like you're just kind of doing a... like... Heat Inherent on here? Is that like the whole point of this thing? Because that's kind of what it looks like you're doing here. It kind of looks like you're just doing Heat Inherent. Which, like, this is fine for doing just like a Heat Inherent build. It doesn't feel like you're doing anything else with this build. You know what I mean? You got Sure Shot here just to get the status chance up more. Galvanized Elementalist, Primed, and Scorch. for just increasing the amount of heat damage that you have for the heat inherent stuff with these two here to boost up the multi-shot, and then Cascade of Flare for the more damage, and then Fire Rate, Punch Through, more damage. Nice damage corpus. Popping up the heat damage? Yeah, that's what I mean by heat inherent. Yeah. That's what I mean by heat inherent. I like going into like a crit stats hybrid on here, personally. What you have here though, if you're building in for a heat inherent build, this is like a perfectly fine heat inherent build. Nothing really major to say. Punch Through for chain beams is very good, but then obviously it goes into it goes into a grenade launcher mode, so the Punch Through doesn't help there, but the fire rate and damage are both nice for that. Using it for the heat buffs like the orange shards. Okay, so if you're going into that means that you're going into crit chance, which means that you need crit damage on here, right? So if you're feeding a bunch of crit chance into this from the orange shards through, if you're using hot shot, those types of things, then you need to be getting crit damage on here because you're offloading your crit chance somewhere else. So with that in mind, I would drop this guy and drop this guy for crit damage mods. So you'd be looking at like Target Cracker, you'd be looking at Magnetic Gunfight, which is another element, which is not bad and also plays into Elementalist for you there. At that point, then you could be looking at dropping a Hornet Strike for Galvanized Shot instead, which then means that you would be saving yourself a Forma here because Galvanized Shot would go here. And then you could put crit chance here and crit chance here. Elementalist will help with magnetic because it will help with the electricity proc that magnetic will do when you break shields or overguard. Will then be applying electric, and it double dips on elementalist damage for that with the magnetic proc. So those are a few things I would recommend there for you. And then, yeah, this also replaces the Hornet Strike, and you got Galvanized Flare, or not Galvanized Flare, sorry, Cascade of Flare here too. So yeah, I would look at getting some more there. I would look at making it like with the idea that you're feeding crit chance into it from outside sources. Making a few swaps there would probably be wise to go into the crit damage because you don't have any crit damage on there at the moment. So they are going to be doing a big stream here, a bit of a Meteor dev short here today. So we are going to watch the dev short here today. Normally we don't watch these, but today we will.
All on the tickets. So what you need to know is we have a dev stream next week, next Friday, and it's going to be a doozy. It's a big dev stream, and because there's a bit of a time zone change and there's going to be translation, we wanted to pre-light a dev stream. This dev short is more of a dev stream, I would say.
Yeah, it's like a pre-stream.
And the reason for that is so that we can talk about ribbon mods in, you know.
And with that, the timer officially starts.
Hello, hello.
Okay.
Welcome to the dev short.
Why is it so fried? Good question.
Here. First up, what's up?
What up?
What's up?
What's this?
Oh, you know, never better.
It's going, it's gone.
Oh, okay, how are you?
Pretty good. I don't go to Korea with you.
You do not go to Korea.
But I will send digital versions of myself.
How many digital versions of yourself?
Dos.
That's right. You can expect a
we love the
Pablo with subtitles.
Also, I saw you there, Shaq. Thank you very much for the congrats.
In English, if you speak English.
I was going to do it in Spanish, but okay.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
I can change it up.
Yes. This week, very precise details, real quick. Capture contest for dog days, done this week. Wednesday, 26th, latest. Past that time, we don't even want to see them.
It's over.
We don't even want to see your pictures.
No more balloons for you.
Yeah, it's done for your contest. 10 VIP UK, we are doing a free ticket registration August 27th. That's this Thursday. You can, if you're in the UK, that area, we have an event coming in October, so please consider getting tickets if you can.
I couldn't, but maybe you can.
Yeah, he can.
A $6 camera.
Sold out in minutes. We'll be there next week. We have a dev stream. We're going to talk about a lot, so please look forward to it. Look forward to the stream, stream recaps, things of that nature. Banshee Deluxe, you'll get a first look at that next week. Mm-hmm. And when I say of that, there's this, and then there's the bucket, which is all of that is in the Iceblade of Naren update. We're going to show so much. You're going to get a updates overview, a first look. I think maybe just maybe, you'll finally be able to have Corvex.
Ooh, Corvex Deluxe.
Stop showing us this. You've shown it for months.
We've teased it for a while. It's finally going out.
Yeah, and it's the whole thing. It's got a Mandanel Deluxe skin, which looks mighty
Oh,
fine.
that actually does look really cool.
What do you need?
They're asking how long is the Fury statue? It's all the way to the floor.
It's life size. It's life size.
So Fury basically would
the gargoyles.
Yay high.
Yes, and he's got bats. Look at his little bat. So this is the.
Bats.
This is what is coming. There's also Banshee Deluxe, and there's much, much more to come. Speaking of things to come, Steve Sinclair loves graphics shaders, hair shaders.
He do love his shaders. And
He do love his shaders.
He does. And he found a bug in our hair system that is going to be fixed with the Ice Blade of Naren update.
But what happens when we fix things? Things change.
Yes. So this is a little bit of a preview of what you can expect with the hair shader changes coming with Ice Blade of Naren. So what you're looking at now is a very robust before and after. So this is the public build, and this is the after build. So this is the same hair, even though the accessories are different. This is the same hair. So what you can expect. Words here. We've been at work improving the quality of our hair shaders to give you richer colors and better visuals. Today we're going to give you a preview on where our efforts have led. Black hair is much nicer and less mid-gray. Colored hair is
that
deeper.
looks a lot better.
White hair looks more white without losing depth. Sheen is stronger but balanced, and there might be a rim light on hair for scattering.
So it looks super good. We've seen some shots of that, especially like cinematics and stuff.
Yeah. It's crazy. So actually, let's see. So I'm going to show you the white hair as well, because it is crazy. So even on Kubro fur, you can see the difference.
Yeah.
On the left here, Pablo, you're right beside the Kubro.
Yeah. So you cannot see. Well, I guess you can see it in the other one. The color is white, but in the old version, you can see it looks gray.
So this is before, and this is after. So I think I can hop over to my operator. You're going to see some things here. Beware. This is a very, very volatile dev build. Okay, so if we look at our dark hairs, the dark hairs presently look significantly better.
The shadow flying over your face.
Yeah.
Probably not the most convenient.
Okay, so here we go. This is dark.
Yeah, that does look a lot better.
I don't know. What is that?
I think
That's the bat.
The
yeah. Okay. All right.
It's the bat.
While the bats are flying around my head, we're talking, it's a crazy.
Yeah, that actually does look a lot different. Holy smokes!
What you can do with white hairs, especially if you're a player that has, some desires to have a white hair. Maybe you think you're some type of monster hunter with a silver sword and a steel sword.
Who could that be?
Yeah, it's crazy. The shadows notwithstanding, which is certainly the bats. But yeah, so you can really expect radical.
Yeah, so it's much more responsive to color. Basically, what you
that
said
looks
is
a
now
lot better.
What actually shows.
Yep.
But it does mean that because before it wasn't, you
That
were
looks
setting
so
probably
much
to try
good.
and like we were
Holy.
showing that white that turns gray.
Yep.
If you're expecting your hair to be gray right now, you'll
It also looks like the shadows are giving it more detail too, so it's not just blob of hair. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess the best way to say it is you can
It's like
actually
crisp
do
up
blonde
the
hair now, and
shadow
you can actually
situation
do
in.
black hair now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's pretty crazy. Might you have to go customize some things? Possibly, but it is an improvement. So
Yeah, no, that looks a lot better.
That's the power of Steve on his quest for hair optimization.
And if you want to know the exact shader change, you can ask him. He would probably be
would be
delighted
happy
to
to
tell
tell
you.
Yep.
He would be delighted. So,
Please.
since the dawn of time, man has yearned to discuss ribbon mods.
Who hasn't? Because
Bring us back dispo drops.
are
A given.
a given, yeah. And they're also like rivers.
They flow.
They flow. You never stand on the same river twice.
And
And you never get the same ribbon twice.
exactly. So in many ways, the river is open.
Exactly.
Shall we part the seas of ribbons and begin our deep dive into what can only be described as the most radical change to the ribbon system in the history.
Oh yeah, I think whoever.
Well, that's easy because we haven't really changed it that much.
exactly. For
It's also the least radical one.
but I think to be fair, we have wanted to do a QOL pass on Riven. For
Yeah,
years,
lock
but we're
stats.
finally
I could see them doing, especially now that they have the temper tech in.
Let's go with that.
Let's go with it. Chad, are you ready?
So we're changing two things to the system.
Numero
uno.
Here we go.
We're adding a new thing where you can combine stats in your ribbon into new stats.
Oh.
The resulting stats are stats that have not been available to ribbons before. So in this case, we're showing you can combine your damage and multi-shot into weak point damage and a question mark. And, other examples that are very obvious is like, heat and cold can now turn into blast, things like that. So basically you can...
Oh, you
combine
can
them
mod
to get
just straight...
brand new stats in there.
Yes. The library of Ribbon stats is fixed. You've never been able to see hybrid combined elements. With this change, you will be able to. So like Pablo said, there's going to be things that can be blended, they can be merged. And you can use a new resource that's coming in the Iceblade of Naren update to do that. So you'll be getting this stat fuser item, let's call it. And you can now tailor your ribbons with some combinations.
Will it blend? It actually takes whatever the highest stat roll is, it takes the highest one.
Yep.
When it combines.
So that is the first change. So mentally, you can think of the first change coming for ribbon mods in Iceblade of Naren is the ability to combine stats on ribbons to make new combination, like a new stat.
Yeah. And then the second one is the one that you all expect because you've all been asking for
What
it for
is it,
years.
Chad? How smart are you?
Let's see.
What is it? What is it that you've always wanted?
I literally
ribbon?
already said it like 10 times this stream. So
You did?
Yeah, they've been saying it.
Oh. Lock a stat.
You can lock a stat.
Who would have thought? I like that someone has the idea for mass reroll.
All right. All right.
this is lock a stat.
Stat is correct.
Yeah, so we're adding a new currency, which in this case are Clem lives,
So
because we don't have the icon yet, so we put a temporary Clem in there. And that currency you can use to lock stats. You click on the
Lock
thingy,
a stat.
you get a little menu for you to select which one it is.
and then, so say in this case, I want to lock that damage stat with my new Clem currency.
Gotta keep it.
And boom.
Now it's locked, and basically what it does is that Clem resource, which is a resource that you would get on the upcoming update, basically it costs like 50% of that for the reroll for it to stay locked for however many rerolls you want to
Yes. So essentially, the lore and the narrative
so it's gonna be
of this
locking
update
the
is gonna
stat.
be visiting some aspects of Kuva, some aspects of what that choice and the way Kuva plays a role in the progression of.
But if you
Warframe's
keep
story.
rolling,
There's going to be a second resource that will essentially double up your customization. So you use your core Kuva to reroll. Fundamentally, nothing is changing there. But if you want to start locking stats, there is a second resource available for you as part of this update that's coming to lock a given stat for all things ribbon mods.
For the currency that you use for this, there is a way to get it without going into hard content.
Yeah.
But if you want to get more, you gotta go into hard content. And for the other one, it is in hard stuff, which is part of new content that we haven't talked about, and we'll talk about in the dev stream. Well, you'll talk about it on the stream.
Yes. Yeah.
But it's a new thing that's higher level stuff that you gotta do.
How many stats can we lock? Asks chat.
Just the one.
Pick
yeah,
it.
that makes sense.
Pick the one you want. Lock it for the roll.
Lock it for the roll. So can Pablo? Robo Pablo might talk about it. No.
No, I don't think so. I gotta talk about all the stuff.
Interesting.
You got to talk about Naren and the Banshee
Banshee
rework.
rework,
Yes,
yeah.
that's right.
Them be my videos.
It's true. I know people are calling it Bluva because up in the top right there's Bluva, and honestly, it's not that far off. It's not that far. That isn't it, but Bluva will be an appropriate nickname. I think you'll have Kuva and Bluva.
And that icon is also not real, so ignore it.
No.
These are just mocks to kind of show how
Yes.
the flow works.
Interesting.
Yes. So I think to recap, Iceblade of Naren is currently going to have a whole bunch of graphics QOL in terms of the hair shaders. It's going to have our first Ribbon QOL pass, which has
That's
the
very,
stat
very
merging
interesting.
to create combinations as well as stat locking, one stat per ribbon. It's going to have new resources for you to earn with a different gameplay loop. And obviously a new Warframe. And yeah, that'll all be discussed next week in our dev stream. This is a preview to set the stage for just the density of information I think that is going to come your way.
Yeah, mostly because on the dev stream next week we needed more time.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we just moved it to here. So
Yes.
Now you know a little ahead of
Did Dolly Parton just died? That can't be true.
Don't believe chat. You're getting one guide.
We're ending the stream if that's true.
Chips, I don't DM anybody, so it's definitely a
Yes,
scammer.
it is. It's true. Oh, no. No way.
Dolly!
Oh.
Oh.
Rest in peace, Dolly Parton.
What do we do?
I don't know. This
If
is kind of a
anyone's
live
DMing out of the blue like that,
You know what? Cancel
it's
the room
worthwhile to
change.
just assume that it's a
No!
scammer.
Dolly, no! Oh, that's awful.
That
I
is
love
awful.
Dolly Parton.
Now-
how is that happening? How can that be part of the war?
I don't know, but
Okay.
Chatter who shared it, you're a vibes killer.
And Chad, who shared it, that was your first ever comment in a Warframe stream.
That is crazy. He was out there looking like, who can I tell about this?
Yeah, that's brutal. Honestly, Dolly has always been a gem, and I would say a moral compass.
No worries,
Someone
peace
to
chips.
be like every day. So, okay, I think we're gonna end the stream there because there's not much else to do. Because now I'm sad.
Yep.
Hopefully you're happy. Are you sad now too?
No,
Yeah, I know.
It's hard to
Yeah,
recover.
one
from
question
I
I
know.
have with that
Okay, chat.
is
We're probably at 15 minutes.
we were
anyway.
comboing stats
Close
to
enough.
get
this.
I don't know.
weak
That's it.
point
We're done.
damage,
Adios.
but I wonder.
Bye.
Okay, that's very interesting. So, the big thing here, in case anyone didn't kind of missed what they were chatting about there, other than Dolly Parton dying, rip. We're gonna be able to combine stats into one stat, like combo elements, and combo stats like weak point damage. So new stats, added to Rivens. So that's pretty huge, but then the question that I have with that is, one of the questions that I have with this is how many times we can combine stats, how many combo stats we can have, will it limit the number of stats on the weapon? 3 norm, 1 negative. Right now, will this change? So those are some pretty... Douche Lord for the 25 months, tier 1. Thank you very much, Douche Lord. Greatly appreciate you. How you been? So those are some really important questions that I have with that. Is how are these going to be playing in? So how many times can we combine the stats into new ones per ribbon? How many combo stats can we have at once? Can we combine combo stats, 2 different combo stats into mega ultra combo stat? Are all questions that matter here. Corrosive viral influence builds on all the frames. I mean, I would go with viral blast on all of them more than anything else. Pure tranquility, or viral like corrosive blast. Like, yeah, there's a lot of options here now. A lot of options. There's so many things with Rivens here. Gas plus blast on a single weapon. Yeah, like that's going to be a really big thing. Crit chance crit damage already exists, right? Like that already exists, but it's like the one that they showed was weak point damage is a new stat to them. And like combo elements, so blast is a new one. So you can combine heat and cold to make blast and that type of stuff. Saying you can't get both corrosive and blast with it. Well, we don't know yet, right? We don't know if you can have more than one combo stat, right? How many times can we combine stats? We don't know how many combo stats you can have on a Riven at once. And like, does a combo stat take up multiple stat slots, right? So combo stat takes up more than one stat slot. So like that's another question that we don't have a lot of information on yet. Vesper 77. The bots don't like spaces either, or cat. So like there's a lot of really important questions there. Like how many times can we combine the ribbons? How many combo stats can we have on a ribbon at a single time? And you can combine a negative with a positive? Yeah, that's what they did. It was that's a good point. Combined a negative with a positive to make weak point damage. So that's really very interesting. Huh. Theoretically, the mag plus rad mods plus 2 on a weapon, 2 on a ribbon could get you every combined stats. Yeah, that's the big thing, is like this is going to be opening up a lot of potential options for weapon crafting with ribbons, and they're going to make ribbons much more interesting going forward. So there's a lot of big question marks of how everything's going to be functioning out and be doing stuff. So that's going to be interesting. How many times can we combine stats into new ones per ribbon is a big question. How many combo stats can we have at once is a big question. Like, can we combine 2 different combo stats into a mega ultra combo stat? So like if we can have more than one combo stat on it at a time, can we then combine those into more combo stats? Will it limit the number of stats on a weapon? So right now we have normal is 3, the highest potential is 3 normal stats with 1 negative right now, and is that going to be changing? Like, are we going to be able to, will combo stats take up more than 1 stat slot on a ribbon is kind of another interesting combination there. Status duration, status damage, something like the harmony. Yeah, that's another question, is are we going to get something like that? Hey, Wari, how you doing? There's a lot of big questions here with this. This is going to be very interesting. This is, to me, this is a bigger deal than the lock stats. The lock stats is really, really cool, but this is going to be just sort of like nice. This is just quality of life, but this is going to be the thing that's really changing the game, right? This is quality of life. This is very, very nice. But this is the big part here. Big, Pure Tranquility. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate you. So like the big question is like, how is this all going to be playing into it, right? How are these stats going to be playing into it? That's a really, really big question. Because also it depends on like what kind of stats we can get with the combo stats. Right? We saw weak point damage, as Pure Tranquility said, status damage, or status duration is another big one as well, because status damage, that's an elementalist, so that frees up a mod slot there potentially, right? Whenever I think about ribbons, I always think about ribbons in replacing mod slots, because that's how I think that ribbons are best used, is not by making a good weapon better, but by making your build easier, right? So you remove, it essentially replaces like other mods, and that's how I like to use ribbons. So like this is a big question, because if we can get like combo elements. And then the other question is like, are we going to be able to choose the stats on the roll, right? So like if we go like the ones that we're combining, I'm assuming that that's going to be the case, right? Like I have to have one here that's has more than 1 element. I know I do. I just can't. I think it's my Phantasma. But if you have 3 elements on there, right? So let's say you have like, I don't know if I have any that has 3 elements on here. But if you have 3 elements on your ribbon, how is that gonna work? Right? Like, do you choose what elements get comboed? I assume that you're gonna be able to choose what stats get comboed up. I'm assuming that that's the case. I don't know. That's so interesting. I'm actually very interested in that they're doing that. Sigils and links, yeah, they need to fix look link a lot. Like this would just make corrosive, right? Corrosive status chance would be the combo here, right? Like that makes sense. But like, what happens if you did electricity with status chance? Is that gonna do like status damage, status duration? Ooh, there's so many questions. Will combo stats be available to be rolled, or are they combo only? Yeah, that's the other thing, is like, are they adding in those new stats into... That's a good question. Will combo stats be able to be rolled at all? I think they said no. I think they said no. But then the other question is when you roll again, what happens to the combo stat? Right? When you roll again after combo, after combining, what happens to the combo stat? Will combo stats be able to be rolled into other different combo stats? Right? So if you do a combo stat on a Riven just to roll under the combo stat pool, that could be interesting as well. I don't think they'll probably do that. I think that's probably a little bit too far in the weeds. Because like the way that I see this working is you would roll until you get a combo stat that you like, and then lock the combo stat and then keep rolling. Is probably the way that I see this going forward. It would be my assumption. Right? Okay, I gotta feed the cat. You know the deal. We gotta go feed the cat, run an ad break, run to the washroom, and stretch my back. So we'll be back in a few minutes here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, you know what? Let's do a giveaway. For some Riven slots, everybody and anybody can join. Type !join in the Twitch chat to get in for the giveaway for some Riven slots, and we'll be back in a few minutes. I've returned. We're sitting because now I'm thinking. And I use too much energy while thinking. It makes my legs stop working. Tristan Atlas 17. Tristan Atlas 17, what is your in-game name so I can send you some ribbon slots? And please say something in chat, Tristan Atlas 17. What do be your in-game name? Please claim your prize. There we go. Oop. And gift, and gift, and there, and gift, and grats. Who? Who? Do you want to? Meant to be underscores. Well, sigh. Grats. There you go. Now it's there. Sound like Jim Carrey? Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Yeah, this is all very, very interesting. I've got a lot of questions about this. I feel like popping onto Twitter and throwing questions at Pablo. Combined stats in one stat, including blast, combo elements, Combo stats like weak point stats, new stats being added to Ribbons, combined negative to positive to make weak points, what they showed. Ribbon changes, kind of worrying. Seems like they're adding more RNG on top of RNG with the Ribbon evolution system. Yeah, but they're also removing RNG on top of that as well. Because you're able to lock in a stat, so they're actually removing RNG in a way as well. Removing stats, like you can lock a stat, one stat at a time, is really, really powerful to remove a lot of the RNG, because a lot of the times you want like one stat to stay and then you don't care about the others, so you can keep it. So like that's kind of an interesting thing. Let's actually pop on to X and bother Pablo. Hey, at Pablo. Pablo. Got ribbon changes questions. I know, I don't like Twitter either, but we have to use it because that's where Pablo uses it mainly. One stat. Are we limited to one combo stat per ribbon? What happens when we roll Ribbon after combo statting? Can we combo multiple combo stats to make mega combo stat? Will combo stat limit number of potential stats on Ribbon? Right now, 3 norm, 1 negative. Combo sets. Got Ribbon chat. Are we going to limited 1 combo stat per Ribbon? What happens when we roll a Ribbon after combo statting? Can we combine multiple combo stats and make mega combo stat? Hey, Elsterl, how you doing? Will combo stat limit be number of potential stats on a Ribbon? Can we lock the combo stat if when rolling after? Combo stats be rolled at all? Will the Ribbon be affected by the range of newly rolled stats? Yeah, that's a good question. Roll count on Ribbon will still be a thing. Assumably, roll count on Ribbon will still be a thing. What will this, what will combo stats / locked stats do for dissolving. If we can roll combo Riven after comboing, will it roll into a new combo stat or into a normal stat? Combine stats. Hope roll count on them still things. Fun seeing the number get bigger. Well, they definitely would still go. Like, I think that the Rivens, like, the rolls will still exist. Like, I don't think that's changing. But it's kind of interesting on how a few things are. How many times can we combine stats? Are we limited to one combo? What happens when we roll? Will we be able to... Will combo stats be static? E.g. comboing damage plus accuracy will always give same combo stat. Lock combo stat when rolling. Thanks a ton. Be static. Comboing damage plus accuracy will always give same combo. Can we lock the combo stat? What will combo stats, lock stats do for dissolving? If we can roll Riven after comboing, will it roll into a new combo stat or norm stat? Will it roll into a new combo or norm stat? Thanks a ton. All right, well, we'll see if Pablo answers any of that. But there is a lot of questions there. And more. But this is a very interesting thing. Hey, Uncle, how you doing? Very interesting changes here. Lots and lots of potential with this, right? There's a lot of things here that could be changing essentially the whole entire economy and use cases of Rivens, and Rivens might become much more important on weapons because of these combo stats, right? Because, like, think of how many weapons I use. Like here, for instance, right? I've got Vicious Frost and I've got Toxin here to make viral, right? Like, if I can get this to being viral, then that frees up a slot here. So the combo elements on their own is really massive. And then, like, things, they showed weak point damage. So weak point damage is going to be, like, a really good roll for certain types of weapons. And then we have, like, is elemental damage going to be added onto that? So status damage, is that going to be functioning in? So essentially elementalist mods, are those going to be added into the stat pool? Like, the potential of this is really massive. There is a lot to this that could drastically change the way that the game operates in the latest game and making Rivens much more important. Much more important. So there's a lot. Rivens now, Cold Toxin naturally, does it combine automatically or go viral? No, it seems like you'll need, it won't combo automatically. It seems like you'll need to combo the stats. At least that's what I was kind of getting from it, is like you'll need to do the combo the stats. Right? Like, how many combo stats can we have? Like, if we lock in that viral, can we then roll into a new combo stat and roll again? Like, that's another question. Like, how is this all going to be playing out? This is very interesting. This is going to drastically change the importance of Rivens in the game. Because right now, Rivens are just kind of a nice to have, but this is going to be turning Rivens into, at least in my opinion, much more important. And the reducing the RNG on Rivens is really massive. This is a really big thing. Because how many times when you're rolling a Riven, you're like, dang, I really wish that I had, like, this one stat carry over. Because sometimes, like, going like Verglass, right? Verglass crit chance is the most important stat for a Verglass Riven. So if you can keep Verglass going the whole entire time, right? Like, keep that crit chance and you can roll into higher and better things there. Say hi real quick. Thank you for streaming. Take care. Enjoy your time, everyone. Finding out Dolly Parton was not on the bingo card. Yeah, that was a little bit surprising. Good changes. Strange but cool. So Pablo responds. Yeah, I think that this is all really, really good. I'm very excited for all of this. This is going to be a pretty massive change, actually. Info on locking the stat line will also lock its magnitude. I mean, I would assume that it probably wouldn't lock its magnitude, right? Because the magnitude is dependent on the number of stats and the negative. So I'm going to assume not. I assume that the stat line would be reflective to that, would be my gut instinct. But that is a good question, too. I assume it's locking the stat, not the percentage, right? So it would lock crit damage here, but it wouldn't lock, like, the percentage of crit damage. Because the percentages here are dependent on, you know, the number of base stats and having a negative, right? And, of course, the dispo of the weapon, too, right? So I'm going to assume that the stats won't. I'm going to assume that the stats aren't going to be changing. That's my assumption. Like the stats will change because it's based off of everything. But that's my assumption that's the case. That's your assumption as well, because lock the magnitude could allow for some crazy values. Yeah, like I would assume that it wouldn't lock the magnitude. I assume that it would lock the stat, right? So it would be critical damage, and then if you roll it again after that, it would change based off of what the rest of the roll is. And then the other thing that I'm wondering is, like, how is that going to play into the... Like, how is that going to be playing into everything, right? There's so many questions I have with this. Holy crap, this is really interesting. This is really, really, really interesting, actually. This could be a really massive shakeup to the game's sort of late game and making Rivens much, much, much more important. Much more important. It's going to really depend on how it all plays out. Very, very interesting, actually. This is a very, very big change to the game, actually. It's a lot bigger than people think it is. Because, at least for the way that I look at Rivens, right, I don't care about god rolls, I care about usable rolls. Right? I don't, like, god rolls means nothing to me if it's not as usable. Yeah, sure, Cardi, send it over. So, yeah, oh, man, this is very interesting. This could be really, really big. Blast Gas, Zadabasmu, you will be mine. Yeah, exactly. Things like that, right? This is actually going to be a really, really, really massive change. Increase the magnitude to its maximum over time. Yeah, I don't think so. Because that's, I think, going too far into the weeds of the code. I don't think that's going to be happening. Like, maybe that'll happen, but at least with this, I don't think so. Gas Blast influence Nami Solo. Yeah, that's another thing, right? This is going to be a pretty huge adjustment to the Riven economy and the importance of Rivens for people like me. Because it's going to mean that we're going to get much more usable Rivens going forward. That you can use from combo elements more than one base element? Yeah, no, it would probably not. But then, like, if you can combine multiple stats, right? So let's say you combine, you roll, you get heat and cold, so you combine that into blast, you lock that. And then you roll into, like, corrosive. Could you have blast corrosive on a Riven? Oh. Do viral magnetic with mods? No, but what I'm saying is, on the Riven itself was more what I was talking about, Rob. Was more what I was speaking of there. This is very interesting. Ooh, yeah, the Banshee Deluxe. Very pretty. Ooh. 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 That looks good. good. That looks super good. I checked out some of the fashion that you sent already, Lost Knife, but I haven't seen if you sent me more. Yeah, this is very, very interesting. This is gonna really drastically change the Riven market. Really, really, really drastically change the Riven market. I'm a big fan of this change. Really, really big fan. Like, the big question that I have is, did I write this down already? How many combo stats will limit the number of stats on the weapon? I didn't write it down. Will combo combinations into combo stats always be the same? So damage plus accuracy equals always equals same combo stat. Right? So like you can craft your Riven a little bit more like that. Best amp for level cap, somewhere between 547, 147 are usually the ones that people do for level cap. So there's a lot of questions there. Lot of questions. Riven change, this is so good. Yeah, this Warframe, this Riven short change is what we're talking about right now, Cora. I'm really, really interested. I don't know if Pablo's gonna answer my question, but maybe he will. This is gonna be very, very interesting. So they, with the Ice Blade of Narin, there's gonna be a few changes, to the Riven system. We're gonna be able to combine stats into new stats that don't exist on Rivens right now. So the one that they showed was damage plus minus accuracy turned into weak point damage, which is incredibly strong. And then like they also said that we'll be able to get combo elements like blast. So you'll be able to get blast on your Riven and not have to do heat cold mods separately on the weapon. And like that's really, really interesting. And then the other, so this is like the big change. The biggest change to me is this. This is the other big thing, which is going to be a quality of life thing for Rivens, is when you're rolling, you'll be able to lock a stat, but only one stat at a time you'll be able to lock. So if you really want multi-shot on your Riven, you can lock multi-shot and then keep rolling, and it'll keep multi-shot locked, but all of the other stats will change. What's the best companion at the moment? Kind of depends on the build that you're playing, Frisk. I would say probably the go-to best right now, just like in general, is the Panzerwolfpfeile. But if you're playing melee, then the Doriga is definitely the best companion for melee builds, for status priming stuff. The Nautilus is fantastic for damage output on its own, as well as buffing you, as well as grouping enemies. The you're doing Uriel Nuke, yeah, probably the Nautilus then, because then you group enemies together for you. So that when you cast your 3 to help charge your 4, it hits more enemies and makes it a little bit faster charging. Also, will group more enemies together for Katanax Chains, so I would probably say go Nautilus with that build. Some people like doing Mecha Set for him, which then will cause statuses on the enemy to get spread around, which then the Panzerwolfpfeile is the best for the Mecha Set right now. So it kind of depends on the build, like what else you're doing with your build and your loadout. But I would say the Panzerwolfpfeile is very, very strong, and so on and so forth. Does the mutagen and antigen matter? I mean, realistically, no. Like, if you want to get super into the weeds, yeah. Because they, Wolfie, I don't know. If I took a look at some of your fashion, I don't know if you sent more since then. The mutagen antigen, it saves you a forma and then also gives your companion like damage reduction. So like give it a damage reduction that helps. So like slash is the damage reduction that I would always just generally recommend, like slash, or like and then it also is another element. You can do like breed panzers, so it has all 4 mutagens and antigens. but that takes like a lot of time and effort or platinum by buying the imprints from other players. So I would say just like, don't worry about it too much. It's not like super important unless you're going super min-max. Okay, just gotta run a quick ad break and then we'll keep taking a look at people's stuff here. I do want to see if by chance Pablo has... No, nothing yet. Okay. We'll see if Pablo does any clarifying questions on this, because there's a lot of questions with this. There is a lot of questions. I will be making a short on this for tomorrow night or tomorrow morning, because this is a really big deal. This is actually really massive for the game. And then the lock into stat, this is just super nice for like making life easier, you know? This is really good too. This is really good. This is really good. It's going to drastically change all Rivens, the Riven market, because comboing up stats is going to be really powerful. Especially depending on what the different combo stats we'll be able to get is going to be really important. Right? Like this is gonna, I'll have to make a Riven video. I'll have to do a new Riven video for all of this. This is gonna actually be really cool. I'm really excited for this. Combine stats, some of the weapons may still prefer keeping elements separate for weighting purposes. Yeah, and that's the other thing, right? Is like sometimes you'll want to keep things separately. Like getting super into the weeds. Sometimes you'll want to have different elements. Sometimes you'll want combo elements. Sometimes you'll want normal elements. So it's it's gonna be much more interesting. I'm really a big fan of this. This is going to be really interesting. We're going to have a lot of interesting combinations. Because the weak point damage, like imagine getting a weak point damage on a blast Daiku, right? Getting a weak point damage Riven or a blast Riven for that type of a weapon so that you can like free up Riven slots for other things, so you can do blast electric on that weapon now much easier. And because the headshot multiplier and the blast and so on and so forth, like there's a lot of really interesting things with this. This is going to be really massive, and it is going to make Rivens much more important. So like I'm going to be farming Kuva and saving up Kuva for this change. And I'm really interested in how they did say that this the currency for comboing stats is not going to be necessarily locked to the late game, which is nice. So it will be something that people will be able to take advantage of at like earlier points, right? Which is another really interesting thing. It depends on also how easy is this currency going to be able to get for comboing and for locking, right? And are they going to add the currency into are they going to add the currency into system like missions and systems that we already like to engage with, so that we'll have a constant source of them, or is it going to be like a specific type of activity where we're locked to it? Is another really big question. There is so much interesting things here. This is going to be really big, actually. I really don't think, like, easier content, but most of it's from harder new content. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Is like some of it, yeah. Gas heat's going to be a thing. Yup. Yeah, there's a lot of combinations here. Blast gas, like blast gas, blast heat, blast, like, blast cold. So if you want to do, like, a frostbite on a primary weapon, that's going to be a thing. And potentially we'll have blast and electric on a single mod is going to be very interesting. Blast gas electric for that too is going to be very good. Yeah, this is viral cold. Yeah, so freezing, slowing enemies, and then also giving damage multiplier. There's a lot to this that's going to be very interesting. This is going to drastically shake up and make Rivens much more important. But then the question is like, how is this going to impact like the priority of Rivens? Like Rivens are going to be much more important going forward because of this. Riven's important, gross. It's more going to be for like the super late game people like me. Like it's not going to really drastically change things for like for normal players. being realistic, but it is going to drastically change like late game stuff for people like me, where I'm going to be like thinking of how min-maxing I can do with Rivens now. Because before, it was just kind of Rivens were... I only used Rivens if they were fit into my build easily, and now they're going to fit into my build much more easily, right? Because I'll be able to customize the Riven much more to my stats. Which is kind of the big thing. Don't think they'll be important so much as they're going to be a lot more fun to work with. Yeah, and that's kind of more what I mean, Evan, right? Is that they're going to be much more fun to work with and easier to work with, which to me, because the ease of their use is going to be something that changes the overall importance of them, right? Because one of the big problems with Rivens is having to make choices of where you're putting your Riven, right? You're sacrificing your Riven. Hey, Wannabe, how you doing? So, like, you're sacrificing potential in order to use a Riven. But now you're potentially not sacrificing that potential to use a Riven now, which is freaking massive. Insert potential meme here. Quick, someone who's got a tier 2 sub. December's supposed to be bringing harder content, so Rivens will be more important for that. Yeah, but I mean, like, the thing is that right now, Warframe is not in a... We're not lacking for damage in Warframe. Right? Damage is something we can always find more of. But the use of the capabilities of Rivens is much more important. Some of your face against Slot Machine was never appealing before. Yeah, no, I'm with you. But what this means is, like, you can game Rivens much easier now. And you can make Rivens much more, like, easier to use, stronger to use, and more functional. Is the big thing. One going to be engaging with this new system to personalize your favorite weapons and make them perfect for Banshee. Yeah, that's the big thing, is like making the Rivens more functional to you. Yeah, this is really interesting. Damn. This is going to be really interesting. There's a lot of big questions with this. Like, this is really good. This is really good. Big fan of this. But, like, this is just quality of life. This is the interesting thing. Like, don't get me wrong. Quality of life is, like, always welcome. But this is where it'll be riveting. Mystic, I hate you. About Rivens today? Yeah, so they have way too much to talk about in the dev stream next Friday. Way too much to talk about. So what they're doing is they talked a little bit about Riven changes that are going to be coming. So first things first is we're going to be able to lock one stat on a Riven at a time. So when you roll, you'll be able to use a new currency to lock a stat in place so it doesn't get removed off your weapon when you roll. But you'll also be able to combo stats up. So you'll be able to choose 2 stats on the Riven to combo them up into a new stat. And one of the stats that they showed was weak point damage, which is not a stat that you can currently roll on Rivens. So next week's dev short's going to be Rue and Pablo. Hell yeah. Oh, that's going to be a mess. Rue and Pablo. I'm just going to be sitting there screaming, Rue, happy birthday. Oh, we for sure will get a dev workshop on this. It'll probably be after the dev stream. It'll definitely be after the dev stream. Right? Oh, Pablo did answer some of them. Wait, no, Pablo, where'd the answers go? Come back, Pablo. There was a response. There we go. Too many, but you'll try. In theory, you could have 3 combo stats at once. That's a normal reroll. There are no combos of combos yet. Don't understand the question. You can lock the combo stats like any other stats. Reroll only gives base stats out of letters. I love you. I love you, Pablo. Okay, so in theory, you could have 3 combo stats at once. So in theory, you can get more than 1 combo stat. Pablo. Yes, more than 1 combo stat at once. What happens when you reroll Riven after combo stats? So just a normal reroll. Are there no combos of combos yet? Okay, so no combos of combos yet. Don't understand the question. Will combo stat limit? Okay, that's fair. You can lock combo stats like any other stat. Okay, so you can lock the combo stats. Number of stats on a weapon. Will combo stats be able to roll at all? When you roll again after comboing, what happens with the combo stat? Will combo stats be able to roll into other combo stats? Okay, so you didn't get to that. All right. Okay, that is all really, really good. You can lock combo stats, so you can lock combo stats. Pablo can lock combo stats during rolling. Ooh, we love Pablo. You know what's great is that the devs actually do stuff like this, answering questions right away. We're like, this is amazing. Like, frick, DE. They treat us so good. They treat us so good. We love the Pablo. Yeah, that's really, really, really big. Really, 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 really big, actually. I'm so glad that Pablo answered that. Interesting, interesting. So we can potentially like get more combo stats. So we can potentially get up to 3 combo stats. Holy crap. The depth of this is going to be insane. Right? Because if we can then like, so essentially what I'm saying here is we roll, and then from our roll, we get a combo, and then we lock the combo, which then we roll, and then we get a new combo. Get a new combo stat out of that. So like we can, which then equals 2 combo stats, potentially more. This is really huge. This is really, really huge, actually. This is really, really, really big. Well, theoretically, Dalen, what I'm thinking it would be is like you roll, make combo, then you lock the combo, then you roll, and the roll gives you enough stats to combo, which then gives you a new combo stat equals 2 combo stats, potentially more. So, like, this is actually really, really, really big. This is really interesting. I'm very, very, very interested in this, how this is going to play out. Lock makes the roll. It's a new resource to lock it, and it's half of the cost. So they showed it with 1,000 Kuva roll, and it had 500 of new resource, right? And then you needed to have 1,000 Kuva and 500 of the new resource in order to lock the roll with a reroll. Stock up on Kuva, wouldn't the ability to lock stats decrease the average number of rolls to get a god roll? Yeah, but it does mean that we're gonna be rolling a lot of Rivens, right? Is more what I'm talking about. So like on a per individual Riven basis, you're right, but when you have 200 plus Rivens, now you have 200 plus Rivens that you could potentially tool around with. And that's the interesting thing. This is really, really big, actually. This is really, really big. Holy smokes, this is going to be crazy. Also, God rolls are likely to involve some combo stat now, at least 2. Yeah, well, Pablo Bungo just answered that, yes, we can have more than 1 combo stat. So you can essentially do this. Roll, make a combo, lock a combo, roll again. It gives you enough stats to make a new combo, get another combo, and then you have 2 combo stats with plus more. Right? So, like, theoretically, you can have lots of... You can have... Well, Pablo said theoretically you could have 3 combo stats. The menacing theoretical... Well, the problem with that, Bungo, is... I don't know if we'll be able to, like, how likely that type of a Riven would be. But I think, like, the most likely will be 2 combo stats plus normal stat plus normal... negative, right? And that's where we're going to be landing, is something like that. Now, like that said, they were comboing negatives and normal stats in order to get the weak point damage, so maybe in that regards. Locking a stat? Yeah, you can lock a stat when you reroll. Is part of the announcement today. This is really, really interesting. This is really, really, really interesting. There is so much of this. Holy smokes. My brain is already going crazy with this. Holy smokes. This is going to make Rivens much more engaging to play with. And much more, like, to me, important. Not, like, important for the whole existence of Warframe, but to me, Rivens are going to be much more important. Because right now, because of the randomness, I don't use Rivens unless it was, like, a slot in and made sense. This also makes low dispo Rivens far stronger. Yeah, because now you can actually get rolls that you want more frequently. And it's higher likelihood of you getting good rolls on lower dispo Rivens. I agree. Because right now, like with a low dispo Riven, you want basically a god roll or you don't bother. Or as close to a god roll as you can, or you just don't bother using it. But now, if you can just get like viral on a low dispo Riven, that saves a mod slot for you. And if you're like, I've always looked at Rivens as being like a mod slot saver. And like, it needs to slot into the build. So it needs to replace a mod that I'm already using and then give me extras on top of that. And that's the way I've always looked at Rivens. Like, I don't want to change my build. I want a Riven to fit into my build, not my build fit around a Riven. So now this is going to make my Rivens fit even easier into my builds because I'll be able to lock stats. I'll be able to do combo stats, and the low Riven dispos don't matter as much. Wonder what happens when you merge faction bonuses? That is a really good question. That is a very, very good question. Now, like, there's still so many questions that we have around this and like how this is all going to be playing out. Right? Like, are we going to be able to, like, what happens? Like, I don't think he answered, will combinations of combo stats always be the same? So damage plus accuracy always equals the same combo stat. Like, that's another thing that we don't know. Elemental damage. Yeah, elemental damage is something that I'm really interested in too. Because that's elementalist, right? Saving a mod slot is something that I always value when it comes to Rivens. This is very, very big, actually. Sorry, I know that we're supposed to be doing our weeklies, and I know a bunch of you sent me fashion and stuff to look at, but like, this is more important. Sorry, y'all. This do be more important. There's a lot to this. This could actually be really, really huge. When is it releasing? This is with Narin, so late September, early October. Somewhere in that bracket. This is very interesting. How this is all going to play into the game is going to be much more important. So we will be able to have more than one combo stat. That's the big thing. Because if we were limited to one combo stat, I thought that would have been still fair. Like, fair and reasonable. Like, I wouldn't have been complaining about that personally. But the fact that we can now have multiple combo stats on a Riven means that, like, you could potentially roll a blast elemental damage Riven. How do multiple sources of elemental damage function? Are they additive to each other? Did they clarify you can get combo stats from a regular roll? Pablo did not clarify that, no. In this case, the shiny thing is Riven mechanic changes. Well, the big thing for me is, like, I've never really cared for Rivens. But this is going to make me like Rivens more because you can do much more interesting things with Rivens now. How do we feel with these changes? I mean, without it being in our hands, Venomous, I can't give a final opinion because for me, I always reserve my final opinion until I can actually mess with it. In theory, this is crazy. Right? This is going to drastically change, for me, how I use and utilize Rivens in the game now. Like, this is going to change every function of Rivens to me. Right? The fact that I can, like, offload elemental combos into Rivens is really huge. Because the way that I always look at Rivens is, if I can save, like, here's an example, right? So I rolled this Riven 200 times to get cold plus stats that I care about, right? Because I wanted blast on here. So it needed to replace my cold mod and then do something else. So it needed to replace cold and give me more. Lost Knife Point, thank you very much for a tier 2 sub to Fenrir. I appreciate you. That's very kind of you. Fenrir, if you got, please make sure to say thank you. Thank you very much for gifted tier 2 sub. Holy crap, Lost Knife. Thank you so much. Depends, Burning Hate is multiplicative to elementals, for example. See, that's what I'm wondering. Is it going to apply like Burning Hate? Or is it just going to be additive to each other? So like, if we can get elementalist like that, or get a status damage, essentially elementalist, on a Riven, is it going to work like Burning Hate? And is that how elemental damage just functions? Because I don't think that we have a lot of sources of elemental damage boosts in the game, right? We've got, Burning Hate, the Elementalist mods, and that's kind of it, I think, off the top of my head. I can't think of any other sources of status damage. So, Alpine, yo! What's up, everybody? Oh, hi, everyone. Hi, Alpine. How you doing? How was your stream? What'd y'all get up to? This was an early stream for you today, eh? Welcome on in, everyone. My name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe and make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being an official Warframe content creator. I hope that you all had a wonderful time over with Alpine. Alpine, of course, as always, if you need to raid and run, you are more than welcome to. I would love for you to hang, but if you gotta go, you gotta go. You got an appointment? No worries. Go forth. Go forth. What if one of the combo stats become a CO mod? Sea Sky Cleaver? That's a great question. That's an excellent question. We're just talking about all of the announcements. It was a very quick announcement, but very impactful. You will lurk and be back later. No worries. I hope that you have yourself a good appointment, and I'll catch you later. We're talking about the Riven changes that they announced. But welcome on in, everyone. What we like to do around here anytime that we get ready to thank the kind people for sharing their community is we like to do a giveaway. So we will get a giveaway going in just a little bit here to thank Alpine for the raid. So sit tight. We're just yapping about Rivens, trying to think of what kind of shenanigans are going to be coming up out of this. Because this is a very impactful change. Very, very, very impactful change. Red Panda, hey, I love red pandas. And thank you, Voltwing, Neemcrid, probably mispronounced your name, but hi, thank you for the follow. Valorin, thank you for the follow as well, Beowulf, and anyone else who I missed there. Hope you are all doing well. For example, combination status chance plus duration equals CO mod spot. Yeah, see, that's what I'm wondering, right? Like, what are these combo stats going to be? We don't obviously know yet. Because they did show weak point damage as being one of them, and they did mention combo elements, so like blast, as being part of it. So like there is a lot. Neve Cree. It's Gaelic for Heaven's Heart. Oh, Neem is okay too, though. Well, thank you very much, Neem. I appreciate you. The dyslexia do strike sometimes. Aster, thanks for the follow there too. Appreciate you. Yeah, so Pablo did answer a few of my questions here. Lost Knife Point for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Lost Knife Point. Appreciate the hell out of you. Pablo did answer a few of my questions here. Want to be hero for the 100 biddies. Thank you so much. Oh, we'll snooze this ad break since there's a whatchamacallit there, hype train. Pablo did answer a few of these questions here from me, just to catch people up. So in theory, you could have 3 combo stats at once, which is very interesting. There's no combos of combos yet. Dun dun dun. No, Dalen. No, they are not pure. They don't lose the keys. They are mere trespassers. Thank you very much, Dalen, for the biddies. Appreciate the hell out of you. Of the void. If y'all want in for the hype train, help support the community, biddies, sound alerts, gifted subs, all that jazz. Get yourself something a little cool. And to thank Alpine for the raid, because we're talking about ribbons, we're gonna give away some ribbon slots. So type exclamation point join in the Twitch chat to thank Alpine for the raid. Everybody and anybody is welcome to join. Type exclamation point join for some ribbon slots. Hold the Tenno. Come to scavenge and desecrate the sacred realm. Brothers, did I not tell of this day? Did I not prophesize this moment? This is so cool! So I wonder if Pablo is going to be answering more questions on this as we go through. It'll be very interesting to see if we get some more out of this. Combined and a random. If the random mixes with another base, you can end up with 3 combos, but it'll be rare. Okay, so that's what I was thinking, right? So that's how that's going to work. When you combine 2, you get the combined and a random. If the random mixes with another base, you can end up with 3 combined and it'll be rare. Okay, so you can end up... Ooh, this is going to be very interesting. Combine cold and toxin into viral and then get toxin on the same ribbon. Okay, so you will be able to get 2 of the same element through comboing of the base elements. Thank you very much, Dalen, for the Captain Vor yapping. So you can theoretically, as Pablo said here, viral cold frostbite. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Or blight, right? Blight being another good one because it's more crit damage or multi-shot, depending on which one you want and depending on et cetera, et cetera. So like that's really interesting, but that also means like corrosive electric is a thing, potentially, right? On a single ribbon, corrosive electric is one. Like this is all very, very interesting. Debilitate is going to go wild with this. This is all really huge, actually. Really, really all huge stuff. No combos of combos yet. Don't understand the question. Lock the combos. Reroll only gives base stats. Okay, so rerolling, you won't get combos out of rerolling, but then I assume that you'll be able to combo from the rerolling is what they're talking about here. Is what he's talking about here. Oh my lord, this is crazy. This is wild. Sorry, this is like my dream situation, finding out like stuff like this. I love this stuff. I love this stuff. In case anyone wants to see this tweet here, I hate using X, but just for the sake of making everyone's life a little bit easier, I'll accept it for now. There's a lot of questions though. Like the big question that I had was that it has an Altador. Thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciate you. Posted a recap in the official Discord channel. Okay, we'll pull that up here. Like, the one big question that I have here is this one here. Is this. So if you combo damage plus accuracy, will it always give you the same stat? Right? So damage plus accuracy always equals this. Or status chance plus element always gives you this, is my question. Because with like the elemental combos, that makes sense, right? You combo heat and cold, it'll always give you blast because, you know, blast. But for like the other stats, will heat and cold always, or will damage plus accuracy always give you XYZ? Like, is that going to be a static combo of the stats on there? So like that type of thing is my big question. Thank you very much, Altador, for the gifted sub. Wannabe Hero for the biddies, Dalen for the biddies, and Lost Knife Point for the 5 gifted, as well as Dalen for the sound alerts there. Greatly appreciate you there. It sounds like that was implied. Yeah, but I don't ever work on implied. I always work off of, because implied, you know, assuming makes an ass out of you and me, that type of thing. So like I need to have a yes or like a hard answer before I commit, if that makes sense. Like that's the way my brain always works. Locked to 2 combos and a negative, you understand it, right? I mean, no, not necessarily. Frisk, if you could please tell me what your in-game name is, and I will send you some ribbon slots. Please tell me what your in-game name is, and I will send you some ribbon slots. And that was to thank Alpine for the raid. We do have to run a quick ad break here, and also I just gotta go run to the washroom, so I'll be right back, and then we'll keep yapping about ribbons. Okay, we're back. Yeah, so that's kind of the question, what we're trying to figure out here, right? Is like, how is this all gonna be playing out? This is very, very, very interesting. All this is very, very, very interesting. I am very excited to see how this is all gonna be playing out. There is a lot of potential to this. A lot of potential. Thank you very much, Pablo, for answering those questions. Yeah, this is gonna be pretty massive, actually. The fact that we can have more than one combo stat at once is going to be huge. Frisk, you should have your giveaway in your inbox. I sent it over to you there. Yeah, and like I said, this isn't necessarily going to be like, if it gives you a random one, shouldn't your max be 2 combo plus normal? Well, they were, in the dev short, they comboed up a negative stat and a positive stat to make a combo. So theoretically, you can combo one stat, lock that stat, reroll to combo a stat, and then if you get lucky, then you would get a third normal stat and a negative, which then you could combine into a third. Theoretically. Like, and I think that's what he was saying, is that you can theoretically, but super rare, get 3 combo stats on a Riven at once. Right? So, like, that's... Like, this is, again, it's not going to be... For most players, this isn't going to be, like, a big game changer, but for me and Rivens, this is going to be a huge game changer. Because now I have, like, a loop for hunting. Isn't comboing using the stats? Yeah, but it does replace the stats, right? So, like, in the dev short, they comboed a negative with a positive, and then you got new positive being the weak point damage with a normal stat that you had before with a new negative which had question marks. Right? So it just replaced the damage and then gave you also a new negative on top of that, or a new stat on top of that from the dev short. There's a lot of questions to this. It's going to be very interesting how this is going to be playing out. But you can only lock one stat, so you're left with 3 ones, negative included. Yeah, so you'd be able to, like, roll, make a combo stat, lock that combo stat, then roll again, which gives you enough stats to make a combo, which gives you a new combo stat, right? And then get a new combo stat on top of that, so then you have 2 combo stats plus a normal stat, potentially 3 combo stats, and a normal negative stat on top of that, right? Eventually, as well, you can have 4 lines of combo stats. No, Pablo did say 3 combo stats potentially. So I don't think we'll be able to get 4 combo stats. I don't think there will be a negative for combo stats, unless maybe there will be. That would be crazy. What you doing? We're talking about the changes of the Rivens relax. They announced in the dev short an hour ago some changes here. Could add combo, last normal stat, and negative to the end of it. Yeah, exactly. Like, potentially 3 combo stats plus negative will be rare. I haven't been at a PC for so long. Not necessarily a Riven rework, but it's changed how Rivens are going to be working. So when you roll, you'll be able to lock a stat, which is going to use a new currency that will cost half of the amount of Kuva for the roll. So you'll be able to lock one stat at a time, which is huge. And then we'll be able to combo stats into each other. So you'll be able to get, like, if you get heat and cold on a Riven, you'll be able to combo that into blast. And one of them that they showed was weak point damage. So new stats are being added into Rivens as well. And now the question is are we going to be able to roll into those new stats, or are those new stats going to be locked to combo stat only, is another question that we need to know. I'm going to assume that they're going to be locked to combo stats only, because that would make the most sense as the interaction to the system. Whether or not you like that, I get it. And Pablo I did ask on Twitter, I asked Pablo, will we be able to combo have more than one combo stat at a time? And he answered yes. And we can lock the combo stats into rolling, so then we can roll, make a combo, lock the combo stat, roll again, gives you enough stats to do another combo stat, and then get a new combo stat, so then you could potentially have 3 combo stats, but most likely what I'm going to end up aiming for is 2 combo stats plus a normal stat plus a normal negative is what I'll be aiming for, with the potential for 3 combo stats. Combo. Is it breaking your brain ache? Yeah. Is that additive and welcome to things like Deadhead and Cutie? That we also don't know. We also don't know if, like, status damage is going to show up, because status damage is a potential another source of multiplicative status damage cases, because, like, Burning Hate is multiplicative to Elementalist. The status damage from those two are multiplicative to each other. So there's the potential of that as well, with getting stats on the Riven that is multiplicative to other stats that you would mod onto the weapon. So there's that combo as well that we need to think about going forward. This is really gonna, really gonna change Rivens. This is the type of system change that I love. This is like, this falls into the same level of system change that like the status change in Jade Shadows happened. That's like this level, and then the other one is like the companion rework. Right? Those system changes fundamentally changed how the game works on, like, that fundamentally changed how the game functions without necessarily breaking the game. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't change massively, but it is a system change that will, for those of us like myself who likes to go into the nitty-gritty, is going to be a massive change to the game. Like, Rivens are now significantly more important to me because of being able to make interesting combos and locking stats, removing the RNG, and then also giving you some control here as well, and more versatility and more like applications to Rivens. This is really huge, actually. Like, I put this change up there with the status rework and the companion rework levels of changes. Yeah. This is like in that level for me. We have status chance and duration, so if we had status damage, actually, we'll see how those changes work sometimes. Yeah, and that's the big thing is, like, obviously we don't have all the information, but, like, theoretically, there is going to be a lot of options. There's going to be a lot of interesting combinations. There's going to be a lot of potential here. And the big thing that I have concerns with is how they're going to be implementing the new currencies, because there's 2 new currencies being added in for this, right? Which is the thing that's like the concerning thing for me, is that there's going to be 2 different currencies. Now, that said, like, I'm fine with grind because that's the type of player I am. I like grind. But this does mean that we're going to have potentially 2 new grinds added into the game for late game players like me. And I feel like those grinds aren't going to be terrible for our sanity because they're going to be at least some RNG control, right? We have a little bit of RNG control here. We have a little bit of RNG control here. So, like, these are going to be really, really important. Can you get chance? Well, Pablo did answer that if you combined cold and toxin to make a viral stat on there and then rolled toxin again. So you can get a roll and then, like, you locked the viral. So then you could have on the Riven viral and toxin. Pablo did already say that. So I think that answers that question for you. He said that on his Twitter there. So at least you can farm both at once. Yeah, but then the question is like longevity of the farm, right? Like, are these resources going to be added into the weekly events so that we have options for farming? Are these resources going to be locked to a specific farm? Or will we have multiple sources of farms? And so on and so forth. They did say that some of these are going to be easier, and then others are going to be a part of the harder part of the game in the dev short. I'll have to rewatch the dev short, obviously, before I make my short tomorrow. But interesting. This is very interesting. Tomorrow's short is going to be talking about rivets. Yeah, no, this is all incredible. This is going to be really, really big. Really, really big for the game, actually. Your Sevagoth here, Hacksmith. Ooh, that's really, really pretty. It's fun, somewhat gimmicky. You want to shoot some baddies? Yeah, I mean, it would be nice if it was, like, spread across a few different areas so that we would have multiple sources of the farm rather than just locking it to one source, because that would just get tiring. Queen, thank you for the Bezo bucks. Appreciate you. Want more lore? Yeah, some other people were mentioning that as well. I'd like to see that too. Ooh, that looks really good. Kane, I really like that, actually. That's really nice fashion. Very pretty. We'll change the cape to Equinox Prime 1. Perfect. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that cape, but that's a me thing. Ooh, this one looks really good too. Big fan of that. Okikor, what are you doing wrong? It's not doing anything. Crit damage is what you're doing wrong. Yeah, crit damage. Sentient Surge gives you crit chance and status chance, but does not give you critical damage. I would look at maybe getting some crit damage on here. Going into Secondary Enervate is not a wise choice here because this is giving you crit chance and will get you up to like really high crit chance. I'd probably drop Secondary Enervate for Cascade of Flare so that you get some more damage rolling, and then you can replace Hornet Strike for some crit damage on here. Crit damage is the big thing that you're missing here. You could go Magnetic Might for more crit damage, or preferably whatchamacallit for the Target Cracker. But crit damage is what you're missing here, right? Because this gives you crit chance. If you go into Cascade of Flare, so Scorch will be activating Cascade of Flare. That'll be your base damage along with Galvanized Shot. Replace this with Target Cracker / Prime Target Cracker. You could also drop Viral here to get more crit damage and Magnetic Might. And replace these here. It is a tentacle weapon, so I don't know if Punch Through works here, and if it does, I just don't use this weapon. I'm not a big fan of it. If it does, then you could go Merciless Gunfight for Punch Through as well as more critical damage, because what you're lacking here is crit damage. Crit damage is your big thing. Gal Shot even multiplicative with the Okikor? No, it doesn't need to be multiplicative, right? Because you got 4 different status effects here, baseline. And then you have, this is 120 for each status effect. So this is 480 right now with these 4 status effects. So you remove Hornet Strike, right? 480 is better than 200. That's the idea. It doesn't need to be multiplicative to be using that stuff there. Dedicated Steel Path Calendar, I'd be super down for that, yeah. Wish that they made Kuva easier to get. Once you get to the later game, Kuva's actually pretty easy to get your hands on. It's not like super hard. There's a number of ways, you know, weeklies, we get lots through weeklies, we get lots through daily activities, like potential through sorties, arbitrations is still probably the best Kuva farm in the game, and so on and so forth. Arbitrations is still the best Kuva farm in the game. Because you can turn all of those things into, whatchamacallit. Other than weeklies, what are the sources? Well, by weeklies, I mean, like, weekly shops as well, right? Paladino, Teshin. So weekly shops is the other side of it, right? Because Teshin, you can get 250,000 a week. Paladino, you get 30,000 a week. Yonta, you get 30,000 a week. And then, the calendar will sometimes give you some. You can get some from Nightwave Store. You can get some from every once in a while. What's her face in the Dorma Zone, Sorties, Archon Hunt, and so on and so forth. So Kuva, like once you're later into the game, Kuva's pretty easy to get your hands on. Noko farm is pretty good for Kuva too. Yep. Yeah, I like this. So I like that a lot. Lex Prime, Cream Bullseye, Dex, Head, crit chance, crit damage, damage Grenier, minus zoom, perfectly good Riven. Very, very tasty Riven. Instead of Ice Storm, I would probably go 60-60. You don't really care about Ice Storm, the magazine capacity, right? Because once it goes into Incarnate form, magazine capacity doesn't affect it. So you'd rather go for the 60-60, being more status chance and more cold damage. That's probably what I would do there. Where are you getting your crit damage from? Just from here? Yeah, should be fine. Should be fun. This is multiplicative on here. For the Incarnate form, if I remember right, the Lex is the one that goes Archoplasmor. So I think that this is multiplicative on here. So Deadhead and that makes sense. Wolfie! Oh my lord, you've sent so many Wolfie. Ooh, pretty. Not super sold on the Ephemera though, it's very bright. Oh, but I love this one. Oh yeah, but again, that's a weird amount of bloom on there. Lavosh. Ooh, that's really pretty too. But if you suck at getting headshots, yeah, see, that's fair. Yeah. Ooh, I like that one. Grendel. Pretty. Is Arbitration really a better source of Kuva than Teshin? Yeah. The reason why is Teshin's shop has a max. Has a cap to it. Vitus essences, depending on what arbitration mission and tile you roll, it's it can be significantly higher, right? Because there's no cap to it. You can get as much as you want to. If you get one of the S tier arbitrations, then you end up getting a ton of stuff there. Yeah, but it can be very, very good for you. Augmented circumvent, rolling guard, probably the augments here, especially the the Serene Storm augment. Drop this for the Serene Storm augment at the very least. On there. Condition overload, prime breach, galv, blood rush. Drop this for blood rush, or this for blood rush, one of the two. Oh, but you said you're doing Wrathful, so if you don't need Wrathful, if you don't need blood rush, then yeah, I see what you're doing here. Yeah, it looks fine. Although I would probably say you don't need reach on there, right? Because as the energy wave, you don't really care about the actual reach on it. So I'd probably drop that if I was you. How significant is the downside of empowered blades? You've tested it on Umbra, and he doesn't seem to lose any of their shields on heavy attacks at all. Empowered blades? I have to remind myself what the hell empowered blades is. Squad receives 60% status chance and status damage on heavy attacks, but lose 60 shields per hit. I feel like that would be pretty damaging. Not just to you, but your allies. Right? It might not be screwing you over, but it could be screwing over your allies. But it's on heavy attack, so it's only on heavy attack. So if they're not doing heavy attack stuff, then probably you should be fine. I always forget about that aura. I would say, like, theoretically, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. But it could mess up your survivability. But, I mean, on Umbra, you can go into, like, a health tank build, so your shields just don't matter, right? And then that negative becomes non-existent. Theoretically, right? Bonus is additive to other sources. Melee Elementalist. Status chance bonus is additive. Requires a shield set of at least 90. Oh, okay. So you actually need to have shields. Thus, it's not impossible to benefit from a Nidus, Inros, or Kulivo. The aura does not affect the Xenarix disc. Useful on frames with very high shields. So you need to have shields in order for it to activate. Requires a shield set of at least 90 and has to consume at least one shield in order to gain the bonus. Lose 90 per hit. Yeah, I mean, it seems super interesting. But yeah, the first thought was like, obviously a persistence build could be really interesting with that, but obviously, according to the wiki, that is not a thing. According to the wiki. Your Baruch? Ooh, cool looking Baruch. Actually, I super dig that. I really hope that they do more matte metals. Vauban worth the 120 platinum? I mean, Vauban's really, really good, but Vauban's worth a lot right now because he just hasn't been in Resurgence for a while. So, like, could you do, like, you know, kind of depends on if you like the idea of Vauban for buying, but if you're selling, then, I mean, sell it, right? Makes you happy. Well, that's kind of cool. I like that. Barrage. Not super sold on this Signa. Although I've just never really been a big fan of that Signa for me personally. Ooh, this Atlas looks cool though. And actually, that Signa does work here because it kind of quasily works into the infested there. I think that one's a bit of a miss for me, but that's because I'm not a big fan of mixing infested with like non-infested. Whereas like here on the Atlas, it just kind of blends in well because you got sort of like organic-ish looking stuff on there. Whereas on Limbo doesn't, to me, fit very well. Does look really cool here with the monochrome, though. I like that. I like all that. Georgia Temple. Theros Lethality, Rhythm Guard. Yeah, so Theros Lethality for the armor strip, and then also crit damage, Truculence, plays well into Rhythm Guard, Hot Shot. I'm not a big fan of Rhythm Guard, just in general. I don't think this is a very good augment. Because the stats of it are, like, not that high for Overguard generation, and also they have Ripper's Wail, which is just, in my opinion, a significantly better survivability mechanic, and does have its animation sped up by cast speed. So, like, to me personally, I would not use Rhythm Guard, and I would just lean on Ripper's Wail healing you up, and then do like invincibility gate, like invincibility time periods with this, plus shield gating with this. Is how I would play it, and I would drop that for more range for Theros Lethality, because Theros Lethality is very, very short. It does not have a very good range to it. Now that said, like, if you want to use Rhythm Guard and Truculence, I totally get it. It is a fun little combination there. And what you have here build-wise is actually super solid. There's nothing really to change. Maybe instead of Corrosive Projection, something else, because you are armor stripping with Theros Strike. So probably I would drop that for something else. And up here, I would probably go more range for Theros Strike. And probably drop that for something else there. In my opinion. Hi. Tenant Ferox. You like offloading viral off your weapon? Yeah, I'm with you. I usually don't like having viral on the weapon either. I offload viral off of stuff all the time, so I get where you're coming from. I wouldn't use Vigilante Fever here. If you're looking for attack speed, this thing does like having attack speed. I would go Vile Acceleration. It's just more, right? 90 versus 45. And the 10% chance for the crit chance boost is kind of neither here nor there. Status chance, crit damage, fire rate. Never mind, you got a bunch of fire rate here. I would actually probably drop this totally then. Maybe another element for Galvan's Aptitude. It does have a significant chunk of its damage inside of AoE, which is the... well, not a significant chunk. It's about, what? 15% of its damage in AoE, so it's not that big of a deal to be running Aptitude here. But I would probably say, like, another element to play into the Aptitude. You could go Magnetic for another element, assuming that you're going Blast here with Heat. Or I'm not sure, maybe you're going Viral here, but you could go Magnetic here instead of this, because then that would also give you more magazine capacity, I believe, on rifles, which is quite nice. Otherwise, I would say that you have Serration, Aptitude, and Merciless. I would probably say that you're running too many base elements here. You could potentially drop Merciless for a different arcane, or drop Serration for something else, which then could be another place to put an element in here if you wanted to keep this and maybe offload another element, and then Galvan's Aptitude would be giving you back 80% damage, so you wouldn't be losing as much damage, but you also have overdone the amount of neutral damage, in my opinion here. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, like, those are all, like, sort of, you don't need to go crazy with it. What you have there is pretty solid. Nice limbo. I like that. I like that mustard color in there. I like that. Is primary compression a better alternative? I don't think primary compression is multiplicative on there. You'll have to check the wiki and maybe do some testing. I don't believe that, oh, that's kind of fun. I like that. I do not believe that compression gives, the Ferox multiplicative damage. So you might not want to go into that route. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. I'm gonna go stretch my back, and then we're going to go get into our weeklies. So sit tight, we'll be back in a few minutes here. Y'all know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get purple ads. See you in a second. let's go do our weekly, shall we? Oh, what's that? Let me out! Let me out! Thank you. Kaya, what you got for us this week? Ooh, Atlas or Garuda. We got some decent weapons. Very tasty. What do we have here? We have, open the supply cache. Okay. Oh, calendar, right. I have to go do calendar. Thanks for reminding me, Cardi. I gotta do my calendar. Yeah, these ribbon changes are gonna be very interesting. Very, very interesting indeed. What do we got for our calendar? We've got, birthday. Happy birthday, Kaya. Oh. And Scholar Troops with melee weapons, abilities, melee weapons, ability, containers. Okay, so we got a container 1 here. So it's not gonna be Excal all the way down. It's not all the way down today. Rauta. And Detron. And Scaldra troops with melee. Off we go. Yeah, these changes are all really, really interesting. 2 Scalper Umbras, yeah, so when they did the account mergers like 2 years ago, they gave you everything, including stuff that you could only have 1 of, so I have 2 Excalibur Umbras because of that. Whee! Oh, it's actually a good tile here too. A little bit more energy, please. A little bit more energy, please. Thank you. Goodbye, nerds. Yeah, it's, damn, I keep thinking about these changes with ribbons are gonna be really, really good. Attached to farms for Warframes. Yeah, I wonder how they're gonna be implementing it. Well, I don't know if they'll do it attach it to farms for Warframes, because there's a lot of Warframes that are obviously super early and thus before you can interact with the ribbon system, because the ribbon system unlocks after a certain point, right? So I don't know about that, but I do hope that it's like relatively easy. Like, like, relatively easy to get your hands on, hopefully not too shabby. Primary. Skull troops with abilities. Bam, 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 bam. I still wish that we could get multiples of these challenges done in one mission and we didn't have to leave like that. Like, if you finish one challenge, it automatically will start going to the next one. Would be kind of nice. Just save time, so, like, I wouldn't have to leave missions like that, and, like, especially when it comes to Scaldra, because their spawn points are so effing stupid sometimes with Scaldra, specifically. Energy, please. Thank you. Yeah, there's, I don't know, like, the, frig, like I said earlier, I love these, like, these types of system changes, because it just adds, like, an interesting new layer to, and, like, potential for combinations and builds and ideas. So, like, this type of thing is, really, really big for a person like me. And like I said, I realistically don't think this is going to drastically change things for most players, but for someone like me, this is going to be a pretty big change. Tech rot. That's okay. We already got the 75. We're done. Whee. Allows continent islands to feel more connected. Yeah, I'm with you on that one too. And like, I agree that like having them in farms like that makes sense. Like the citrine farm definitely makes sense to me. Like if they were to put it in a citrine farm, I think that would track pretty on point. But because that just like adds another area for farms. So like adding it into like Citrine's farm and Noko's farm and like the pity shop for that. Maybe not in the resort, like the reward pool, but the pity system for those would be kind of cool because then you can use those extra resources towards another farm. So kind of like it depends on how that's all going to be rolling as we go, and we'll obviously find out more as time goes on and as Pablo answers more people's questions on like social media and stuff. Oh, 1200% damage. Whee! Whee! 1200% damage. Hiya! So I will, obviously, tomorrow I'll be making a short talking about all of this. That'll be tomorrow's short. Interesting. Nope, never mind. It's just my own stupidity. It's the cat doing crit stuff. It's like, why am I getting yellow crits with this when I have this active? Did that calendar buff negate something? And no, it was just me being stupid. We love it when I'm just stupid. We love it when it's just me being stupid. 30 Xmas wasn't the challenge for here. That's the Nightwave challenge. The challenge here is that 300 enemies. Which we are definitely rolling quite quickly here. Chop, 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 chop. Yeah, that's, yeah, I don't know, man. System changes like that are, like, to me, some of the best types of changes that we get in Warframe. Like, these types of system changes are, like, what really interests me, giving us new, new things to tool around with what we already have is really, really interesting. So, like, this is a really big thing for me. Witcher's getting a free remaster? Oh, cool. Oh, no, this is not what I want to be. I always do this. Susceptible finishers, don't care. Sure. Like, the companion rework was something that was, like, I think one of the best reworks that Warframe's ever done. Man, Blue Shard? Sevagoth Prime and Uriel, which one's better overall? Largely dependent on personal preference and playstyle. I prefer Uriel. But it kind of depends on how you like to play. Like, if you're someone who likes nuke frames, Sevagoth is the better nuke frame. Is Uriel the better overall frame, in my opinion? Yeah. Like, if I were to have to choose between those two, I would personally go for Uriel. Hey, Tano, how you doing? What's this new Kuva currency? We don't know what the new Kuva currency is, but what you're talking about is they're changing how ribbons work. There's going to be a new ribbon stuff. Yeah, the blue Kuva is to do with rolling your ribbons, so you'll be able to lock one of your stats in place when you roll a ribbon, and you'll also be able to combine stats. So there's actually going to be two new currencies added in for ribbon, for the ribbon gameplay loop. And one of them is allows you to lock a stat in place, and one of them is to combine two stats into a new stat. So it'll be very interesting for the overall economy of the game, as well as a lot of potential for making ribbons a little bit more interesting to play with rather than just a pure Gamba train. Now we can have a little bit more interesting options when it comes to ribbons. Make your build better than the problem is a build. Yeah, I mean, if you want to, you can type ! Uriel and see my Burial build there. My Sevagoth build is really old. It's not like I should really redo it at some point here. Well, the problem with that now, Tenno, is what is a god roll has completely changed as well. Right? Because we can combine stats to make new interesting stats. Like one of the stats that we saw was weak point damage, right? Which doesn't exist currently as a Riven stat, but that is an interesting stat, so that's going to be changing how what quote-unquote god rolls are these days. And we also saw another one that we saw was they mentioned was like combo elements, so blast, gas, heat, gas blast, viral, that type of stuff. How's it going? Not too bad, Kane. How you doing today? So it's just the like that whole loop is changing drastically, which is kind of the really interesting thing. Heavy attack damage isn't a Riven stat, so it can become a thing in the future. Yep, that's another one that's not a Riven stat currently. That's another good example. You know, weak point damage was not a Rivenable stat, and is not really a stat in the game, period. Except for a few cases. But that's another example of another one that's, has some really interesting potential to it. You know, if we get, like, weak point crit chance, that's another interesting one, sort of like Acuity style. Status damage, right? Elemental damage, the Elementalist mods potentially being Riven's, Rivenable stat now is also really interesting. Yeah, like I said, this is gonna be a very a big shakeup to what makes Rivens going forward. Yeah, Pablo's been answering a few of the questions. I already pestered him with quite a number, and he was kind enough to answer some of my questions, which sort of got the question train rolling there on Twitter. We love that the devs are super communicating. We love devs communicating. We love it when the devs communicate. Equinox's fourth work. Equinox's fourth work. Do you build up weapon damage? Gives AoE blast. So when you deal damage or kill people when they're affected by her fourth or in the AoE of her fourth, it gives her fourth more damage when you pop it. So you're charging it up with your, like, by killing and doing stuff. Is essentially the gist of it. And then you'll see the number up in your buff bar, and then when you pop it, it'll deal that damage to every enemy within the AoE. Hypothetically, Acuity style Rivens without the multi-shot restrictions? Yeah, like, hypothetically that. Like, we don't know what all the stats are going to be yet, obviously, for these new, like, these new stats that are coming out. So, like, that's one of the questions is, what are these stats going to be? But we at least know what some of them are going to be. Like, we know combo elements are going to be a thing, so viral, those types of things. We already saw weak points. Weak point hits is one of them. We saw that. So there's going to be a lot of potentially interesting things there. Status damage confirmed. Yeah, so like status damage, that's a big one. Jade Star is any good? Jade Star is actually really good, yeah. It's not like a crazy great one, but it's pretty solid actually. Yeah, right, Mordak, that's another good example is like the elementals. So a companion Riven And like being able to lock a stat before you roll is another big part of the changes as well. So we're gonna have a lot of really interesting things with this. It's actually a lot bigger than people I think maybe thinking it is. Combining multiple faction bonuses will yield status damage. Maybe, or like the question of like what's going to combine into what is kind of an interesting theoretical, right? Like we don't know what's going to be combining into what to make what. So, do you solo all the endgame content using the builds in your video, recommending your videos? Yeah. Yeah, then if I make a build on something, I use that build my own self. So like, if I'm going through endgame content, like my Excalibur build is the Excalibur build I use for like ETA, EDA, all of that. Unless, of course, I, you know, have like a specific thing that needs to change for ETA, EDA, but I use the builds that I make. Very rarely do I change my builds once I've made a video on it. Unless it's like something that's like a glaring, I got something wrong. EDA? No, I'm just doing the calendar at the moment. Just working through the calendar here. Yeah, all the builds that I make are the ones that I use. Like the Uriel build, that's still the Uriel build I use every day. The Ureli build, same. Noko build, same. All of them. Those are the ones that I use on the regular. Unless, of course, like, you know, I need to make adjustments for like ETA because of modifiers, right? Like if an ETA has like minus energy and so on and so forth, then like I need to make changes to my build so that it works like that. I have no idea what you're talking about, Voyage. Oh, that, yeah. Really? That got shut down? That's unfortunate. That sucks. Oh, they got cease and desisted? Yeah. Merp, merp. Merp, merp. Or a character. Clearly a character. Come on. Clearly a character. Daniel Mullins games? I don't remember what those ones are. So I'm gonna say no, because I don't remember what games they've made. Pony Island, The Hex, Inscription? No, I don't think I've played any of those. Not for any particular reason, just haven't gotten around to them. Although I did watch, I forget who I watched a playthrough of, those. Of Inscription. I watched, I think it was Jesse Cox's playthrough of Inscription. Inscription's pretty cool. But I also know that Daniel Mullen has done some really interesting, games. Very loved creator, developer. Pony Island 2? Well, I have never heard of Pony Island, so I'm excited for you. But I have no context. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I know that it exists. Yeah, Pablo trying to answer my questions, Zashi, yeah. I did ask a lot of little bit weird questions in my Twitter post there, but it has kind of kickstarted Pablo asking a bunch of questions. which is always fun. Oh, this is not the way I wanted. Where's the infested? Are you this way? You're apparently this way. Whee! More crate explodies. More crate explodies. Man, this cough that I got from my allergies last week is just not going away. It does not want to go away on me. Yeah, but I'll be keeping an eye on that sort of Pablo tweet series as we go through the day here to see if there's anything other interesting news that keeps coming up. December 11th, full release, free to play forever. Oh, that's nice, finally. Your Corvex build is so good, struggle with that is low levels. It's fine. Where the hell is the rest of the map? That's always the problem with like Techrod Exterminates is like, where the hell's the rest of the map? Where am I? Did I like loop back to the start here? Ate it? Stop that. I need the map. One more box! Let me out! Stop being hungry. Go have a Snicker. Huh, rude. Flee. Going distance. He's going for speed. Going all alone, alone in the time of need. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break while I'm just, ooh, double mod drop chance booster week. Nice. Scalder troops, switch back over to Scal, because that's just the one I like to do for these. We go here, we go here. Quick ad break, see y'all in a second. Going for distance. Come on, decent time. Ah, wall. Organ donor mobile moment right there. Huh? Oh, it's a bad tile. Boo. Stop that. Thank you. Didn't they also mention that they were looking at possibly doing, relics in Holvania? Wasn't that like last week's dev short? They mentioned that possibility? That would be pretty good. I would not say no. Hey, wait, why didn't my Wrathful activate? There you go. Scaldra. One day Scaldra will make more sense. Hiya. Hiya. Oh, that guy just didn't get hit by my heavy attack. Neat. Oh, it's 500 Scalder troops. Oh, this is a very bad tile for 500 Scalder troops. Well, that's going to be unfortunate. How did you not die? I feel like you should have died. Ooh, multiplicative damage. Tasty. Scaldra. You boring bastards. Get out of here! There we go. And by get out of here, I mean come to me faster so I can kill you faster. Icicle, thank you very much for the tier 1 9 months. Appreciate you. Big 5? What do you mean by big 5? I don't know what you mean. Oh, the Chaos Gods. Oh, yeah. Forgot about that guy. Forgot that that was a thing now. Man, I'm so out of the loop with like Warhammer stuff. Ever since I stopped working for GW, I just haven't really cared too much. Well, isn't that the one that's like the rat Chaos God, where they just gave it a new name, like they did Eldari instead of Eldar? In order to get around said legal issues. Bop. Oh, thanks for draining all my combo counter there. Whee! Whee! What are these Chaos Gods from? 40k. Or Warhammer. Yeah, I think it's Malice is the Chaos God. Like, that's what I remember it being the thing there, but also that was so long ago. Like I said, I haven't really been paying a huge amount of attention to GW stuff ever since I stopped working there. So, you know, that whole thing. Yeah, but I thought that the Great Horned Rat was brought into 40k in a way. As a Chaos God. I thought that got sort of looped into 40k. But also, like I said, I am so out of the loop of all that stuff that it's not surprising that I'm incorrect. No! My combo counter! Whatever shall I do? Hiya! And them. Flee! Flee! Can you join for ETA? Well, I'm not done my calendar yet, so no! You have some patience! Bah! It's Minerva's birthday. Season S, that's wild. How do you get 4 factions upgraded at once? You just get one of the groups up to max. Right, so you get one pairing up to max, and then you go from there. Right, so you get, like in this case, you would get Cephalon Suda and Arbiter Hexes up to maximum. Then you would do Cephalon Suda dailies and pledge to Steel Meridian. No, you mean in one mission? Oh, that's just a visual glitch. It shouldn't be doing that. The only way to do that is when you're doing the dailies for those people. That's just a visual glitch that pops up every once in a while. Yeah, it shouldn't be all 4 of those there. Xeno's Flare for some reason. It's alright, I don't mind. Ooh, free energy, don't mind if I do. Now I'm done. Okay, let's take a look what some people sent. Polaris, you're Exergius. What you got? Chilling Reload, Savvy, Hell, Point Blank, Cannonade. Is this multiplicative on here? I can't remember if this is multiplicative on here. If this is multiplicative on here, you're fine. But also, I feel like maybe you're going a little bit too hard into base damage with that. Like, I would maybe say just go Cannonade and not Point Blank on there. And then get another element to play into that if this is multiplicative. If it isn't multiplicative, I would say drop Point Blank. Like, you get the free magnetic mod in here, which would be really tasty. And I think the magnetic mod gives you increased... What does the magnetic mod for shotguns do again? Magnetic strafe, more fire rate. Yeah, you don't really care about fire rate on shotguns. But it would be another element on there. It would be another element on there for playing into that on here. So like I would probably go magnetic on here if this is multiplicative, and I can't remember if it is or is not. So let us do the wiki. Condition overload mechanic Exergius is multiplicative, yes. So I would say instead of Point Blank, maybe go into magnetic strafe instead of Point Blank, because then you would be getting another element here. You'd be gaining its 60% damage as well as playing into this, and that also gives you another more stuff to play in with that as well. So just an idea there. I think the rest of your build here, though, is pretty solid, other than the fact that you are doubling up on heat here. So you may want to think about dropping Scattering Inferno. In fact, if you wanted to keep Point Blank, I would just drop Scattering Inferno for Magnetic Strafe, because then you wouldn't have to make any changes to your build, and then it also gives you Magnetic, which then plays into that, and then you get the bonus multiplicative damage, so that's what I would do. Yeah, so I'd probably drop that for Magnetic. Just for another element on there. Herudo... Influence, without seeing what your element is, I can't really give you huge advice here. You do have double sources of base damage. I would probably go with just Condition Overload and then have a Status Prime Companion running with it, like the Doriga, and then that plays into your Condition Overload here, as well as primes up enemies for just general damage output. I would say instead of Point Blank and Reach, it does have 90% follow through, so Reach is actually pretty solid here, but Attack Speed is what I would replace for this. So I'll drop this for some attack speed and just run a Status Prime and Companion there instead. Electric bonus. Okay, so so you're just going all in on the electric. You might want to go into magnetic just for another element here, but also it's fine there. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty big for everything. Dutch. Yeah, we were talking about it for like an hour and a half. It's gonna be pretty massive actually. Warcry, so that's your armor, but you also get lots of armor from Vex armor. You have Persistence and Blessing, Guardian armor. With the Herudo, you'll be fine for survivability because Guardian armor does not keep you alive properly with Persistence. I would probably set this to Heat just so that you have a higher health pool to go in with your Blessing, to play into the Herudo and Persistence plus Guardian armor. That's what I would recommend because you're getting armor from here and you're getting armor from here, so you don't really need more armor, and I would probably go into Heat here for the more health just to make it a little bit more comfy, and otherwise the rest of your build there looks fine. The other thing I would probably recommend is putting Warcry over the 4, so at least then you can switch your element if you screw up something by accident, or if you feel like you want to swap it out for whatever reason. To swap your element around, I would always recommend keeping the 1. It just makes life a little bit easier. First or third option on the 4th evolution. I don't even remember what the 4th evolution is. Do you remember they mentioned any restrictions? Such as only 1 combo element? No, Pablo confirmed multiple combo elements. I would go for this one. Base crit chance of current status chance, because you're going for high status chance means you're going into Doty, typically speaking. And this increases the base crit chance of it by the status chance. This is going to end up giving you like tier 6 red crits on its own with a high status chance on your weapon, which it looks like you are going to have very high status chance on your weapon. And you have crit chance and attack speed. It's perfectly fine there. The rest of this all looks super good. Salamander, third or fourth option. There was no context for the rest of your build. It was just third or fourth option. First or third option for the fourth. I would say go for the third. Go for that one. This is the better. This is just going to be better. Like, without a shadow of a doubt. Because you don't really need crit chance on the weapon because of that. What you want is crit damage on the weapon, but you're already getting crit damage from here, and you're wanting to boost up your status chance anyway for Doty in order to get into higher puncture status chance. So, like, your crit chance isn't necessarily something that you care about. It is nice to have lots of more crit chance. And, like, having crit chance here is really good because that evolution increases your base crit chance. So that means all of these are working even better because these work off of your base crit chance, and that evolution increases your base crit chance. So those are all super good. Make a build for the Carrier Prime, and I mean, it's just like a basic stat companion build. There's not really much to talk about with the Carrier Prime because it's just ammo. There's nothing really majorly special about it, Shelton. Viral Corrosive magnetic on one mod will go so hard for all the low dispo guns. Yeah, that's the big thing that I was thinking is like the low dispo weapons are going to go really crazy. Elementalist, I do agree with using here because the heavy attacks from Vulpine's Mask do apply a force status slash proc, so Elementals will play into that, and then also gives you more status chance to play into the whole Doty thing. Yeah, looks good. Nothing really to say here. Looks good to me. You're back. Welcome back. Might go fishing with brother-in-law. Ooh, fun. Ooh, this looks really good. I like that, Tuso. Frost Prime, Biting Frost, Icy Avalanche, Overextended, Umbral Intensify, Archon Flow, Equilibrium, Energize, Ice Storm, Roar over the 1. Yeah, that all looks good. Maybe switch Roar over to the 2, because then at least gives you the option to use Frost, Biting Frost if you want to. Or not Biting Frost, Freeze Force. And then I would say Umbral Intensify, Umbral Fiber here. I'd say Umbral Fiber. Because then that gives you more Overguard from Icy Avalanche. Right? Because this scales off your armor values as well as your strength values, and then that would boost up your strength and then also give you more armor to play into Icy Avalanche. So I'd go Umbral Intensify, Umbral Fiber personally there, but you would need to Forma in order to fit that on here. But that's what I would do there. Otherwise, the rest of your build looks really good. Nothing to say. Inaros, super good. Love that deep blue on there. Very tasty. Mirage, ooh, that's nice. Oh, that's fun with that, the Signa. The hidden Signa. Zaku. Ooh, I like that. That's with the new Baruch Deluxe Ephemera. Sevagoth. Also very nice. Not a big fan of that Ephemera because it just hides everything. But that looks really good. I like that. Thoughts? Kulovo. Jade Stars over the 4. Volatile Recompense, Truculence, Bellicose. Overextended Precision Intensify to lock in. I wouldn't use Precision Intensify here. The reason why is you want the strength in Wrathful Advance. The strength in Jade Stars is nice, but you want the strength in the Wrathful Advance. Also, I don't really know why you're using Jade Stars here. You're going super high into range, so it looks like you're playing around Collective Curse for Jade Stars, and maybe that's the idea of what you're doing, is you're playing as quasi-caster melee hybrid, which is kind of fun. But, I would probably not run Precision Intensify. I would go Umbral Intensify to lock in strength into Wrathful, as well as Recompense, as well as Jade Stars. Because you kind of want strength in these two abilities if you're using Wrathful, and either way you want to have strength and Recompense for the Overguard generation. So yeah, I would go Umbral Intensify here instead. You can also run Archon Stretch, so a companion will activate it and give you free energy regeneration, because energy probably isn't going to be a major problem here, but it will be helpful. Truculence for Viral, be off your Overguard generation from Volatile Recompense, and Arcane Bellicose for more strength there is also super nice. I'm not a big fan of the Nero set, so like I would personally drop the Nero set, and I would try to get more duration locked in for this and this. So I would probably go, like, I would drop Nero's Hatred for just continuity to lock in more duration for this, and as well as this, because this really likes duration. And I would probably drop Precision Intensify for Umbral Intensify. You could also make the argument for Archon Intensify here, but I find that it's not super reliable with Recompense. Do you really want more than 200% for his first? You want as much as you can for his first, right? Because this is a flat crit chance increase. Right? So it's just giving 200% crit chance, like flat at the end. And the more crit chance you get, the more higher crit tiers you get, making your crit damage on your weapons significantly stronger, because the higher crit tiers you get, it's basically a damage multiplier for your critical hits. That's the reason why. Salamander, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. So yeah, you having high crits into Wrathful Advance is not a bad thing. Right? Because it gives you more crit tiers, giving you more crit hit, like bigger crit hits. Because it multiplies your critical damage, essentially. What's your fashion look like? Ooh, that's a really good fashion. How was late night flight? Man, I got in at like, I got home at 8 a.m. I was so tired. This is a really cool Kulovo skin. I really like what you did with this. Tranquility, this looks really, really nice. Big fan. Oof, yeah, it was red eye. I will hopefully never do a red eye again. Okay, so one problem here is when you're in Fused Crucible, you're invincible. So you don't take damage. So if you're playing around Fused Crucible, you're not taking any damage, so Rage doesn't activate. Because you're invincible. So you might want to think about that. As a tip. Also, you're using Fused Crucible. You're invincible, so Persistence isn't really doing anything here for you. What you could do is go into Universal Fallout instead of one of these two. It's your choice. Because all the radiation that you're doing creates universal orbs, which gives you energy and plays very well into that. I do actually have a Corvex build using Persistence and Universal Fallout to sustain Persistence and just picking up universal orbs as a survivability method. But I would probably say instead of Rage, I'll go Equilibrium here for your energy supply. And maybe look at, like, if you want to be using Fused Crucible because you're invincible while you're in Fused Crucible, I would drop Persistence. It's not really doing anything here for you. Now, that said, it is good for when you are out of Fused Crucible and then Rage kicks in with Blood Altar to heal you with Persistence, so then you go back into Fused Crucible, so, like, it's a second form of survivability. But I think that having just, like, if you're wanting to play around the invincibility of Fused Crucible, you'd probably just be better off going into, like, Universal Orbs for energy regeneration with Equilibrium instead. Would be what I would do. And then you could drop this for something else like Roar or Breach Surge to play into Crucible Blast, personally. But having another source of survivability like what you're doing here is actually pretty fun. Kind of love red eye flights. Yeah, see, I don't mind red eye flights, but this one was not for me. I can sometimes fall asleep on planes, but I wasn't able to this time. Do you need to get every Warframe, or is having one for each role enough? I mean, I would recommend getting every Warframe because you have no idea of, like, in the future, but I would say having, like, a handful of Warframes that kind of fit the roles of what you're looking to do is always recommended. Especially once you get to the end game, like ETA, EDA, it's really good to have builds for all the Warframes if you're able to, because ETA and EDA has set things. And I'm not a big fan of black and red. Like, I would tone this red down a little bit. Seems like a little bit overly bright for me. I'm also just, it's a personal thing. Like, I've never really been a huge fan of black and red, but it does look good. Especially if you're going for a Ruby Rose Jade. Yeah, it fits the Ruby Rose. I hear you. Going the bright red makes sense. Makes sense. You can just use Blood Altar for immortality without supports. What you use for your Garuda. Well, the thing with Garuda with Blood Altar is, like, you can still get, like, gibbed through it, but if you use Persistence, then you're probably usually fine. Well, Phantom Eyes over the 2. So you're not using Navigator here? Who's this? Hyper Ghost. Crepuscular Sculptor, yeah, because Sculptor gets activated on only one of these arrows. Concentrated Arrow, so then you activate Sculptor, and for some reason, Sculptor does lock in its efficiency bonus into Artemis Bow, because Artemis Bow is a energy per shot weapon, not a channeled ability, so you can actually lock in the efficiency into Artemis Bow with Sculptor in an odd way there. Crepuscular gives you extra damage and extra strength, sorry, and critical damage is also super good. Equilibrium for your energy regeneration, Archon Stretch, just high range for the concentrated arrow explosion stuff. Makes sense, yeah. All of that looks good. Nothing really major to say there. Okay, so you're doing the Acuity with compression, okay. Spectral Serration, Hammer Shot, Firestorm for the increased AoE to play into the compression. Yeah, looks good, nothing to say there. Going Blast, yeah, Blast is always good. Don't have Arcane's fully upgraded yet, yeah, don't worry, it all looks good. Really cool fashion. Use Persistence, yeah, if you're using Persistence, it's very strong, yeah. Persistence is just bonkers good, so if you're using Persistence with her, it's very good, although I would recommend instead of using her 2, Blood Altar for survivability, there's an Arcane that I find overperforms. Being Reconstruct. Molt Reconstruct, 1 cast of her 4th ability, heals you like 930 health when you're using Blind Rage. It's really strong. Really strong. 2 configs, Blast Corrosive, Viral Heat. What one should you use more? I prefer the Blast Corrosive, personally. But ultimately use the one that makes the most sense for your playstyle. That looks really nice. Because I find Viral you can offload onto companions or other sources. You know, a lot of allies bring Nourish, or Nourish is just sometimes a really good ability to be using just in general. So I usually offload Viral to other sources. Personally. Okay, I'm just gonna run a quick ad break, run to the washroom, and then we're gonna get going here with some more weeklies. Back in a moment. Alrighty, let us go see what we got going on, shall we? What you got for me today, Kaya? Hey, Garuda. And an Atlas. Okay, so that's meh. Draining health boost flare, no players are in range, Scaldra, face-off modifiers, so that's frustrating for a Garuda build, and an Atlas build, so the defense is going to be a little bit rough on us, but we should be fine. Mitosis, heavy weapons, okay, so we need to summon heavy weapons for that one, so I need to make sure that I'm bringing my right arc gun. Let me do that now. Arsenal. I need to make sure that I'm bringing my right arc gun for this. I am good. Dalen, you want to join? Okay, so we got Dalen, we got Icicle. Who wants to join us for ETA? Dalen. I mean, I'm kind of feeling the Garuda. Even though I'm gonna have a rough time, I'm kind of feeling the Garuda. This is gonna have some issues as we go later, depending on how it all plays out, but I feel like the Garuda's the right answer here. With the Galaxian... it was a while ago, but James on YouTube, if you're still here and you want to join, this is your time. The Angstrom is going to do some heavy lifting this run. Gear embargo. Gonna go to the gym? No worries. Hope you have a good time at the gym. Lose health when moving. That's fine. Can't go into operator drifter. Melee combo. All gear restricted except for arc guns, atomic cycles, and necromechs. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. The Mire? Sure. Why not? The Mire. And unlock. Okay, we got room for one for ETA if anybody wants to join us. This is the time to speak up. Room for one. Cool King. All right. Cool King, can you just remember what your in-game name is? The player 72. Sweet. Yeah, I think that should be fine. I'm a little bit concerned about the face-off modifier turning off my energy on the defense, so I won't be able to properly play my Garuda, but we'll have to just play a little bit safe. Theoretically, should be fine. Hopefully. Theoretically. Hopefully, maybe... Sort of. Oh, we lost someone. We lost, Cool King, are you not on ETA? Do you not have Elite Temporal Archimedia unlocked? Okay, let's reform the squad. What do you mean you can send gifts? You can send gifts. Tier 2 and Tier 3 subs can send gifts in chat nowadays. I'm sure that's not going to be problematic at all. How you been, dude? What you been up to? Host not found. Hey, Phantom, how you been? Exhausted, but you've been making cracks in the wall you've hit and unbeatable? Ooh, very nice. Is it GIF or GIF? It's GIF. Anyone who says GIF is lying to you. Number 186? Heck yeah! You got this. Hope you've been well. Big 190. Okay, so it looks like Icicle, you don't have access to this. Yeah. Or not Icicle, sorry. Cool King, it looks like you don't have access to ETA. It's not unlocked? Okay, yeah, so we're doing ETA, so you need to have Elite Temporal Archimedia. If you don't have Elite Temporal Archimedia, you can't join us for this. Dalen, Icicle. Okay, we got room for ETA. Alas told you that you can send gifts, but you don't see them? I'm not sure where. See what you found in DMs? No, I didn't. I didn't. I was on vacation. I wasn't paying attention to anything. Oh, look at the little red panda. Yeah, he's cute. Yeah. Okay, we got room for one. If anybody wants to come for Elite Temporal Sumi. All right, Sumi. Oh my god, that noise. That noise, stop. Instantly thought of me. Oh, thanks, Phantom. How you been? What you been up to? Hello. Explain ribbons and how do you get them? Yeah, I got a series of shorts about ribbons. Some of that is going to be changing in the next, whatchamacallit? Did I opt out? Yeah, I opted out, Kane. Of course I did, right away. Fuck AI. I got a series of shorts going about ribbons there. Ribbons are going to be changing in the next patch sometime in late September, early October. Right now, the stats are completely randomized. Every time you roll, that's going to be changing with the next patch. Well, where you will be able to lock in a stat on a ribbon whenever you roll, so you can keep one stat at a time, and you'll also be able to make combo stats, so combining two of the stats together to make something different. Depending on your, and depending on what those two stats are combining, you'll get a different stat. So if you combine heat and cold, it'll make the combo element blast, which is made by heat and cold, and the ribbon itself will have blast on it. It is, this is going to be a pretty massive change. Hey, Jaeger, how you been? It's going to be a really massive change to how ribbons function and the late game of Warframe. It's going to be really, really impressive. You good to go? You can force start? Oh, okay, dude's not showing up for you. Low-key missed me? Well, I'm back now. I'm back. For good. How have I been? Oh, fantastic. The vacation was exactly what I needed. Astra, as I have no idea what CF is. And Helldivers. Ooh, fun. Ooh, fun. The ground is lava. Fast deflection work on her? I mean, like, theoretically, yes, but I would also say just why not why not, like, just cast pillage? It's kind of always my point when it comes to that question, is like, but why not just cast pillage? Where is the Ephevron charges? Ephevron charges, where are you? Because, like, my point is like, pillage is just such a... Oh, we lost Sumi. Okay, let's see if Sumi can get back in, otherwise we're just gonna go... We might just go on. I can't find an Ephevron charge. Oh, never mind, we got it. I didn't need to find it. I had squad mates who were better than me. Sumi, are you able to get back in? Heading off to work? No worries, you have a good time at work. Hope the day is not too hard. And you have yourself a nice relaxing day. Man, I cannot aim at all with this thing. Sumi got back in, very good. Hey, you. Hey. What are you doing in there? Hey. Oh. I was gonna jump on that guy's face. Hiya! Face. oh good, exterminate, where we have to backtrack 7 years and 14 scores ago to go find an enemy that's been left behind, and then we have to travel 7 galactic parsecs in order to get to the next enemy. I really wish that they would fix this with exterminate and force enemies to teleport towards you. Heading off to work. Well, I got an international community. I got people all over the world hanging. So sometimes we get people from like all over the place, you know? Finally got all the incarnates. Heck yeah! What was the last ones that you were aiming for? Can I explain the Riven rework in today's short? Well, with what information that we have available to us, you'll be able to lock in a single stat when you're rolling. So if you want like crit chance, you can keep crit chance and keep rolling. It'll cost a new resource that will scale to be half of whatever your maximum Kuva cost for the abilities are. So if your Kuva cost for an ability is 3,000 Kuva, or Kuva cost for the reroll is 3,000 Kuva, it will cost 3,000 Kuva plus 200 or plus 1,500 of this new resource to lock in the stat, which is very, very nice. Being able to lock in stats, at least one stat, will greatly reduce the RNG of Rivens and really improve the enjoyment factor. You'll also be able to combine stats on a Riven to make a new stat, including new to Riven stats period, such as a combo element like Blast, and combo like new stats like weak point damage. Oh noes! Anyways, yeah, exactly. So a lot of interesting changes are in the works with that, and it's going to drastically change how Warframe Rivens function going into the later game. Right, can't use gear wheel. So yes, this is going to be a massive change to how Rivens function, how the pricing of Rivens. It's going to be a really big change, actually. We also don't have like all the information yet. We don't know how certain like how combinations are going to function on some of these things yet. We don't know a few other things there. You know, like, are Rivens going to, like, combo elements is going to be a thing, so we'll be able to get, like, blast, gas, viral, corrosive, that type of thing. Arc guns. Arc guns, squad! Don't forget about arc guns for this run. Arc guns are a thing. So yeah, this is going to be a really big change to how useful Rivens are and how enjoyable Rivens become. At least for me personally, this is a really big change. I'm very excited for this. It's going to be a drastic improvement to Rivens for me because I've always used Rivens just sort of as a I always use Rivens as a replacement. I never sort of made my builds based around Rivens, but now Rivens are going to be even easier and more customizable, so you can get like really interesting things. Can you just stack stats? Sort of, to a degree. Like 3 stacks and then roll some more. Not totally confirmed in that way yet. No, you can't have a 5-stat Riven. No. There's been no confirmation on like 5 stats. Reworking Riven mods? Yeah, it was just announced on today's dev short. Just announced today. So Rivens are... You're going to be able to lock a stat for your Rivens. as well as there's going to be new combo stats for ribbons. So you'll be able to combo 2 stats together. Why they're reworking ribbons? To reduce the RNG, and also it's a new refresh to a old system that's been existing for a very long time that has been kind of stagnant. So, you know, change in that way. Aced for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Aced. Greatly appreciate you. You got Halva Ribbon, was really excited. Saw the disposition it has. Yeah, new weapons always have really low dispo. That's normal. That's completely normal. That's always the way it is. Ribbon disposition changes with every Prime access. So when Citrine Prime comes in the next update, the disposition will change. Whether or not it'll go up or not is a question, because ribbon dispositions are essentially a popularity contest. Combine elements, otherwise wouldn't have able to. Corrosive viral on the same weapon. Yup. That's the really big thing. See it more as a band-aid. I think it's also to stop like speculation buying. You know, people overspending on a brand new ribbon because it's like, oh, it's the new weapon. So I still think that's a fine decision. Where the fuck are they? If you see an enemy, if you see one of these Legacytes, can you just throw a whatchamacallit on there? Plague Star before October? Plague Star usually happens in October, November, so probably in then. So if Plague Star is coming back this year, it's probably going to be in that area. They did say that they were quote-unquote thinking about it. But whether or not that's going to be a reality or not, we don't know yet. Yo, Fan, how you been, dude? What's up, bud? The ribbon changes look juicy. Yeah, I'm really excited for them. I'm very, very, very excited. Because, like I said, the big thing for me is, like, if anything, it's a change to an older system, and changes to systems like this are something that always makes me happy. Very anxious with all the RL stuff happening right now? Yeah, I can feel you. I feel ya on that one. Is a weird time to be certain. I did that casting rotation in the wrong order. Yeah, the, you know, refresh to an old system. You know, Ribbons has been a system that people have been asking for these types of changes on for a long time, and I think that's really the big reason why, is like, this is something that people have been asking for. Now's just the time to do it. Arc guns can be equipped in non-arc gun missions, yep. And are in fact necessary for some non-arc gun missions, like ETA and EDA. Sometimes have special modifiers that where normal weapons won't will do reduced damage. How? I do have a short going over that, but you have to get a gyromag you can get gyromag in a few ways, but the first way that you get it is by doing some of the profit ticker bounties. And I do have a short going over how to get arc guns unlocked for your normal missions. The hair rework? Well, it's not even a hair rework. It's just an improving to the already, like, existing shaders. It's just making it work properly. So all it is fixing a bug. It's not really a rework. But don't get me wrong, still excited for it nonetheless. Improvements to fashion is something I will never say no to. All right, this could be difficult. This next stage could be annoying, but we shall see. We shall see. Bonk. Oh, okay. There's so much stuff to do in the game, you get overwhelmed. Yeah, the thing I would always say is just take it slow. There's no rush. Right, Warframe is a marathon, not a sprint, right? So just take it slow and steady. Oh, you do turn off our abilities. Do you turn off our abilities? No. Yes, you do. That's unfortunate. Dang it. Hey, Ole, how you doing? Hey, Blue, welcome back. Mods, ban the streamer, he's having fun. Rue. So many changes. Rue, I heard you're gonna be running prime time or dev shorts next week. Look at you. Moving on up. You are? Yeah, I have. Congratulations. I have no idea. Are you? Someone said that you were. When I heard that, I'm like, that doesn't sound right. Because you're... Aren't you going off on an adventure? Huh. Huh. You leave on Tuesday? Very exciting. I can't wait to hear about your adventures when you get back from all of your adventuring. No, it's not Rue's birthday, but happy birthday to you, though. No, we just make fun. We just always say happy birthday to Rue. It's an ongoing joke. That's just us making fun of Rue, as per usual. You're a Gemini? What does that have to do with anything? It means it's not your birthday? Oh, alright, I suppose. I suppose that makes sense. What's your Garudus assume? On this build, I am using chromas. Oh, I'm about to die. I'm gonna go hide for a second. I'm using Elemental Ward for heat to keep myself nice and healthy. And the reason why I had to go into Operator there was because they gave us the cooldown on our abilities there, and that was very rude of stupid Owie and stupid Amir ruining my day. Huh? Down we go! Oh. Oh. There we go. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff coming with this update, actually. This ribbon change is going to be really massive, actually. Hello. Sure. Don't know what happened there, but sure. I went into the void and my ability got turned off. All right. Sure. Oh, gas cloud. That's nice. Thanks, Owie. You're doing great. This is why I will never romance Owie or Amir, is because of the face-off modifiers here. It's probably going to drop prices on the Riven market. I think the Riven market is going to drastically explode. I don't think this is necessarily going to drop the prices on the Riven market, because people are now just going to be going for new roles, but it's basically going to reset the Riven market. Right? Because now the old roles are not necessarily the good roles anymore, and the new roles are going to be all very different. So I don't think it's going to be like a drop the Riven market prices, but it is going to be sort of a Riven market reset in a way. Because of all these changes. Ah! Help. Okay, quick ad break. See you in a second. Thank you. I double tapped my health drain for energy like a goob. Like a silly goob. Why does that keep getting turned off? I'm not in the range. Weird. Yeah, that's what I do too, Sneaky. Like, I'm not someone who really engages with the Riven market in any way, shape, or form. So, like, to me, this is no major change, right? Like, I'm just going to be doing my thing. But this is going to be, at least from what I can tell, probably going to be like a major reset to the market. Which also might be part of the reason why they're doing it, right? Like, this is going to drastically change Rivens just in general for, like, ad pricing. Not ad pricing, but like pricing of Rivens and like changing up like what are the good Rivens because of this change. So like all of this is something I'm very excited for. People asking for lock stats. Yeah, the lock stats is kind of the is like really nice, but the bigger thing for me is the bigger thing for me is definitely the combo stats. And Pablo did confirm that you'll be able to get multiple combo stats on a Riven at once, potentially. Which will be a really, really big change. Like, that's going to be actually quite massive. Ooh, Topaz. That was painful. We got through it. It was easy. Easy peasy. Especially since you were bugged out and couldn't place any modes. Ah, we're fine. Most likely you're going to be seeing some similarities in Soulframe with the tempers. Yeah, and I think that's kind of the reason why, is like the Soulframe temper system's coming through, so we're getting sort of an equivalency, right? Is essentially the same idea as the tempers. We're removing the RNG to make these much more reliable and sort of the grind more reliable, which I think is a really smart choice from the devs. Really, really smart choice. Do you use the Praetos or Prisma Oma? You got a Riven loadout you're cooking? It depends on the loadout. Depends on the build, depends on the loadout, depends on everything. Depends on where you're going, what you're doing, what hat you're wearing. Why is it so dark in here now? Something changed with the one of the hot fixes, and it just made the back rooms really darker for some reason. Really, really darker. Changes like once per update? Yeah, it has changed a bit there. This update for certain. Hey, I got the backpack. Neat. No signed honor. Okay, let's do EDA. But yeah, these changes are going to be really massive, actually. Systematic changes, like I was saying this earlier. The systematic changes to me are always more exciting than like anything else, because it changes a lot to do with the game. So this change to me is a fairly systematic change to Warframe. It's going to make Rivens much more enjoyable and fun for me to play. Hey, look, I got Dante. I also got Excalibur. I also got Labos. Holy smokes, I got freaking stacked. Ability duration is reduced. Lose energy per second for each enemy. Pickups don't heal, and health orbs can't be picked up. Lose 2 health while moving. Wow, that's odd. What a strange combination here. Well, I mean, do I just take it easy today? What do we got here? We got Alchemy, Survival, Mirror Defense. What do you have? Elemental damage while being carried. Enemy health slowly regenerates. The stupid do vary things. Life support towers only activate after 20 enemies have been killed. Allies within gain fire rate. Cost of ammo efficiency. Security system requires twice as many Phosphine glyphs to activate. Guardian Eximuses. Oh yeah, we're just gonna Dante this. We're just gonna take it easy. I don't want to think. Dante, Celtra. Vasto, sure. Why not? Machete, why not? F it. We ball. I don't like that one, but I don't remember if my Dante has anything that does heal stuff on him. No, I don't use Equilibrium here because I got knocked to a swarm here instead. So I don't need Equilibrium here. How about my Noctua? Resistance is another arcane you can use to get more HP. There's Arcane Blessing will increase your maximum HP levels. Encumber, Governor Shot, Heated Charge, Target Record, Primary. Yeah, that should all be fine. We should be fine on energy here. So I can take that one. I can take that one. I think I'll take that one and that one. Okay, who wants to join me for EDA? Elite Deepak Media, who wishes to join? Keep up with the power creep. Ribbon system goes into play. Well, so Ribbon Dispo is Commander Knight, do you yeah, Halo, you do. You're not online, Halo. Let me know when you're online. Yeah, Arcane Blessing can Kinglin. Yep. Should DE go in fixing Riven Disposition? Riven Disposition doesn't really need fixing. It's not really it's kind of functioning as intended. Rework weapons that don't keep up with power creep. Well, see, that's two separate things. Is like Riven Disposition is like a different thing, and power creep is a different thing. So we're talking like 3 different problems here with your question. So like Riven Disposition works the way that it's supposed to. It's supposed to essentially, like the way I look at it is it essentially keeps the hyper popular weapons Riven Disposition down so that their Rivens aren't crazy. So like as a meta mitigation, if you will. And new weapons having base like the lowest Riven Disposition to me is like to stop speculation markets, which I get them wanting to do so they don't, like, people aren't spending billions of platinum on a new weapon Riven right as soon as a new weapon comes out. So like to me that seems like logical, and the reason why they keep it that way. Whether or not they'll change that, who knows. And Riven Dispositions change every prime access, so essentially once a quarter, so that's a thing. And for like the power creep stuff, that gets fixed by incarnans or augments or Rivens as well helps to fix that too, to a certain extent. So, like, maybe, but also, like, do we need to keep holding up these older weapons and bringing them up? Is it okay to let weapons that are early game weapons, let them be early game weapons? Do we need to be propping up these weapons? Like, is that a thing that we need in the game? Is that a thing that the community wants in the game for everything to be good? Because then at that point, if everything is good, then nothing is good, because everything is homogenous. So, like, maybe not. So it's kind of like one of those things of like, if everything is good, then nothing is good. But like the want for some things to be better than others is like still a thing within all games, right? You're looking for the optimization. You're looking for the strongest. You know, think of how many times people come in here and be like, what's the strongest Warframe? Or what's the strongest weapon? Like, that's what the people want. So, of new weapons after the speculation stage goes over, yeah, Riven disposition goes up, or changes, I should say, every Prime access. So whenever a new Prime Warframe comes out, Riven dispositions change. They used to go down, but now they only go up. And the likelihood of them going up is based off the popularity of the weapon. So the more popular a weapon is, the less likely its disposition is to go up. And that's their sort of balancing factor into Rivens. Previously, Riven's disposition would even go down, but they did change their mind on that, and I was actually kind of hoping that that would be something they would bring back with this change, was what they were going to announce today, but I like this new system better. We got room for 2 for Elite Deep Archimedia. If anybody wants to join us. EDA, room for 2. Finally be able to use pistol skins on dual pistols. We got a few dual pistol skins that go on pistols. But pistols and dual pistols are 2 separate types of weapons, so probably not. If it's too good, then it'll get nerfed, but you really want them to... you really don't want them to nerf stuff. It's like we shouldn't be complaining when we get really good stuff. I actually think that nerfing is fine for a game. It's healthy. But, like, I get where people are coming from. They don't want, you know, their thing to get reduced or their thing to be less powerful. What can you get from this? Archon shards, arcanes, and stuff like that. Some melee arcanes, melee arcane adapters, Archon shards. That type of stuff. We have 1 dual pistol skin? No, do we only have 1 dual pistol skin? Ace? Yeah, come on down. Dalen? Yeah, no one else is taking it, so it's all you. And again, thank you, Ace, for those 5 gifted earlier. Sorry, we were kind of just chatting, and I didn't really say thank you properly there. My apologies. Like, I think that nerfs are actually healthy for the game. Like, I think that nerfs are something that people, like, the game should be doing. Because, you know, if you don't have balance, you don't have a game. But the Warframe community is allergic to balance. Like, think of any time that anyone starts thinking about something getting nerfed. It's like, the community just starts crying so effing fast. So, like... The game doesn't want nerf. The community doesn't want balance, but the community wants harder content. But harder content can only exist if there's balance. So harder content can't exist because the community doesn't want balance. Which is kind of the sort of weird paradox of the Warframe community. Ace, you hit X there. Oh. Sorry. I got this. I think you just... Something goofed there. Oh, yeah, it's just a bug then. It's happening right now. So, I mean, I think that nerfs need to happen inside of games. I think that it's healthy for nerfs to happen inside of games. But I also get where people don't want their toy to be less fun. But also we've got 6 Warframes? 65 Warframes? 66 come December? Or 66 come Narn? So, like, you know, it's one of those things of, like, I think that nerfs are fine, but I also get that that's not what the community wants, so who cares what my opinion is? What do you think they're doing for 67th? It's probably going to be a Warframe that moves left and right. Maybe vertically left and vertically right. Like this, kind of. Yeah, Briscoe is 67. Narin is 66. We already know what we're getting our hands on, to an extent. Okay, remember, it is alchemy. Try to kill enemies close to the objective if you're able to. We were making a 6-7 joke, chat. We're allowed to make jokes every once in a while. We're aware that Briscoe is coming. We're aware. After discussion about the ribbon changes? Yeah, I can't wait for these ribbon changes. It's gonna be great. He is going to be neat. I'm very excited. He hates them? That's totally fair. I think it's actually going to be really interesting. I think that it's going to be adding in some really new dynamics into the system, and also making ribbons more important for the game, and also I think reducing the grind, like the RNG grind on ribbons, I think is not a bad thing either. But to each their own. To each their own. Everybody's got different opinions on stuff. At least theoretically at the moment, I like them. I like the idea of them. Especially the greater customization on them with the combo stats feels really nice. Adds more RNG on top of already RNG heavy system. I view it as the other way around. Because we can lock stats now, so we can lock in what we want. So that reduces a lot of the RNG. Or reduces a significant chunk of the RNG to it. But I also get it where it is adding in an RNG in a different way, because then we're having RNG being added in to locking in and trying to get multiple combo stats. Because Pablo did confirm that we are able to have multiple combo stats. So there is that side of it too, absolutely. Lock in, yeah, but you can lock in one, right? Usually you're just happy with locking in one. Like, how many weapons do you need to lock in more than one stat? To me, locking in one stat is actually really massive. Because if you can lock in one stat that reduces, like, what, 30% RNG on top of it? And then when you combo stats, that will re-roll one of the stats when you do a combo stat, as they showed on the other screens. So, like, that's also going to be making some changes and improvements there too. I'm actually really excited for all of this personally, but obviously it all depends on how it implements and what the grind looks like. So like my full opinion will always be reserved until the actual thing comes out. What examples of combo stats? They already showed off. One of the combo stats was weak point hits and elementals. So viral heat or viral blast, corrosive. And Pablo did confirm on my question on social media that that you'll be able to A, lock in the combo stats, but also B, have more than one combo stat at a time. So like, to me, I actually really like this. But also, like, I'm someone who likes grinds like this. So I get that I'm a little bit of a outlier with it. Like, I don't mind having a grind that is a little bit less RNGE. Right? Because if I can control at least a bit of what I'm doing with my stats, that to me is a significant reduction in RNG. But it also depends on, like, if people are wanting to go for the ultra mega 3 combo stats on your ribbon, then you're just going to be dealing that is going to be a whole entire different kit and caboodle. Whereas like me, I'll be fine with just 1 or 2 combo stats. So if you're going for the ultimate like bonkers roll, then of course you're going to be expecting more grind to it, right? But for me, like, I'll be looking at it like, okay, cool. So I got one combo set that I want. Let's see if we can roll another. Oh, I didn't? Okay, whatever. And then I just move on with my day. But if you're trying to go like the absolutely crazy one. Kuba cost adjustments? No Kuba cost adjustments announced. But it also will depend a lot on what the farm is going to be like for this new materials needed for locking a stat and for the comboing stats is really going to matter. Because if it's not like, if it's a nonsensical change there, then that could be very problematic. Because if it's just going to be like a mega grind to just get this materials for the lock and for the reroll, then I think that's going to be quite frustrating. The lock and the combo. So it really, to me, matters on what we're getting for that there. But I'm also someone who really likes, like this is something that I'm really excited for, but I also understand that it's not for everyone. I get where criticisms are going to be coming from this system. But I personally think that this is going to be a really, really good change to the system. But again, it kind of depends on like where people are. Like if you're wanting to go for a 3 combo, you know, ultra god roll Riven, then, you know, I get people complaining about it. But if I can lock in a combo stat on a Riven and then lock in that stat and then roll for something something else. Like, to me, that's really good. And then, like, you can also use the lock-ins to get the combo easier that you want initially is also really good. So, like, let's say I really want blast on a weapon and I get heat. Then I lock in the heat and I roll until I get cold. And then I combine that into blast. And then I lock it in from there after that. And then I roll from there. So, to me, that's kind of a different, interesting grind loop. But I also get where some people don't want a grind in their lives. As Riven should be your endgame min-maxing thing you strive for is your cup of tea. Yeah, see, and that's kind of the thing I'm looking at it with, right? Is like, I'm looking at it as like a min-maxer's, like this is for the top end of the game for min-maxing. Because for min-maxing at the top end of the game right now, we kind of got God Roll Rivens, which are usually frustrating as they currently stand, but locking in stats will make that a little bit different. Whether or not it'll be better, I don't know. I think it will be personally, but we'll obviously have to wait. And how it is. Min-maxers and more for gambling addicts? No, for me, it's much more for min-maxers, actually. For me, this is actually like the min-maxers, this is the dream. Because if I can get, like, think of the AX52. An AX52 Riven with viral, rad, magnetic, blast, corrosive, galvanized shot with 3 mods. Right? Like, think of that. Like, think how cool of an idea that is. Obviously, that's going to be an insane thing. But, and then debilitate on top of that, exactly. Like, that is going to be wild. Could be very fun. But it ultimately depends on what that grind is going to look like, which obviously we don't know yet. We don't know, like, if the grind for the materials for the re-rolling is going to be a frustrating grind, then this is going to be bad. If the grind for the materials for the locking in stats is going to be, for the combo stats, then it's going to be bad. And if they give us, like, a halfway decent sort of selection and option in that regards, I think we're going to be fine. You know what I mean? But it does really, really, really depend on how that is going to be looking like. If that becomes the meta, like the power spike becomes so big, it's almost mandatory. Yeah, but here's my point is always this. Like, we need more damage. Right? The maximum health pool of an enemy in the game at level cap is 600 million health. we shit out 600 million health just by sneezing at someone. Like, this is for the people who want to be like ultra stupid min-max. Like, you don't need this. This is for the fun of it. You know what I mean? Like, you don't need more damage in Warframe. We have so much damage in Warframe. It's a joke. Like, damage is not something that we're ever really needing. It's like a sports car. You don't need a Porsche, but to be nice. Yeah, exactly. Like, we have so much damage in the game now these days. Also, using a locking resource every roll can really suck depending on how much we get for it. Yeah, and that's exactly what I was saying earlier, right? It really depends on what the economy of that resource looks like. Because if the economy of that resource is just like brutally slow, that's not gonna fly, right? Like, if we don't get very good access to that resource, we're gonna have a really bad time, and this is gonna be kind of a really bad system. Now, like that said, if it's rough at the start and then they add in more options as we go, that's another thing, because obviously that's how progression works. Oh my god, progression in a video game, who would have thought? Now that said, I'm also, like, will fully admit it, like, I am the eternal optimist, right? Like, I will fully admit it, I am the eternal optimist. I know that. It is either a flaw or a strength, up to you whether or not you think that's a flaw or not. But yes, like, if they don't have a good loop for gaining that resource, I could see this being a very bad system. And it will really depend on what the loop for this resource looks like once we get there. More worried that the difficulty being approximate to Archimedes means another weekly lockout. Yeah, and if it's like a weekly thing, I don't necessarily agree with that either, right? Like, it should be something that's farmable, you know? Like, it should be something that if I have the want, I can go farm it. Like, it should be a farmable resource, not a weekly checklist resource. And if it is a farmable resource, I think it's going to be fine. If it's a weekly checklist resource, it's not going to be okay. If that makes sense. And it needs to be a weekly farm, like, it needs to be a farmable resource. Like, I need to be able to go into arbitrations and farm this if I want to do it. Like, it can't be you can only get one of these rerolls a week thing. Or one of these combo locks a week thing. Like, no, let me farm it. I feel like the combined resource will be very limited. I have concerns about that. I certainly hope that they're not doing that, because I think that it will really decrease the fun of this system and the enjoyment of this system. Because if they make it a grindable resource, where, like, we can just go farm arbitrations for this resource or something like that, you know what I mean? Like, part of the fun of Riven rolling right now is that we can farm Kuva, right? It's like, oh man, I can go farm more Kuva and try to get a better roll here. Like, that's part of the fun of Riven rolling, is that we're not locked to a certain a certain amount a week, right? So if they make it so that it's not bad in that regards, then I think this is going to be a fine system. But it will, to me, in my opinion, really, really depend on the accessibility of this resource. Like, if it's locked by Narin's farm, that's fine, sure, whatever. It means that it's still farmable. I would like to see it, like, added to something other than just Narin's farm. Like, add it to Test and Shop for a week. Like, combo it up. Let it be, like, a weekly resource farm. Let it be, but, like, make it so that we can also farm it. It can't be just a weekly resource. If it's just a weekly resource, I can see this being very problematic. If it's another shop with a weekly purchase cap, not happy. Yeah, and, like, they can't, I really sincerely hope that that's not the direction they're going. Need to sleep? Don't worry, it's redacted. You have yourself a good sleep. Thanks for hanging out today. Welcome back, Alpine. Hope your appointment went well, other than longer. So, as always, the devil's always in the detail with stuff, right? You know? If the farm is over slow and, like, over grindy because it's just a time gating, that's not okay to me. Like, we don't need more time gates in the game. Especially for an end game thing like that. Like, we don't need a time gate for that. Just let us do our thing. Although I also understand, like, if they would want to put a lock in because they're concerned about player burnout, but also it's the end game, like, it's an end game thing, right? They should just let us, you know, the idiots at the end game, if we're going to burn ourselves out, we're going to burn ourselves out on something, right? Like, we're dumb. We will find a way to burn ourselves out if need be. Some food, gonna lurk and munch. Love the Dante fashion, especially the purple. Yeah, this is, it was a stolen fashion, but it was actually, this is a color palette that I use on a lot of my frames. Oh, did I? Oh, nice. Oh, yeah. Give the boy a treat, Web. Okay. Yeah, see, Sneaky Corpse, I'm with you. If we could, like, crack relics at the same time as doing that, that'd be making me really happy. Such an end game available after the second dream? Yeah, but if they added, like, the resource for the... You know, if Rivens, the base Rivens unlock after the second dream, but then this bigger thing after comes after and, like, is a more endgame oriented thing, then it's still going to be a endgame oriented activity, you know what I mean? Like, you can have early game things also be end game oriented if, you know, applied correctly, right? Like in traditional MMOs, crafting is given to you right away at the start of the game, but it's still important later on in the game, right? Like you do crafting at level 1 in most games. Just like as an example. But also getting people earlier into participating in the system and then making it sort of like you can start messing around with it early and then you can start messing with it later. Still makes it an end game activity, even if it's an unlocked early game feature and function. It becomes an end game as time goes on, right? It's almost like progression is a thing. But again, it's really going to depend on how things turn out over time. So as always, when it ever comes to systematic big changes like this, I have to get the system in my hands before I can really give my opinion on anything. But you do, as everything needs forma. Yeah, exactly. Right? And like technically speaking, you get access to forma the moment that you can start cracking relics, right? So like that's a, what, MR2 function? But what MR2 person is going to be actually functioning with forma, right? Or sorry, MR2 accessible option, but like who's doing it at MR2, you know what I mean? Hey, what do you do? Ooh, abilities cost no energy, eh? Well, don't mind if I do. Let's get some overguard up, shall we? Here's some more overguard. We love overguard. But I'll also say, like I said, I am the eternal optimist. I see the positivity in it, and I see the potential in it. Doesn't mean that, like, I'm going to be right at the end of the day. Because it could be looking like something very different as time goes on. And could be something that's not what we're looking for as a community as time goes on. But I think it's going to be pretty neat. I like it. I like that we're getting a change up into the system. I think it's going to be a very positive thing, but it kind of depends on ultimately personal preferences and stuff. Mainly Orkin cells? Yeah, Orkin cells are pretty early. You get Orkin cells really early, actually. Ceres. Actually, what's sooner, Ceres or Saturn? I think Ceres, right? Yeah, I think Ceres. Next! Off we go! Ceres, Saturn? Yeah, no, it was just a question of what one comes first. I think Ceres is the first one. Is there a ribbon mod for the Staticore? I mean, there's ribbons for all weapons in the game, except for exalted weapons, so yeah. If a weapon exists, there is ribbons, except for exalteds. Rip to your Whipclaw ribbon. I don't think I was playing when exalted weapons suddenly got ribbons there for a hot second. Not that I can remember, at least. I don't think so. I was playing during that time. Also, the other thing that I like about it is that it's a shake-up to the ribbon market, as well as kind of the other thing that I really enjoy. It's going to be a sort of an economic market shake-up, in a way. Which, depending on your opinion, is a good thing or a bad thing. I personally think it's a good thing, but I get that I'm not someone who also doesn't do any trading when it comes to ribbons. And I probably won't do any trading with ribbons after this update either, so, you know, in my opinion, really doesn't matter in that regards either. Give a Noctua a ribbon? No, the Noctua does not need a ribbon. Warframe ribbons, or exalted, always extreme ribbons, that idea is that'd be cool, but also exalted ribbons. Balancing would have to do is a nightmare. Yeah, and that's why I think that we'll probably never see exalted ribbons, because that's just a... I think that exalted weapons scaling off of the mods on the frame, which a lot of them do with like power strength and stuff, I think is perfectly fine. And I don't think that they need to have any more power than that. Exalted weapons are already really, really good as they stand right now. People couldn't handle the pseudo-exalteds? Yeah, exactly. Although, to be fair, pseudo-exalteds, I do agree with them getting rid of pseudo-exalteds, because that whole, like, if you got this frame in a pseudo in Archimedia, then you kind of just got SOL'd. Right? Because you don't have your exalted stat stick, so you can't really play this frame in this game mode. So, like, I get the reason for getting rid of them. Can you hear the trade chat scammers crying because the ribbon change? They're upset that, like, the Gamba got Gamba'd. They spent 1 billion platinum on this ribbon that might sell one day for 1 billion plus 1 platinum. And now they're upset. It's like, I get it, but hi, you decided to operate inside of a speculative market. Congratulations. Welcome to the stock exchange. And then there's going to be people just being like, DE should refund us platinum. It's like, no, you spent your platinum how you wanted to. That's your fault. Like, there are for certain going to be people saying, DE should just give us all free free platinum because of this, because people would have spent platinum on their rolls, and the rolls are going to be changing. Did your roll get worse? No. There's just better rolls out there now, so how is your roll worse? So why don't you sit down and calm down, child? G-rolls will be even more expensive, yeah, but also significantly, like, more enjoyable to use. Like, I'm looking at G-rolls and my brain is going like, oh, that's going to be very interesting. I can, like, build some really interesting stuff for this now. Your curse is broken? Not yet. You don't know that yet. Bought an iPod Touch when I was a teenager. You're not expecting Apple to give you a refund because iPhones exist now? Yeah, exactly. The moths are still upon you? Hey, me too. We could get some starter lock currency in your opinion? Oh no, I agree. I think that like giving us some starter currencies for the lock and for the combo would be smart of them to do, if anything, so that people can start messing with the system right away. Like, they don't need to give a lot of the resource, like a couple. But just so that people can start messing with the system right away, I think is like a very wise choice of them to do. At least in my opinion, I think it would be a wise choice. Oh, the void relics. Yep. Wait, where are my friends? Oh, are they just loading? Okay. It's like, wait a second. Where's everyone? I'm so scared and alone. Help. Drop some plat on Kuva like you do every February. Yeah, and like I think that's probably what they'll probably end up doing, right? Like Riven ciphers are a platinum thing. So I could see them adding in like something along those lines in the future. I think that they should add some of those in like right away. Like Riven ciphers are a platinable thing. Those are for plat? I mean, they can be for plat. Rivel, yeah! I stole this from someone, but it was also my fashion palette that I used on a lot of frames, so it ended up being perfect for me. But I did bibbity boppity this one. Those are for plat? Yeah, they can be for plat, but you can also get Riven ciphers for inside the game. Hey, that's a lot of enemies. Hey, I didn't cast any overguard before I went in here. I'm going to go this way. Will probably no longer be good. Well, see, it's just going to be changing, right? So, like, the current God Roll Rivens are going to be not as good, right? Because now we've got a lot more of wide variety of stats and a lot of different stats. So I don't think it's that, you know, the Riven Mafia is going to be going anywhere, realistically speaking. What it's going to be is the Riven Mafia is going to have to go chase after different things for their profits and for their shenanigans now. So it's just going to be a different thing more than a complete removal. Like I was saying earlier, this is going to be a market reset, right? Because what was a god roll may no longer be a god roll, right? Because now we're going to have combo stats, and those combo stats are going to be potentially very interesting different stats. Like, we saw weak point damage, we saw goalpost shifted with more accessible entry to pre-change god rolls. Yeah, in a way. Yeah. What? Oh, we got it. I got so confused, but I didn't see the circle anymore. Which, like, you know, the Warframe community is allergic to change. Let's just be real. I'm someone who just loves change. I love having things become different and become more interesting. So, like, to me, this is exciting, but the Warframe community as a whole, just, like, they're allergic to change. It's cooties. So I think that's where a lot of people's initial complaints are going to be coming from, being like, this is a change to a system! Ah! Purple palette on Dante. This is a fashion that I stole from somebody else. I'll fully admit it. But it is a palette that I use quite frequently on a lot of my frames. You're allergic to raid, so you agree with Pablo? He said raid the problem that it's worth? Yeah. I actually love raids. I love the idea of raids, like a pinnacle content for people to work towards and aspire to do. I think is really healthy for video games. And I feel like Warframe doesn't really have that at the moment. We don't have a pinnacle content, which I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing that we don't have it, but it's just sort of a note that we don't have it, if that makes sense. But I would like to see a pinnacle content in here as well. I don't think there are many people who've been complaining about it, even as a knee-jerk reaction. Yeah, I'll have to see how it goes. So even G-rolls? Yeah, see, for me, even on low Riven Dispo weapons, I think this is going to be a positive change. Because if you can, A, lock in a stat, but B, combo stats, like, think the Cedo, right? The Cedo is a really, really good weapon, but it will never have a high Riven disposition, because it is a really, really good weapon. So the Rivens on that weapon are, generally speaking, devalued because of its really, really low dispo. But with some of these combo stats, for instance, if we can get elemental damage, if you can get any form of elemental damage onto the Cedo, you're going to have a really good time. If you can get any form of combo element on the Cedo, you're going to have a really good time. Even if it's a low dispo, like a low percentage on the status element or low percentage on status damage, you're still going to have a good time with that Riven. So for me, I see this as being like potentially a very positive thing for those types of weapons. And we'll have to see how it gets. Condition overload? Yeah, and like that. Like we also don't know what all of the combo stats are going to be yet, which is, I think, a lot of where the reaction is coming out from. Is we don't really know what all of our options are, but just looking at just the status, like the viral, blast, gas, corrosive, those four being comboed up on a Riven is going to be pretty big for a lot of weapons, including low dispo weapons. Because think of how good it would be if you could just remove a mod from a weapon and replace it with a better mod, right? Like, I now no longer need to put viral onto my weapon, like, taking up 2 mod slots because I've got a Riven solving that problem for me. Think of how good that would be for so many weapons. Like, just as an example. Let alone, like, blast or gas. Like, think any influence melee with a low Riven disposition. Congratulations, you have blast or gas for an influence build. Like, that's gonna be pretty interesting. We can save so much space for slots. Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm looking at it, is like, even on low dispo weapons, this is a change that is going to be very beneficial for low dispo weapons. 60% viral, so not that great. Yeah, but sometimes you don't care about status weighting, right? Think about shotguns. Like, you don't give a shit about 120% viral because you have 10 billion multi-shot. You're gonna get 10 viral on something. Like, status weighting is just as a stat line, like as a you know, thought function for builds, is not something that I think about ever. And I have never had any problems with it. Like, the only time that I ever really have to think about, like, status weighting is on very particular, like, influence melee weapons, and even then, I don't think about status weighting. Now, if you're going into, like, an acuity build, then obviously you need to think more about status weighting. I'm someone who really prefers multi-shot, so I never really have to worry about status weighting as much as other people do. But, like, you don't care at that point. Because then, grats, you got viral on your weapon for free. You just care about viral being applied. You don't care about the damage of viral. Because then you free up a mod slot for something else. And that freed up mod slot is going to be something that's really important. Recommend getting into Riven mods. Never really cared about them since you play nuke frames all the time. And mostly using carnal weapons, which already melts level cap, no problems. I mean, Rivens are going to be changing pretty significantly, Justy, in a while. Sometime in late September, early October. So like getting yourself some Rivens is not a bad idea. I wouldn't say that I would spend platinum on Rivens right now, but like farming up some base Rivens and just like cracking them open, see if you get weapons that you like, and just sort of like hoard some Kuva between now and then, I'd recommend. Things like the Aphrodite and Daiku are going to be so good with even more weak point damage. Yeah, exactly. Right? Yeah, I would, Rivens, I would say, like, I wouldn't be spending platinum on Rivens right now. I would, like, if you have just, like, I do, like, I've got a whack ton of unopened Rivens. Right? I've got 57 melee Rivens, 25 Zaws, 45 rifles, 21 shotguns, 29 kit gun, 8 pistols. Like, this is what I would be looking at right now. If you're wanting to get into Rivens. Like, sure, you can crack them open if you want to, but, like, you know, the rolls don't matter right now. These are all going to be changing soon. Like, this whole function of the stats on the Rivens are going to be changing, but, like, getting your hands on a bunch of Rivens right now is not a bad idea. Like, my Riven capacity is maxed out. Like, I need to clean out my Riven. Like, I need to clean out and crack open some Rivens here. This is going to be very, very different now. But, like, I will say, Rivens are just a nice to have. They're not super necessary. You really love Incarnate weapons? Oh, Incarnate weapons are great fun. Don't get me wrong. But Rivens are nice because it changes up your stuff there. What's the max number of Riven slots? I can't remember how many max Riven slots there are. But I'm at 210. So right now, the way that I look at Rivens is if a Riven needs to replace a mod and then give me something more. Right? So here, the Ballistica, right? This Ballistica, I rolled 200 times, and you might be thinking, this isn't that great of a Riven. It's not that great of a Riven, I know that. But what this Riven was is replaces the 60-60 cold that I was putting on my weapon, giving me base damage because this is multiplicative on here with galvanized shot, and then gives me more fire rate. So, like, the way I've always looked at Rivens up until now was has to replace a mod and give me more. Right? It replaces a mod, gives me more options, gives me something on top of replacing that mod. So for me, this replaces my 60-60 cold, gives me base damage for the multiplicative gun co, and gives me fire rate. But, like, that is a good Riven to me. Is it a God Roll Riven? Absolutely not. But I will also never go for God Roll Rivens. This is something that, like, God Roll Rivens, I think people really think about too much. I always look for usable Rivens over God Roll Rivens because it just improves the build. And I like to match my Riven to my build rather than match my build to my Riven is the way that I always look at it. 180 Riven slots plus 30 for reaching MR 30? Oh, okay. 40k plat and your liver? Yeah, that's another thing too. Wish they reduced the hate gambit mechanics in your end game. I think that this is a fine gambit mechanic. Right? Because the way that I'm looking at it is like this, right? So let's just like let's grab a Riven that's like halfway decent so I can sort of explain this. For a weapon that makes sense here. Let me find just so I can like talk through my Bratton, sure. So my Bratton Riven, right? So we've got crit damage, electricity, status chance, status duration. Maybe this isn't a good one. This is actually like a decent Riven roll, so let's not do that one. Let me explain my sort of thought process here of why I think this is going to be a really good system for reducing farm as long-term reducing RNG. Let me see if I can find a Riven here that works for what I'm trying to describe. Okay, well, we got to run a quick ad break here, and then let me go through this. Oh, this is actually a really good one here. So here, this is a good one here. So once we get back, I'll sort of explain my thought processes here. Maybe not the user ideas, but we'll see if we can find some more. Ferox? No. Ferox? No. Gamma core? No. What I'm looking for is a primary weapon that has... Oh, actually, this is a very good one here. This is a good one. Here we go. Here is a good one to show what I'm talking about. Nice 60. Yeah, funnily enough, yeah. Join late. What's up? Rivens are changing with the next patch, but we'll explain a little bit more spiteful in a second here. Okay, so this is the way that I'm looking at Rivens, right? Ignis, very fan favorite weapon. This is not that good of a roll. It has really low Riven disposition, but what it has is Toxin. And that is useful because this is a continuous fire beam weapon and a primary. So we have primary debilitate. Primary DB, primary debilitate, right? So this Toxin, if I lock this Toxin, roll to try to get corrosive, right? Then I have corrosive plus whatever, right? Then I combo up the Toxin with the electric. So now I've locked in the corrosive, and it's like you're building a mod as you go, which I think is really good. And then I'm looking for electric, and then electric takes one of these stats, and then hopefully I get a halfway decent stat other than electric, right? And like, to me, this is going to be a very powerful system because like, oh, I've got this one stat here. I will lock my Toxin, I'll roll for another element, and then I'll lock it from there, lock in my corrosive, and then roll for damage, multi-shot, fire rate, whatever, you know, that type of thing. And like the ideal would be then you're looking for like, you're locking in the corrosive, and then you lock in the corrosive, and then you roll another 2 stats on here, plus a negative, and so on and so forth. Now, the problem is that it does, it is going to cause potentially a higher investment into a higher quality roll, but instead of like full RNG, this is going to be very interesting. Perfect G-roll became 8 times easier to get. I have no idea. I also don't pay attention to AI. AI has no idea what it's doing with its life. Targeted rolls would be cool, like Destiny 2 targeted stat allocation. So what it's doing is you're now going to be able to lock one stat before you roll, right? It's going to be costing a new resource to lock a stat and to roll to lock that stat. So you are going to be locking in, and currently it's half of whatever the Kuva cost is. So this will cost 500 of whatever that resource is to lock Toxin and roll. So like the grind of that resource is going to be the big question to this. Hey, Boba. Or Baba. Boba Fett. So that's going to be a big question of like how usable the system is going to be, is depending on the cost and like the acquirability of these new resources is going to be a really, really big important thing to this. But if I can lock in Toxin to get Corrosive, and then I lock in the Corrosive, and then I roll what I want to, that essentially is going to be giving this thing the higher likelihood of getting Corrosive Blast out of one mod, right? Because I could get Corrosive, Cold, plus another stat, plus a negative. So that'd be Corrosive Blast out of one mod instead of out of 3 mods. And that's the power scaler that I see Rivens being in the future. Is like that type of thing. Is this an OBS thing? No, this is just a plugin. It's called Drawful or Drawpen or something like that. It's a on-screen annotation software. There's lots of different versions out there. So to me, this is going to be a really powerful system because it's going to allow us to customize our Rivens much easier and with new and interesting stats. So it's not just like, think of what like most god rolls for Rivens right now is what? Multi-shot, crit chance, crit damage. For a lot of weapons, that's the god roll. That's boring. Like, I hate to say it. That's boring. Because to me, the other side of that is I don't want to replace a mod just to get more of those stats, because all of those are stats that I want to have more of those of. Right? Like, I don't want to replace a crit damage mod because I want to have a lot of crit damage. I don't want to replace a crit chance mod because I want to have a lot of crit chance. I don't want to replace multi-shot because I want to have more multi-shot. Right? Like, none of those are stats that I want to get rid of or replace a stat in, but now this is giving us more options. And that's for someone like me who likes to fit a Riven into a build rather than fit a build around a Riven. This is going to be a significant improvement to the system. Crit chance, crit damage, multi-shot, minus zoom is not the god roll. It depends on the weapon, but like, I would say that that's like the classic god roll for most weapons out there these days. It's not like the only one, obviously. It's very weapon dependent, but this it gives us a lot more customizability to our Rivens, which I really like the idea of. Now, obviously, some of the stats are really going to be dependent. Like, what kind of stats are we going to be able to get out of these new stats? Like we saw, I think someone mentioned that Pablo in that sort of comment train was that status duration is going to be one of them. So that's an Elementalist mod. How that's going to be playing in, is that going to be additive or multiplicative? That could be very interesting. Most other sources of elemental damage are additive. Some, like, there's a few cases of it being multiplicative, but most are additive. But still, that's elemental damage. It's very powerful, especially in the era of like debilitate and a lot of status-based weapons and so on and so forth. It could be very interesting. You know, it's to me, this is a meta shakeup move by the devs to give endgame players a new gameplay loop. How that's going to work is really dependent on how easily the resources are going to be farmed. They need to be accessible. They need to be farmable. They can't be a weekly resource. They can't be locked to X amount per week from shop vendor XYZ. They need to be something that, like, we as a group can just be like, hey, we're going to go farm a bunch of this resource. Let's go hit an RB for an hour. It needs to be farmable for this system to be implemented properly. It can't be locked behind something. A time gate. It can't be locked behind a time gate. This needs to be an actual farmable thing. And if it's not an actual farmable thing, I think that the system's going to be really unfortunate. And my opinion is fully operating under the mentality that it's going to be a farmable thing. Obviously, we don't have all the information yet. If it is going to be a farmable on-demand thing, I think the system's going to be very good. If it's not, the system is going to be really, really frustrating. Really frustrating. It really needs to be a farmable thing. And that's, I think, where the most important thing is they're going to be. Oh no, Kuva, like, listen, Kuva is fully farmable. Like, you can farm Kuva at any time that you want to. Right here. You can farm Kuva at any time. You can farm Kuva here at any time. You can farm Kuva here at any time. Sure, obviously you want to wait until you get a good arbitration, and yeah, you want to wait for a Requiem Relic Fisher to be on here, but Kuva's farmable at any time. It is technically farmable anytime that you want to. Is it more efficient to have it in other ways? Absolutely. Like farming the meta arbitration when it's on that one defense style set and so on and so forth. Like, yeah, absolutely. That's the higher efficiency, but it's still farmable at any time. Wouldn't that widen the gap in the player base? That's why I'd be worried not allow the system allowed freedom with the new system. But the thing is that problematic? Right? Like, to me, that's not problematic that there is a gap between people who spend a lot of time playing the game and people who play it more casually. But also, what does that gap matter? Right? The highest effective health pool that an enemy has in the game at level cap is something like 600 million damage, and we sneeze that. That's without, like, damage modifiers, roar, damage vulnerability onto the enemy from viral or magnetic or so on and so forth. Like, we sneeze billions of damage a second in the game. So, like, to me, that's not that big of a deal. Right? Although, yes, it would be good for the Tau Path coming. Yeah, but even then, like, the Tau Path, like, level cap is currently the hardest thing in the game, right? Like, if we just look at it like a holistic approach, it's not like an official mechanic in the game, but like it exists. It's not like an official mission in the game, I should say, but it exists. And like level cap is not hard, right? Once you understand what you're doing in Warframe and you understand survivability, you understand how to manipulate damage values, and you understand stacking modifiers, and like, sure, there's a lot of understanding that's required, but it's not hard. At the like baseline, it doesn't require a lot of skill to do level cap. It requires a lot of planning and forethought to do level cap. Like whenever I go into a level cap run, when we're just kind of like chilling for an hour and a half, I do spend like 5 minutes thinking out my build. Like, okay, what frame am I playing? Okay, how am I surviving with this frame? Shroom for the 4 months, tier 1. Thank you so much, Shroom. 5. How you doing, bud? Right, like. Now that said, like I'm obviously in the top like 1% of players and like playtime and commitment to amount of time I play in this game and what I do in this game. Like I admit it, I'm in the top percentiles of like either between understanding, knowledge, whatever, like however you want to quantify it. Like I'll admit it, I understand, like I'm not a beginner player. But like, are Riven's a beginner player thing? And my answer would be no. Are Incarnans a beginner player thing? I would also answer no. Is level cap a beginner player thing? I would also answer no. Is Steel Path a beginner player thing? I would also answer no. So like having a system that is more geared towards the end game players and like, sure, maybe it's going to create a gap, but like at that point we already have that gap. Zoes for the 14 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And Shroom as well. Thank you all for the hype train. If you want to know hype train, help support the community. Biddies, gifted subs, Twitch subs, check your couch cushions for your Bezo bucks. And all that jazz. Thank you very much, Zoes, for the 14 months, and thank you, Shroom, for the 4. Appreciate you both. Yeah, so like I get where people are not exactly happy with the situation. Like I get it. You know, nobody likes change. Especially the Warframe community. The Warframe community is completely damn lizard. The Warframe community is allergic to change. So like I get it. I get why everyone's freaking out, or some people are freaking out. I think that this is going to be healthier for the game. I think adding in a gameplay, an end game gameplay grind loop is not a bad thing, especially because it is not necessary in any way, shape, or form. Right? Rivens are not needed. Most of my weapons do not use rivens. Most of the things I have in the game does not have rivens. Like, rivens aren't necessary, and I doubt that they will be necessary going forward. It's going to be a nice to have, not a need to have, because again, we sneeze billions of damage a second. You thought you got called, that's your phone ringtone? Why would you do that to yourself? prize. Da-da-da-da. Riven should be looked at as a quality of life and quality of life only. Yeah, they're meant to be like a quality of life / like super min-maxing item, right? They're not necessary for any build. Like, the reason why I never showcase Rivens in my builds is because they're not needed. Like, all my builds on my weapons, like even the ones that I have Rivens for, I always make my builds first without a Riven and test without a Riven. Viral double crit will be a thing, or just get viral with just one set. They did say, Julian, Pablo has been answering a few questions over on Twitter, that you will theoretically be able to get 3 combo stats on a weapon, potentially. So theoretically speaking, yeah, you could get viral with double crit. Yes. Yeah. And then with locking stats, you make viral, you lock viral, then you roll for double crits, right? So yeah, that is a potential thing, right? Warframe community is allergic to change is a bit of a misnomer. Old peeps who will grumble about it will accept it begrudgingly. Otherwise, we still have 15 was completely different beast. Well, I would say that the Warframe community is allergic to change because anytime that like anyone mentions change like this, people are complaining. But also, I think that it's the very vocal minority on this case that people are complaining about it. Like right now, people are complaining about it because it's a change without having all of the data. Like we don't know what all of the different like combo stats are going to be. Like I think Pablo mentioned in Twitter that one of the combo is going to be status damage, like elementalist. So that's going to be really cool. Viral, corrosive, gas blast as single element mods are going to be really cool now. Obviously they're going to be on Rivens, but still really cool. Hi Mila. Overall, I think that this is going to be a very good thing for the game. Hooray, death of the Riven market. It's not the death of the Riven market. It's going to be a market reset. That's all. Yeah. Right? The good Rivens that are good right now are still going to be good after this change. Right? Which is kind of the big thing. But you will now be able to get customizable, better Rivens or more customizable to your wants and need Rivens, which is the big thing for me. That is the thing that I'm really, really excited about. Like, because I have always had the mentality of make a Riven to fit the build, not a build to fit the Riven. That's how I've always approached Rivens. So for me, I get more options for my Rivens to fit into my builds. Because now I can like do blast, gas, so on and so forth. Current price, jewel prices will fall. No, I mean, probably, yeah. Because the meta of Rivens is changing, right? So yeah, the current prices will fall, but they're still not going to be bad rolls. Like a crit chance, crit damage, multi-shot burst in Riven is still going to be bonkers good for the burstin'. So like, that's still going to be good. Right? Because those rolls are still really good. It's just now there's going to be options. Or like Nami Solo, right? Electric range crit damage on the Nami Solo is like a god roll Riven. Now you can get potentially different options in there too. No telling what will happen to Riven prices. Yeah, exactly. That's the other thing. Is Rivens are a completely bonkers ass weird market. So there's no telling what's going to be happening with this. But like, think of it like this way. Like some of our weapons, like just think about like the AX-52, right? Like the AX-52, we have biotic rounds giving viral and magnetic. Then we have radiation from that one mod. So we got 3 combo elements there. Then theoretically we can mod for another combo element and get potentially 2 more combo elements on there and a base element, potentially. So like, think of how silly that's gonna be. Like an AX-52 with 7 elements on it out of 4 mods. That's gonna be funny. Like that's hilarious. I feel like Riven prices will drop some more options. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Galva's aptitude. Oh, it's not even Galva's aptitude. It's debilitate. Debilitate. Find this a plus in your opinion? You've been intimidated by the constant rolling? Yeah, see, to me, this is going to be a much more enjoyable system. And, like, I get that this is, like, something that not everyone's going to enjoy. Right? I get it. Because if you have, like... But the thing that's important to remember is that the power of your Riven is not decreasing. This isn't decreasing the power of people's Rivens at all. This is... Like, your good Riven will still be good. Is there going to be a better Riven for it? Potentially. But your good Riven is still going to be good. So wait, you can do Viral, Magnetic, and Corrosive on one Riven? Potentially, yes. Pablo said that theoretically it is possible for you to get 3 combo stats on a Riven. So combo stats being combo elements, or combo stats of like comboing up Riven stats to get a different combo stat. They showed weak point damage as one. So you could potentially get like a bunch of them. Arbusep, yeah. Yeah. This, I think, overall is going to be... one thing you see is that low dispo Rivens will become more workable. Yeah, that's one thing that I was talking about too. Hepgree. Because if we think about like the Cedo, right? So the Cedo is one of the game's best shotguns. This is without a doubt one of the best shotguns in the game. But if I could say remove Viral here and force it onto this, I don't really care what the dispo is. Right? Because I just want the element. I don't necessarily give a crap about what the dispo is. Because I free up some slots here. And I can put in something else here. Right? Like, this makes low dispo weapon Rivens a lot better. Now, obviously, like, as the dispo goes up, you'd want to have something else, but, like, when a new weapon comes out with Riven dispo, like, you get yourself a supporting element. Like, I mean, hell, even Blast on here would be good. But, like, a supporting element like, you know, Corrosive or Viral on a Riven, and then something else on top of that, that's going to be solid. Even at one dispo, or, like, lowest dispo, that's going to be super good. That's the thing, you can save so many slots. Yeah. This is going to be really massive for the modding, endgame modding of Warframe. Now, is this going to change anything for me personally, for like my build content that I make? Absolutely not, because I don't make my builds with Rivens. But it will be one of those things where like when I do a build, I'll be like, and if you can get a Riven with this thing, or these stats, here's the change that you would make. Right? And like, here's the stats on the Riven that I would be looking for, and things like that. Beneficial for some weapons to get lower viral weight. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you don't want to have super high weighting. And like, now that said, I don't pay attention to weighting at all. Weighting, I think, is something that people overthink way too much on Warframe about. Because, you know, multi-shot and fire rate kind of solves weighting. It's very rare that you actually need to think about weighting these days. Because if you're just increasing, like, at that point, instead of going like status chance, you're doing status per second. And that's more what I think about things when it comes to status chance these days. So I don't really think about status chance at all. I think about this. I'm thinking about status per second rather than status application per shot. Because we have so many sources of fire rate these days, we have so many sources of multi-shot these days, that most of my builds, I don't think about status weighting. Period. You think the elemental combinations are going to be the biggest impact? Yeah, the elemental combinations are going to be really good. Would love Fulmination. Yeah, we don't know. We haven't gotten like any word on what type of roles the combo elements are going to be, the combo stats are going to be just yet. So it's going to be like an ongoing thing. We'll have to find out. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Also, Crux exists. Yeah, there's lots of ways for us to get outside of the weapon increases the status application as well. Right? Crux increasing the weapon status chance massively. Multi-shot is effectively increasing the status chance of the weapon by increasing the pellets, and so on and so forth. What do you think is a good Political Prime build? I've got one on the channel. Here you go. I think that's a good Ballistica Prime build. Weighting matters when you're building around something like Banshee. Yeah, but like that's a niche case thing, right? Like we're talking niche case at that point. For like the vast majority of the game, status weighting doesn't really matter. Now that said, like in that case, as Banshee stands right now, yeah, the status weighting does matter a lot. But that's again more of a niche case scenario than the norm. Like I don't think about status weighting, period. Like melee weapons, I don't give a crap how much status my electric has because I've got attack speed. I'm hitting things at Mach 17. Counter argument, 4 billion damage per hit on Banshee. That's also a valid counter argument. Yeah. Even more meta since this doesn't matter anymore. Are you wrong? I don't think that you're necessarily wrong, but I don't think that you're necessarily right? Because you don't need ribbons. I always think of ribbons as being a nice to have, not a need to have. You don't need a ribbon on anything. We have so much damage that a ribbon is a nice to have thing to improve your build rather than a need to thing have to make your build work. There are some exceptions to that, obviously. But in the vast majority of cases, it's not super necessary. I don't think that ribbons are going to be even more meta, but I think they're going to be more impactful. Which maybe for argument's sake, maybe that makes it more meta because they are more impactful because then they can change how your ribbon functions, like, and drastically change your build loadout because if you can reduce the amount of mods that you have on your weapon that are necessary on your weapon because you're offloading them into your ribbon, then that's a better thing, right? And then maybe in that case, then that's a counter argument to what I just said, which is totally reasonable, and I do agree with that. But even then, you don't need ribbons, even with all of these changes. Ribbons are going to be very strong, but they are still very not needed. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break. I go stretch my back. So we'll be back here in a few minutes here, everyone. So sit tight. See y'all in a second. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me and you want to support the community, to sub to a turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. Bye. I'm back. So yeah. Anyway, this whole Riven thing is really interesting. I'm really excited for it. I'm hopeful. It really depends on how it gets implemented, is the big question. Persistence Bellicose, Hunter Adrenaline, Eternal War, Eternal Elemental War, or Eternal War, Elemental Sandstorm, Intensify, Umbral Intensify when you can, Umbral Vitality, probably you want to do those two. Yeah, it looks good. Nothing really to say here. You probably want to have higher range though. Like you don't need Equilibrium, you have Hunter Adrenaline, so you can drop this for more range. And you have a flawed stretch on here, so you want to get a better, like a normal stretch on here. I was wondering how you had only 120 range on here. And you have a flawed Intensify here as well. And a flawed there, and a flawed there, and a flawed there. So interesting. So get the non-flawed versions of these mods. I was wondering why the art was different. But I wouldn't run Equilibrium on here. You have Hunter Adrenaline. This is going to supersede Equilibrium completely. Use the fourth augment, shrinking, pure survivability build. Larva Burst, bringing people in, Rift Torrent for the extra damage, Cataclysm, Free for Spite, Steadfast for the extra spamability. Yeah, makes sense. All this seems sense to me. Yeah, looks good. Nothing really sound there. Maybe you don't have a status cleanse on here, which is the only thing that I would have like an issue with here, is that you don't have a status cleanse. So like you can still get just like chunked down by a random Toxin Eximus, but if you run a worm with negate, you shouldn't have any problems. But you don't have a status cleanse here. Like maybe drop this for a status cleanse, but I get why you're using this. It's kind of the combo you're looking for. But get a status cleanse in here and you'd be basically unkillable. As long as you have a status, like an answer to status problems, you'll be good. Limbo Fashion. Ooh, really pretty. Yeah, I love this skin. This is the skin I use on my Limbo too. I like. All right, what do we got here? We have to go shopping. We have to go shopping. Hello. Endo? I don't need any of that. Well, let's buy some Kuva. Let us stock up on some Kuva. Bubble Still strength will disperse when it reaches its minimal threshold, regardless of the duration. Oh, interesting. Iron Wake. Yeah, I think overall this is like, again, it's going to be... The devil is really going to be in the details for this one. Time for you to get some sleep? No worries. You have yourself a good sleep. Thanks for hanging out today. Get us some Kuva. Get us one of those. Get us one of those. Get us a random Riven. Get us another random Riven. Get us some Riven Transmuters, because we're gonna need more of those. Get us some of these, because we're gonna need more of those. And grab that, because I always do. Any fashion you'd be interested in? I just love seeing what people do. Let's go pop in to the Dorma Zone to see what Akrithis has. I do have a preference for purple. This is true. I'm not gonna spend Kuva for that. Yeah, the Riven, Shotgun Riven, don't really care about either of those. Yeah, I don't know. I like system changes like this. I'm very excited for them. I get that it's not for everybody, but I'm very excited. Okay, who would like to join me for Archon Hunt? We're probably not going to get to Descendia today. Balistica. Don't mind if I do. And a Fallman. Don't mind if I do. And just grab my good old Okina. Okay, anyone want to join me for an Archon Hunt? Your friend's DMing trying to get you back into Warframe. You're already telling her no. That's all right. Viral plus corrosive plus multi-shot. Yeah, that's what I'm really excited for too. Like stuff like that, right, Evan? Anyone want to join me for Archon Hunt? Just bang it out real quick here. Get the yellow shard. Otherwise, I'll just go solo it. Me and my Necros. It is ultimately going to really depend on the farmability of stuff, though. It's really going to depend on the, You're down to do, Archon Hunt? Sumi, yeah, come on down. Get you in here. Come on down, Haste. Okay, room for one more for Archon Hunt. Everybody and anybody is allowed to join. And then we'll do Descendia tomorrow. It's going to be a little bit too late to do Descendia today. Because I do got a lot of work to get done since I was gone for a few days there. Okay, last call. Otherwise, there's going to be the three of us. I'm just going to get some water. We're back. Un momento. Okay, three of us it is. It's a very easy Archon Hunt week this week, so not a bad situation at all. Pretty easy. Whee! Oh man, that auto mantling change? Still love it. Still the best thing ever. Excuse me. Excuse me. Back from your first time at the gym. Nice, how'd it go? Oh, Lost Knife, you said you needed Archon Hunt, right? Oh, I guess we've already kind of started here. I guess we're already going here. Ghosts. Not home yet? Nice. No worries. We chill. Auto breach! Yeah, auto breach, baby. I love to see it. Oh. Done. Oh, my back. Ooh. Ooh, lordy. The back is angy. But to be fair, the back is always angy, so what can you do? Survival. Survive. Tell back to go for a hike. The back just went on multiple hikes. I was in BC. Oh, BC is beautiful. Oh my gosh. I can see myself living there. It's a stunning place. I keep forgetting on this build that you want to use Nourish like right away because the energy pad. Excuse me. Ghosts. 34, no back pain. Yeah, see, I was like, I had proper posture when I was younger, and then just I got injuries. And that kind of like messed up my back. Just like little things here and there, and they just sort of added up. Might have figured out why you got burned out on this game. Why do you think that is? What makes you chink? Cascades, trading, buying relics for Cascades, IF farming repeated over and over. Yup. That is a surefire way to get yourself burned out. It's part of the reason why I don't do stuff so frequently over and over again, right? Is to try to limit that as much as I can. Like, I specifically don't do the same mission over and over again, don't do the same frame over and over again, don't do the same stuff in the game. So I get where you're coming from. Also, why do the MOAs have the little veils on them? They're robots. They can just... Wouldn't it be more economical to just put the face mask on the corpus and the corpus tell the MOAs to do their thing? Doesn't that make more sense? Because it's cute? Alright. I suppose. I suppose. Any speedy tool? Well, I mean, it is the corpus, right? They are supposed to be like economics. Hey, Greatest, how you doing? Okay. Excuse me. We assume the Veils and the MOAs sentients have direct access to them, but if you have direct access to the corpus, then you have direct access to them. Capitalism? Yeah, but like reducing costs is about capitalism. Although I guess the sentients aren't about costs, so they wouldn't think about that, but the corpus would. Oh. Okay, just the game crashing. Interesting. I haven't had a game hard crash like that. I can't remember the last time Warframe hard crashed like that on me. Actually. Wow. Weird. Sobek. For the Sobek, it kind of depends on it kind of depends on what frame you're using the Sobek with, because the Sobek does have some tech with acid shells with a few frames, so it kind of depends on where you're going with it. Because of the elemental vice system, it doesn't really matter as much anymore, so you can just put on whatever element you feel like and you're good to go. So if you're going Sight, you want to go Electric. If you're going Araxia, you want to go Toxin. If you're going, if you're going Saren, you want to go Toxin. If you're going Uriel, you want to go Heat. Using Volt and Rhino, then yeah, Electric is perfectly fine. And then your elements will be whatever elements make the most sense for your build. So, like, throwing on Electric is a great base element because it can go into Corrosive, or just have it as a solo element on its own for the actual damage of Electric, which is very good damage. So it's kind of a little bit more up to your personal preferences than anything else, I'm going to be honest, at that point. It's not as important what element you choose because of the elemental vice system allowing you to change the element at will in the arsenal. This was so far to get that. Holy smokes, I had to go for a freaking mission. But I would say, like, the 4 go-to elements are heat, magnetic, toxin, or electric, and some combination in there will be perfectly fine. And because the elemental vice system, once you get 5 forma into a weapon, you can into a adversary weapon, you can install a you can install an elemental vice, and then you have whatever element you wish out of it. It is significantly less important than it used to be what your starting element is. But you're perfectly fine with where you're at. So you saw your Sobek short early? Yeah, that's something that a lot of people don't know about, is that you can change the element at will in the arsenal once you get it. So you can just sort of switch around your element whenever you feel like it, right? Which is the really useful thing with adversaries. Sumi, where are you, friend? Never mind, you're good. No, I still don't have a short for the core tag. Not yet. Acuity on it? I feel like Acuity would make sense on it, since it has baseline some pretty decent multi-shot on it, right? It's got like the 4 multi-shot from it just being a core tech. So, but you know, I'm also someone who really just doesn't care for Acuity, so you know, 6 of one, half dozen another. But I feel like Acuity would be pretty decent on there. What? There we go. And let's go. Man. This cough does not, this cough from my allergies does not want to go away. Oh, host migration in process. Oh. Well, let me re-invite the squad. What happened there? That was weird. What the? No, it's not a cold. I just had allergies. And, my allergies always drip a bit and just causes my throat to get angry. So it's not a cold, and I'm not sick, it's just allergies. I did also forget to take my allergy med this morning, and I probably should have, but oh well, what can you do? No, no, no. Come on. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, y'all. You know the deal. We gotta run ads so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. See you in a second. Back. Hey. No. Oh. Off we go. All right. Give me your face. Whee! Yeah, and like burnout is really a big problem with Warframe, right? So it's always something you got to keep in mind, and that's why like I'm so careful about getting burned out on the game. Limiting burnout wherever and whenever I can. Fight me! Get stabbed, nerd. All right, let's skedaddle. It's 2 a.m. and your brain be cooked. Uh-oh. Don't worry, you're doing fine. Ah, ghosts. Go. Excuse me. Easy peasy. What do we get for our reward? Hold on, what do we get for our reward? Oh, an Orc and Catalyst blueprint. Sure, why not? Alright, GG. I'll take it. Saves 20 plat in the future. Don't mind if I do. Don't you mind if I do. Okay, we are all good there. Zoes, what you got? Callie. Ooh, that's a cool looking Callie. Ooh, good choice with that signal. I'm a big fan of that signal. That signal is really, really fun. I like it a lot. Ooh, very nice. Very cool. Me like, me like. United Snakes. The free home of the slave. Do your job. Mirrors, stripes, and stars. Alrighty, everybody. I am calling it here for me today. As usual, we usually end around 7, and it is now 7, so we are now ending. We'll be back tomorrow as per usual. We will be in Warframe tomorrow and Thursday and potentially Friday. We might be like all week Warframe this week. We do have something special potentially later on in the week, but can't really say anything about that yet. Also, don't forget that next Thursday I will be the opening act for Digital Extremes to do fundraising for St. Jude's. We're going to be doing some giveaways. We're going to be doing some challenges for the fundraising for St. Jude's. So please make sure that you check out the message in our Discord if you haven't already. And if you are not a part of our Discord yet, please feel free to come and join us. It is in the announcements section. So next Thursday from 4 p.m. Eastern till 6 p.m. Eastern, I will be streaming on St. Jude's channel for 2 hours, and then we'll be popping back on my channel after that. So make sure to come on down tomorrow, next Thursday. And of course, as always, we'll be back tomorrow. But before we go, thank you very much, Zoes, for the 14 months tier 1. Thank you, Shroom, for the 4 months tier 1. Thank you, Ace, for the 5 gifted. Heck yeah. Thank you, Icicle, for the 9 months tier 1. Thank you, Queen, for the 8 months prime. Altador for the gifted sub. Wannabe Hero for the biddies. Lost Knife Point for the 5 gifted. Alpine for the raid. Lost Knife Point for the tier 2 gifted. Deuce Lord for the 25 months tier 1. Blue for the 17 months tier 3. Revan for the 14 months tier 1, Cage Shark for the 2 months tier 1, Crowley's for the 13 months tier 1, Sal for the 2 months tier 1, and Dalen for the biddies on Sound Alert. Greatly appreciate ya. We are going to go drop you off with good friend of the stream. We're gonna drop you off with Mickey. All right, everybody. Take care, be safe, be good to each other, have yourselves a wonderful time over with Miki. We will be back again tomorrow doing more Warframe shenanigans. We're probably going to be doing some testing on builds, thinking more about these ribbon changes, because I'm going to let it percolate and think about these ribbon changes and see how it's all going to be functioning out. But like I said, we'll be back tomorrow in Warframe, and we will see you all then. We will be doing Descendia tomorrow, first thing after we're done doing our dailies. So make sure to come if you want to join us for that. Otherwise, take care, everyone. Hope you all had yourselves a good day, and we'll see you tomorrow.